PKA 719 with Harley. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merch. Harley, thank you for joining us. You're looking spiffy.
Hell yeah, dudes. Hell yeah. How about those fucking pagers, right?
Oh, man.
I was here. I was supposed to be here last week, but I got COVID. Got like vaccinated 8 times, still catch the COVID, you know?
You just need a couple more, man.
Yeah, you're almost there.
You're almost there. It's the first 11 that are the hardest.
The 10th one's free, I'm told.
But honestly, the only time I really regretted when I was going into the boxing ring, and I was like, I could die. What if I die? I'm like, I told everyone, I was like, if I die, tell them it was the vax. Don't tell them it's because.
They'll just get your head in the ring with the mayor of Slamtown. It's COVID vaccines.
So, you know, I'm pretty sure it's a jacked guy.
Yeah, I tried to get a good friend of the show, Israeli Tank Commander Shlomo, to come on tonight. I wanted to pair you guys together. I can link you. I can give you his Discord. You guys can.
His name's really Shlomo, or is that his like gamer tag?
That's just the like alias that I'm applying to him because you know he's a war criminal and all. Dude, nah, he's fighting the good fight over there, defending his people from fucking terrorists, as we all know. And
it's all perspective, right?
Absolutely it is. I promise you, if the cartel came over here on paragliders and carried away a few like Texas University girls, like it'd be a different fucking story, right? We'd be like, oh no, the poor cartel. Did you see how many bombs they dropped on them? It's awful.
But be honest, you wouldn't intercept their communication devices and wire them up to blow up, and then wire up the next round of communication devices to blow up.
And that's just a prelude.
All right, we've got the largest taco stand in our sights.
We drop 2,000-pound bombs in their city and destroy anyone who's remotely in the vicinity of a bad guy. I called my mom for her birthday, and she's like, I want to wring your little neck for not supporting Israel enough. It's like,
your mom said that?
Yeah.
Did she mention me and my support?
She's like, I was listening to the pod. You are not.
My stance, she does. She listens to the podcast. My stance is basically everybody's bad here, right? Like, there's no doubt that what was it, October 7th? Do I have that right?
That's it. Yeah. Almost come back around.
There's no doubt that those guys were awful. They killed innocent people, and they freaking celebrated it, and they loved it. And
hey, these are journalists you're talking about, and doctors.
So, no doubt, bad guys. But then Israel dropping 2,000-pound bombs in the city, making the rubble bounce, destroying the university. I see their soldiers laughing about how they'll never have an educated population again.
Aha!
That's evil too. And you don't get to say like you know what, 1,000 people died, therefore we kill everybody.
No,
like it or not.
I feel like
it's got to be like 3,400 somewhere around there. That's when you go to town.
If it was like, hey, you know what? Our new rule is 5 to 1. We'll stop when we have 5,000 or 5,500 confirmed deaths.
I feel like we have our perspective is so skewed on what the move is or isn't, and like I don't have the guts to press the button on killing 40,000 people if they were holding like a cousin of mine or something. Like, I don't know if I have the guts to make that call or that. These things like Shlomo's got it. Shlomo, he's pressing that button. Shlomo's pressing it, not in slow-mo. That's not slow-mo, Shlomo.
I send this text and all your banking shut down.
It's never that type of Jew in the tank, though.
It's a different
type of Jew is in the tank. Tell me.
These like
I always this button and your house explodes.
I feel like the whole 2,000-pound bomb thing. Like, I look at that, and I'm like, that's got to be like sending a message. Because as soon as October 7th happened, a couple of countries basically reasserted that they were at war with Israel. And so, I mean, if you're like that kid at lunchtime and everyone wants to kick your ass, you know what I mean? And they're pushing you, and if you pull out like a little blade and or stab someone with a pen one time, that's too crazy, dude. We were calling you names. You just stabbed me with a pen. That's fucked up. I don't know if people call him names tomorrow. And I think that's like what they're trying to do. I mean, like, once again, I'm not saying I would do it, or I'm not like,
Not a great take. We shouldn't make Harley defend Israel.
No. Yeah.
You know how this works. You know what he has to say. Let's just not put him in this fucking spot. It's like we had one black guy on here and we're like, so Diddy, kind of a piece of shit and an embarrassment to your people, huh?
Dude,
like,
kind of
a strike
So
in your
what
culture.
were you guys up to in that man? I'm sorry, what was Diddy up to in that mansion? No.
Yeah, I got a couple. You know, Diddy.
What is with you guys and baby oil?
Diddy?
It's not a great
What's the
lubricant.
attorney's defense? Oh, by the way, everybody sucks here with the Israel thing. I just
Yeah,
want to get out there.
The
Mom doesn't think-
attorney.
I love Hamas.
Disagree. There's bad guys and good guys in this
Dan
thing. That's the
Bilzerian
title
just
thing.
tweeted that though. Dan Bilzerian today tweeted he was like, Hamas are very chill and they're doing the right thing. Something like that. Something along those
Did
lines. Yeah, so seriously, he was literally like, bro,
It's hard
Hamas
to
is
support
chill.
them. I wonder
He's a gambler. He's picking his side.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm.
Isn't
I
that
think
right?
he's moving to Dubai or something.
Maybe
He's
he's
selling his
getting
house
odds.
here.
Ah.
So I feel like if you're going to like the Middle East, it's just, you know, being like, dude, fuck those guys.
Yeah.
You know?
And you would
Plus
get,
is,
you
I
would
think
get odds betting on the Palestinians if it's a straight up conflict, because it's like it would be like betting on the US in 1980 against Russia.
Oh,
Like
it's
no
way
one,
worse than
there's
that.
no chance Palestine can win in just a
you
straight
know, you
up.
just, you know, you
What
I
is
think
Palestine? What even is it? I don't
Did you
think
see
it's
a guy
place.
ask Fousey that today on
I think
the
it's the
street?
neighborhood
I
in
saw that
Israel.
on Twitter. Some guy was like, "What is Palestine?" And Fousey was like, he went full Fousey.
What
Fousey's
is it?
back, by
I
the
love that
way.
question.
I don't know if I ever told you guys. One of my favorite YouTubers of all time, Fousey.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you ever see that video where he tattooed hair on his bald head, and then the next day he uploaded a video regretting it?
No.
It was one of the best. It's not the best, actually. It's, I guess he was going through. Now looking back, I guess he was going through something. But I was
Damn.
just like, damn, this guy, anything for the fucking content. But if I don't know if you would be able to find it because he took it down a few times. People re-uploaded it. But he went bald headed to go get his like eyebrows waxed or something. And this woman was like, I could tattoo hair on your head. And he was like, okay. So she like tattooed like a GTA San Andreas haircut on his head. He looked like it looked like Lego. And then the next day he's like, I don't like it.
All the coolest people get squared up.
I don't like it.
That's such an. Okay, hang on a minute. All right, first of all,
Kind of like a Batman logo.
well, hang on a minute, because this isn't all bad. This could be salvaged so well because I gotta say,
You think?
look,
It
it's
doesn't
the
look
edges.
real.
It's the no, it doesn't look real because of the way it's like edged up and like his geometry's all off point. But if you just ignore the edges, you put your hand up a little, you're like, all right, that looks like an ethnic guy's short shaved hair. It
No,
does
because
look
when he's
like hair.
outside,
Not
it's
good.
shiny. It's shiny. It's like a bald cap.
You put a little
on.
powder
It's like
on that.
I
Put a
mean like a
powder.
swim cap.
So do this.
needs a little
Kyle.
dark powder.
Look at his hair in the right picture. I can clearly see on the right side. Oh fuck! Never mind. Don't look at it.
This ain't bad.
That
you
one
can
doesn't
see
look
where
that
the
bad,
tattoo
but
ends.
I
There you
guess
go.
you
Look
gotta
on
be
the right.
closer.
By his
But he
temple
got
where
it.
the
You got it removed though.
Is my mic off? Where the tattoo ends? That looks bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. Like the edges, the perimeter of what
I
he
tried
hair
to get
side,
sick with
not
it
the
and do
forehead
like a
side,
fucking
hair side. That's not fixable. I wish I could point it to my mouse. There's a vertical stripe like between
Yeah,
his
that kind
eyebrow
of-
and his ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
This
that's
doesn't
just
look good.
red, where they like took a straight razor and shaved him, and his skin's irritated. That's
I'm
what I.
looking at dark and light. I think it's tattoo and hair.
You got to see the whole video. It's fucking.
Well,
Well,
get
look,
it,
bad.
look, there's no way that a full head tattoo is ever going to look great. All I'm
Mm.
saying is that if I just glanced at, like, show the next photo, Zach, the one where he was on stage. If you showed me that, I'd be like, okay, normal. I wouldn't think anything weird. Obviously, it's shiny, but you could like put some powder or something, especially
That's
like some,
true.
maybe
That
some
just
dark
looks
powder.
like that one's
It'll
not
just
that
take the
bad.
shine off.
It's not that
It's
bad.
not that bad.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
only good from a non
From far
conversational
in a
distance.
picture in low resolution.
Like he's not a freak. Like you know what I mean? You would never be like, look at that. You wouldn't even notice it unless somebody pointed it out.
How
But
about
yeah,
this?
I think if you hung out
you're
with him
cue
a few
ball-
times.
You are cue ball level bald. There's no way for you to medically fix it. It's just you have
Well, you can
alopecia.
go
now.
to Turkey, you know, and get like.
Would you ever consider tattoo hair?
tattooed hair? No, I wouldn't do that. I
No,
wouldn't
of
tattoo.
course
hair.
not.
Yeah, yeah.
That looks like shit. Like the fact
Yeah.
we're sitting here, like you know
Eyebrows.
what, from a
Well,
distance and with the right
well,
amount of
hang
baby
on.
powder, like yeah,
I
it's
think
terrible.
I think if you're ethnic, it's better because I don't know. They kind of have when ethnic hair is cut short, it does kind of have like this sparse look to it where you can kind of see in between a little bit, and it's like Like, yeah, that's what it looks like.
My buddy got a hair
I don't think it looks
transplant
good on a white
Turkey,
guy.
and he did like, he's Jewish dude, but he did get like a like low hairline, and it's like straight across, and that's just his hair now, and he looks like Cuban or like light skin now because the hair is like
The
not.
Lego.
We don't get that hair, like we don't have that, and he just like has that now, and that's just who he is now. It's just it was a decision, because that's something you'll think about. You go get your hair done. They're like, so what kind of hairline do you want? And you're asking this guy in Turkey, you're like, oh, the best. He's like, I got you. So he gives you like the best Turkish hairline. And it's like straight across, like an inch over your eyebrows.
The problem with these things is the problem with these things is that it's a permanent solution to like an ever-changing landscape of problem, right? If you're going to tattoo the parts of your hair that are missing, well, tomorrow it's going to be missing an inch farther back, and maybe there's no tat there, or the hair, right? You get fresh new hair here, but you keep losing it behind. And I know they can use drugs to try to stop the receding, but it sometimes goes wrong.
I've seen girls with the tattooed eyebrows. Tattooed eyebrows are sometimes a good move. Like, you can't really tell.
If you're drawing the same eyebrows on for 15 years, I think like, yeah, I would tattoo the eyebrow on. If I'm already drawing it on my eye, but that's different because you have the hair, right?
Yeah.
So like you're doing it, and it's like going to be your makeup.
But it'll also fill in if they're thin. You could like fill in behind what you have, like Woody there, who looks like someone who didn't quite finish their drawing.
I should go to Turkey, right? And they'd be like, what's wrong with your hair? Your hair's fine. No, I have receding eyebrows. Can you bring me full screen? Check this shit out. Look at my eyebrows. They're like half an eyebrow. Dude, I can't even point to them. Do they stop
you're
right
right.
over my eyeballs?
Oh my God.
I see that. No, I have a short eyebrow. I swear one of these eyebrows is getting shorter. Right now, I guess it's good on this camera. My eyebrows are standing out, but sometimes I'm in the mirror. I'm like, nah, this eyebrow used to be longer. I swear. Maybe it's this one. It had like a whole section extra. And I'm like, dude, this thing's like half an eyebrow.
I could be an eyebrow donor to both of you.
Oh, yeah. Would you please?
You say that, but give your eyebrows then.
They get like, I literally went to go get my hair cut within the last week, and the woman didn't ask, would you like your eyebrows taken care of? She said, please let me take care of your eyebrows.
I get that too. I told the guy no. I told him no, and he was
my
like,
hair, like my eyebrow always has like grown up in like a flip here, just like a little colic thing. And every once in a while I'll be like, how long is it? And I'll like push up, and there's like some old man style hairs where I'm like stretching it up my
yeah, mine do that too.
So
I like push them up my forehead and then take my little like Norelco one blade and
that's what I do also. I puff them all up so I look like Dr. Robotnik, and then I'm like
that's a dangerous game. One little slip.
I had that same sort of non-voluntary thing. They trim hairs inside my ear, and I'm like, I wasn't even aware of them. As the hair in my ears grows, my eyesight gets worse. And this is a dangerous combination.
I'm glad you brought up your hair. Harley, do you have ear hair? Taylor claims he does not somehow.
I have like ear fuzz, like crazy, like a peach, super, but like a really, and I have to do it myself, otherwise they do it and I don't like it. But I've seen my grandfather's ears, and I know what this peach fuzz turns into. Yeah, like I've seen it just starts to get dark and coarse.
Before you go, every so often, Colin, my son, will look at my ear and be like, "Dad, you have the longest hair," as if I belong in the Guinness Book of World Record. And he wants to tweeze it, but he's bad at it, so it takes a good like 9 tries. It's a painful experience, but he wants it, so I tolerate it. And that is aging in my house.
Tweezing the ear hair, crazy.
Just like, just get it. No, you didn't get it. That's okay, Chimp. No, go again.
I've been getting girls to tweeze my ears for like 3 or maybe 5 years now because it's bad. Like it's not like there's a ton of hair in there, but there's like 20 hairs in each ear, and they're like black coarse hairs. And some of them are like right on the perimeter around that little dangly thing on the bottom of your ear. But some of them feel like they're inside my ear canal, 3 inches deep. It's like boing. And I'm like, fuck, that was in my skull. You pulled one of my brain hairs. Like that was connected in there. I think that was helping me hear.
That's Jesus Crazy Christ. Riz, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That's Crazy Riz getting them to tweeze your eyebrow hair. Your
ear hair.
Oh, they're down for it. They usually like that sort of thing. You know,
so you get a lot of your hair?
It's not as I would a lot more than I used to. Like
that's
like
shocking because I'm hairy most places, but like my back. I don't really have back hair. I don't have ear hair. I take care of nose hair early if I notice it. Like I'll snip it or I'll pluck it.
Completely plucked in there. I get them all.
My ass is not as hairy as you would imagine.
Same,
now,
dude.
You get closer to the crack, more closer to the hole.
I've been accused.
No, you know, all bets are off.
Oh,
but
you got a Jerry curl in there.
Base of the ass, very little hair.
Yeah, trust me.
The Great Shoulder War is all but lost.
Tell me about your asshole hair. Is it dark? Is it dark red in there?
Is it dark in my asshole?
Like dark red, the hair, the dark red curl, dark red Jerry curl.
It's like dark. Actually, most of my body hair is like pretty much black, except for my beard.
That's
very
crazy.
dark.
That's sick, dude. Yeah. That's sick.
So sick.
Yeah, it's sick. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, Harley gets it because Harley and I are clearly the hairiest boys here, and Kyle just has these pockets of hair.
Well, I've been accused of shaving my ass because my ass has no hair. My back has no hair. People think I shave it.
Yeah, and you have a hairy chest.
I don't go on water. Yeah, and then I have a hairy chest. Which I do trim that down, but I don't go on water slides anymore because I went on a water slide once. I think the way my body is built, my back is very smooth. I'm very long. I kind of got this shape naturally like a bullet. You know what I mean? Like, and I went on a slide once and I picked up so much speed. And it was a bumpy one, and over the first lip, I was off it. I was off the slide. I'm off it, and it's like a foot behind me. Like I could feel that I'm not on it. I got launched off, and I'm still like, I like hit the next slide and went off it again. And I'm just like falling in the air, and I'm like, if I don't catch a slide soon, I'm gonna die. Never again. Never going on slides. Not built for my body.
Yeah, you're too aerodynamic. You're too.
I'm a bullet.
Too much like a bullet.
I'm a bullet.
You do have canoe-like dimensions.
It is like it is weird. Like the new hair battles as I've gotten older, because I'm approaching my mid-30s and like just noticing like smiling or something like in a picture, and then you see the picture later, and you're like, I've got fucking eye wrinkles. Like,
oh yeah,
like wrinkles are coming in. Like like hair is in places it didn't used to be. Like I'm graying so rapidly on the sides of my head, and it just makes me think like you're dying. Like,
we're going
to die.
Do you say eye wrinkles jumping on the side?
Yeah, the side ones.
Dude, I got those at like 18 because I play outdoor sports, and here
this
I am.
guy, he's like, I got those a long time ago because I'm an athlete, bro. I'm an athlete, dude. You don't know about that, eh? You don't know about the eye wrinkles. Yeah, man. Play more sports,
hockey. Bro. I was trying to surfing and hockey. They're different.
Hockey's good for the skin.
Oh yeah, great.
Hockey out of the sun. It's cold. It's good for the skin.
Did you play outdoor much at Missouri? I don't know.
Like in winter, yeah. Like if there was a pond we could use, we'd do it. Never like full pads. Like I'd go out there with like a player stick and we'd play games and stuff. Those are some of my best hockey memories. Like when it was cold enough and we had access to a pond that we wouldn't get kicked off of by some park ranger, going out there and like skating through like the fresh like little bit of snow on top of the ice, pushing it out, making little barriers for nets. That shit was so fun.
Yeah,
I'm sure
bro,
Harley
you're like whacking off over here fucking on that memory, eh?
You're Canadian and you didn't even take advantage of that.
I know. I feel bad every time hockey comes up. I'm like, oh shit, I'm got nothing to say on that.
You betrayed your people.
We were saying before you clicked the pod on football was child abuse. Think hockey would be child abuse?
No.
Yeah. Before we got started, I said that sending your kids to hockey practice, or excuse me, football practice, American football practice, as like at Pee-wee, 12 years old, and high school, like I think that's child abuse. I think that you are throwing your kid into a gladiatorial arena that we now know is just full of concussions and permanent brain damage. Like your kid that's going to happen to your kid if they make any kind of a go at this. Like it just is, and you're choosing that for them.
What age is it? Like, hey, now you can go do that.
Well, I mean, I think, look, if your kid is like some kind of fucking natural born athlete, and you're like, man, look at Tommy, like look at it. You see him run the 40. He's 8. Like holy shit, did you see how fast he is? Like, all right, maybe Tommy should make a go at it. But if you got some pudgy white kid who just wants to be on the team, leave little Oliver at home. Give him a baseball bat or something, because he's not gonna play pro ball. Okay, little pudgy Oliver ain't gonna play pro ball.
One of the few places for pudgy white guys.
I was thinking there's a
The
position.
library is the best.
If he has
place
good
to fucking
footwork,
fight guys.
if he has good footwork, like
Spin.
there's a position for him.
Someone's got to
Exactly.
play O-line.
Isn't
Yeah, like-
O-line just full of the biggest, fattest white people in America?
A lot of
Who
those
can
guys
also
run
run?
really fast,
That's the thing.
and
That's
they
the
can
ad
like
and the
they
other
can
one.
do
When
all
they
this
were
crazy
pudgy kids-
footwork stuff. You know, an athletic fat guy versus like a not athletic fat guy. I have some athletic friends that are so fat, but just so fast at running, so capable. They play basketball and stuff, but they also just eat like crazy and love being a fat guy.
Last year, I watched Jason Kelsey. I think it was last year, and it might have been a Bills game or something. But anyway, he's in the box, and I think his brother scored. So he jumps out the window into the stands with the people and then jumps back in the window. And I was like, all right. Just to see him move like a professional athlete, jumping in and out of a window to the stands below and navigate that like he's fucking Spider-Man. I was like, oh, right. I forgot. He's an athlete. He doesn't look like one of his podcasts.
I remember Joe Lozon just randomly busting out a bunch of muscle ups that time at that gym we were at. Woody, that's one of my favorite stories. It's like me and Woody and Joe Lozon were in Chicago maybe, and Joe's like, I want to train. I don't know. We're on vacation, but he wants to train, I guess. Or maybe Woody wanted to. I know I didn't. So we went to we went to like a MMA gym. You know, it was like Krav Maga and Taekwondo and Jiu-Jitsu and maybe something else. And like we were in this little workout room, and Woody mentioned something about a muscle up, but he didn't know what a muscle up was called. I think he was like, you know, you kind of do a pull up, and then you like rotate your wrist and then press yourself like almost like a dip, but with your hands this way. And just like, like this, and he starts cranking them out. He starts cranking them out like crazy. And then it was time for everybody to like roll, and they just threw me under a random guy. And then, like 5 minutes into me and this guy wrestling around on the floor, he was like, so what gym do you normally go to? And I'm like, I have no idea what's happening right now. And he's like, I've never done this before. And he's like, oh, that makes so much sense now.
He's all thinking it's like you have crazy strategies, like, oh, going for the lapel right off the bat. Very interesting. This guy might be good. And you're like, all serious?
I was so serious. I was
for
giving it all
sure.
I had.
And I feel like your inner competitor like was kicking in, so you're doing it. And you're like, he's like, man, this guy's confident. I've never seen strategies like this. And you're like, where do you work out? Where do you do this? And you're like, I don't know what I'm doing.
It's super normal for guys to overestimate how good they are at
So
fighting.
would you say MMA is child abuse to put a kid in, Kyle?
Yeah.
Nah, dude, it's straight.
So they can only do like lame sports.
Well,
No, I bet Kyle would allow
like
wrestling.
most people don't.
They
put
could be a
kids-
YouTuber. That's it.
It's a really rare thing that you put a kid in MMA. I've seen child MMA fights in Russia, but it's pretty fucked up. Most people agree it's awful. But what kids can do at like 6, 7, 8 is wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and striking. Because
Martial arts.
Striking.
Yeah. You ever seen a 6-year-old knock a 6-year-old out? No, of course
No.
not. And they're wearing headgear. They're wearing headgear all the time. They're not getting
Pretty
hurt at all.
adorable.
But you do
There's
that
nothing
later
wrong.
anyways. Like learning how to learning martial arts, it feels like good for the
You
brain,
teach it-
the body. And you don't even get into fighting. I don't think they spar until much later on, but
Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, that's my thought process on that. Whereas, like, I remember doing Pee-wee football and us like slamming our heads into each other and being.
Dude, I played football
but you
for
turned out
15
fine.
years.
I played
Did you?
football too.
Yeah, football was the
How do we
the
know this
best.
is fine?
Because
We were supposed to be better than this, Taylor.
probably.
Look at us. We were supposed to be better.
Maybe we had a little bit more potential than this, Taylor. Maybe we could be a little bit sharper.
Nah, this is
Maybe
the
we-
absolute peak, the apex.
You know,
Yeah,
like you don't know what thinking with 10 more IQ points would even feel like. You know, maybe it's like you
Dude,
always
this
have
podcast
caffeine.
would have been so sick if you guys were retarded.
If it weren't for all the goddamn concussions, we'd be hilarious.
Dude, 10 less IQ points. This could be the most popular podcast in America.
Actually, yeah. Even more concussions.
Yeah.
Just
One
a-
fewer, you well on your way.
bafflingly low understanding of the goings on in the world. Just
You would have been Mr. Beast. This
No,
could have been you. You could have been Mr. Beast.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
more IQ
could have
points.
gamed the algorithm, got popular.
You
I
could
don't
have
like
been
this take though, Kyle.
No,
No, football's an American tradition. It's fun. I
we
didn't
got lots
actually
of
like.
American
I didn't actually
traditions that
like
you don't want
playing
your
it
children
because
involved in, though.
you know, I actually like the Canadian tradition more of hockey, and that's not child abuse. You know, I wanted to play. All the kids that played football wanted to play, and you get a camaraderie.
Hockey is much more expensive
Just mention
sport.
camaraderie as if it can only be found alongside concussions.
No, but it's a way to get it. You're all concussed together.
Yeah, I mean, I would just pick a different way.
Checkmate, Kyle.
Yeah. Most 7-year-olds
no
aren't
way
giving each other concussions. Like by the
I don't
time
wanna
they're that age where they're giving out concussions, like they're high schoolers who really want to play.
I learned a lot from football. I like that it's there.
Kids.
I like that it's there, but this is like if it's there and a kid doesn't want to play football, even if they're the biggest, fastest, strongest, all the potential in the world, I think like, and this like conversation could be applied to so many things. How comfortable are you with your child being able to express to another person that they don't want to do what you're having them do, and then they don't do it? For football, it's so simple. But then like, what other aspects of life would you be comfortable with your, you know, your kid being like, yeah, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't think you should push a kid to play sports they don't want to. Like if the kid's like, please
Harley,
don't make me suit up, I'm scared, then don't make that kid play football.
Did you want to be goalie?
I mostly
You
because
didn't. I know the answer. That's why I asked it.
I didn't want to, but I was so much better at goalie than both everyone else on my team and at how good I was at forward that I'm like,
as a medic on Battlefield.
Do this. I got the hand-eye coordination. I was much better at goalie than I was at any other position. So I had to do it.
Every time I've ever played squad or the World War I just want to be a grunt, and I want to have a stranger tell me what to do online, and I want to listen and do it. And I get there, and it's like always 15 minutes, and I'm like changing my role. I'm like, okay, listen up, you fucking idiots. Here's what we're doing. And like, I don't want to be that guy. I want to be stoned, and I want to listen. And I love when I get him there, there's like a real military guy there, and he's like, he's talking all military. I'm trying to like keep up. I'm like, copy that. Copy. Copy.
Yeah. You want to just chill and be instructed.
I'm copy on your
I'm
six.
the same way, Harley. I call it leadership chicken, right? Like your teacher puts 4 of you in a lab group. I will sit there quietly for like 2.5 minutes. And if nobody leads, it's like, all right, someone's got to.
Let's do it because we got to do it. I don't want to be the guy. I got to be the guy.
Like that's never more evident than when we play Codenames, where, you know, it's someone's turn to click the words they guess. And everyone will be like, well, I think we're good on these 3. Let's do it. And then like 30 seconds passes and nobody clicks because it's also just a propaganda warehouse in those games. And so everyone could be like, so we're set, Ocean, Sea, and Penguin. And everyone on your team's like, yeah, 100%. And then you do it, you get the first one wrong, and they're like, well, until Taylor clicked fucking Penguin, I specifically said Sea and Ocean first. Meanwhile, 40 seconds ago, they're going, their name's on Penguin.
I'm looking forward to the next code name. Some guy joined the Discord and he's like, I'm here for the code names. It's like 2 weeks ago. He's like, what's up? And I'm like, we don't like do it every day or anything. It's like this. We play for 4 hours at the end of the month all day until everybody's mad.
I can't wait to meet this guy.
How many people play at a time?
Like
sometimes like 10 on like 12v12 depends on how many people.
How many people could play Codenames at once?
Like
any number.
The high end.
Really?
Technically infinite because you have one guy, you know, being the code master, and then you have this bank of people deciding on what are good things to pick, and they all vote amongst themselves and do this, do that. And so you could have an infinite number, really.
And then the other team is pretending to be on your team, saying, you know what? I think it's Penguin. I think you guys should pick Penguin. And if you choose Ocean, Sea, and Lake, you're a moron. It's definitely bodies of water for Penguin.
The most satisfying thing to happen during Codenames is when Kyle is the clue giver. And so he can't interject or say anything. And I'm on the opposite team. And I know exactly what words Kyle's going for. And so I initially say one of the words he's going for. So I'll be like, oh, ocean, that's 100% what Kyle meant, in order to get them to think a little less of it, and then add one that's tangential just to confuse. And I'll know that Kyle's sitting there like, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. And every once in a while, pretty often they do. And I'm like, oh, he's fuming. He's so funny.
I like the way
it's
you
also my favorite part of the game.
And this,
like
all this fun is
you can see some people are terrible. Like every piece of advice they give you is bad. And they scream from the rooftops, don't listen to my advice. Other people, 2/3 of their advice is good. They tried to give you the good advice that they think you would have followed anyway. And the other third, that's meant to throw you off the path. Codenames can get sophisticated.
And all this fun and secret racism happens if people sign up to the Patreon.
Yes, but it's over.
That sounds fucking good.
And we watch it. The fun part is when we watch our MMA fights together. I like doing that in a big call because, you know, get to talk MMA with people who know MMA and then get to watch people get their brains beaten out.
I should get access. You should give me access.
You should get Harley in the mix.
If I was better,
I don't know if I'll ever go, but I like the
now.
value. I like that as a value, and I'm owed it. I want in on that value. I don't want to be.
You can
like,
always
I think Kyle might be doing it. I can't tell because
Harley, you're a mod. Like you're.
Oh, am I?
Let me go ahead. You're a PKA lad. That's what we call mods.
That's like when I didn't watch HBO for like 2 years because I didn't think I had it, and like 2 weeks ago I'm like, I wonder if someone's logged in. I've been paying for it.
That's the worst. I've never done it, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure if I wrote a letter, I could get some money back or subscriptions in front. Because like the way I was thinking about, my dad does this and it's genius. And I don't think he thought about it the way I thought about it. He just does it because like he'll write a letter if he's mad about some shit. Like these companies set aside a serious budget for people who would like email about complaints or whatever. But then I think they value like a written letter as a more passionate person. So a written letter, there's a budget set aside to just appease those fucking type of people that would write a letter. So I think if you wrote a letter, you're like, dude, my ex, she did this, she was on this, and I didn't know that I was still paying. Like, and I love it. I do. I want to watch The Sopranos again and again. Can you just roll me like 6 months on this shit?
Yeah, dude, this is the most Semitic behavior.
Well, you're taking it from another Jew.
To whom it may
to
whom consign.
Consign. To whom it might consign.
That's Jew crap.
That's so
Jew
funny.
crap. Come on.
Jew crap.
Dude, I gotta be honest with you. A lot of talk. You know what? I'd rather that was the whole Jew thing. But then there was all like this like Epstein stuff, Weinstein stuff. All these guys whose last names sound like me.
Yeah,
I heard
too
this,
many Steens in the mix.
I watched this podcast with this guy. I can't think of his name, but he's a genius. He's some sort of like
Harley. It's called Binge Eater Podcast. Oh,
no.
Okay.
This guy's the guest is like this theoretical physicist. He's just bonkers genius, man. And he got to meet Epstein. Epstein liked to meet influential people connected with Harvard's physics department. He was well connected there. And obviously we know he's hanging out with wheelchair man Stephen Hawking Stephen Hawking, amongst other people, right? Like Hawking's on the list. He was on the island and stuff like that. I don't think he was diddling anybody. And what's he get?
You can't
get off. There's no way he's like typing with his tongue, telling bitches what to do. I just don't believe it. But he was talking about who Epstein was. He's like, yeah, he like came into the meeting and the meeting was so bizarre. You know, like first of all, I saw a hidden camera looking at me right away, and I was like, okay, it's that kind of meeting. He's like, the tablecloth was an American flag, and so if you had to you had to drink off of your country's flag, it was like it was a little fuck you to me, or it was like it was his way of like rattling me a little bit. And
I thot it was based. It wasn't shown to have this American tablecloth.
No, it was like a disrespectful kind of thing. He's like, and as he came into the room, he was like, "Yep, I was just trading some currencies like currency traders like me do. You know how it is." And he was like, I very quickly realized this guy didn't trade currencies. He didn't, and that's where he supposedly got his money. Right? He's like where did he? And the host is like, so where did he get his money? Who says he had any money? Who owned him? Who trained him? Who ran him as an operation? I don't think he did anything on his own volition. I think everything he was doing were orders from the top. You know, I think he thinks the whole island was. By the way, that island wasn't that expensive. They mentioned the price of the island at $20 million, something like that. Like you know what I mean? What I'm saying is like a lot of people can afford a $20 million island, right? It's not like it's not like Bill Gates and Kanye.
Mr. Beast.
That's it.
Mr. Beast should buy it for a video. That'd be really on brand right now.
We're in international waters where all that stuff you heard about me doesn't count.
Exactly.
I took 100 of the world's most abandoned toddlers and put them on Little St. James Island.
It's called Lord of the Flies.
But that's what I think about Epstein. I think Epstein, I mean, clearly a bad guy. You know, look at him when he smiles and it's fucking terrifying. He's got those, his teeth like don't have a second floor. He's got those little nub
Very
teeth.
gummy.
Like, yeah, very gummy.
Okay.
Like he's got 3 stories of gums. But I think that he was a Mossad agent. I think Mossad bought that island. I think Mossad made Epstein this wealthy guy. Then they plugged him into
dumb. Mossad is Israeli intelligence. Yes?
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay.
yeah. And I think
It was like
plugged
they
him.
got like, you see that island, they have like paintings of Bill Clinton in a dress and stuff, and it's just kind of like I could see how this would be a really sneaky plan. Like, it's like really like, it's just like, yeah, someone gave him his money. There was some rich guy that he was friends with that just gave him money.
Well, they don't know where it came from. They
I
still
think
don't.
Kyle-
Like,
I
there's
thought
no
in that
tracing-
documentary they said some well, I guess they were just alluding that it is a potential place, but it was just a rich guy that was like gave him money for no reason, so it still wasn't an explanation.
The guy I was watching was explaining that
on-
he was like, if he was moving currency at the rates that he would need to be moving them, the market would move. He would. You never saw that. That never happened.
Mhm.
It's just a falsehood. What happened was Israel got a check from us, and they like forward to Jeffrey Epstein, and then he put it in his fucking Jeffrey Epstein money account, where money probably moved around a little, but didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It went in his left, out of his left pocket into his right, and then his job was to be plugged in the aristocracy and the power, the switch pullers or whatever you call it, key holders of like various institutions, governments, and industries, and then get sexual blackmail on them.
So
Like, yeah.
and then
You're right.
and then it comes to now where it's like, yo, the discussion is shifting and they're on to the whole Epstein thing, and it looks like Jews like are just like onto some creepy shit. Initiate the P. Diddy protocol. Mossad flips their switch on the thing that they did with Diddy, shifting the whole thing over to that community instead.
Diddy's a black Israelite.
They didn't think they were ever going to have to flip that switch, but they had it in their back pocket.
Kyle?
I think to Kyle's point about the Mossad thing, I think like it would make sense if they had given money to Ghislaine Maxwell, because like her family is Mossad connected. Her father, Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad agent and very impactful in Israeli history.
Bro, like Epstein Island would make such a sick
Epstein is
Hitman
like
level.
guy.
You guys ever play the Hitman video game?
I have not.
Oh,
Kyle
bro,
did.
A
Kyle
Hitman,
pretended to.
Hitman level on Epstein Island would be so sick. You like disguise as
Dude, the
like,
Epstein Island, like the layout, like imagine you're buying that like awesome island and you're like, all right, step 1, let's put a really creepy temple right here, just like a weird building. Like that's clearly, you know, there's something weird going on. Let's do that. Wait, we raided the island. We got all these, there's a bunch of computers and stuff there. We're going to check all these hard drives. Oh no, they're gone. Oh, fiddlesticks. Dang it. Oh gosh.
Dude, I'm curious about,
really
speaking of that, I'm curious about those tapes at these freak-offs.
No, I'm curious about that.
I don't think we'll find out to come out.
Yeah,
I want to hit it back on the Robert Maxwell thing. He said he was a Israeli
agent. Yeah.
Right. So I just quick hit his Wikipedia page and I was like, oh, I hadn't heard that before. Let's see. They're saying he's a double or possibly even triple agent working
he was
with
a double agent with the United Kingdom and Israel, correct?
And then it also says triple agent and Russia's in there somewhere. And I'm just like, a triple agent. I didn't even know that was part of that's a thing.
Okay.
That's definitely a thing.
That's the third born movie. Yeah.
You know what? Like I feel like the whole Mossad thing and the concept of like, oh, you think that they planned this with this result with that much foresight? Come on, that's not. You think this is a movie? And then all of the terrorists' pagers blow up, and then their walkie-talkies. And if that happened if I played a Tom Clancy video game and that happened, I'd be like, I miss when the games were realistic.
Yeah.
They go with all this crazy. If that happened in like a movie, a Jason Bourne movie, that would be like the whole plot. 40 minutes would be dedicated to making the audience believe that he could intercept the terrorists and put in like a little tiny bomb. Oh, and then they switched the walkie-talkies, but those also blew up. oh, and then all the top guys meet in a building and then they strike that building and take the, come on, dude. It's like lazy writing.
I think when they get if they ever do reveal how they did this, I think it's going to be that they didn't intercept anything. They were the company. They went and they bought a company through enough third-party companies, and then they licensed the product so they could make them wherever, probably in Israel. And then they had a contact, and I don't think they ever intercepted like a shipment of pagers and like tampered with them. I think they were the manufacturer that they were being ordered from. I think it was they said it was 10 years of planning on this.
Crazy. I don't know anything about that part of it, but in my conversation with my mom, where apparently I don't fairly chastise Hamas, she was telling me what they did was, you know how you can picture a pager with like 2 AA batteries in it, or a smoke detector or whatever. One of the batteries was a fake. It looked like a AA battery, but it was actually a bomb. I don't know the mechanism of how they got it to trigger, but that was the
that's how
they fooled everyone. Part.
They sent the text.
Yeah.
Well, it's the part after that. Like they sent the text to activate it, but how did they? I guess they redid the hardware.
Apparently, it was a
2
ounce. The bomb is like 2 ounces, so it's like because you also have to hold it and not be like, God, this pager is so heavy.
Well, I think it was a fake AA battery, but how did they get that to explode?
Well, remember, like cell phones and pagers have long been used to trigger bombs. It's going to when it sends its electrical signal that normally goes to the display, I suppose, they're just probably ramping that voltage up a little bit and then sending it to a detonator. And a detonator is just something that pops and explodes from the electrical signal, and that's setting off the C4, and then you've got a bomb in your hands. It's so cool. I can't get over how cool it is.
It's crazy. Like, imagine you're a dude, like you're a Hezbollah guy, and you were like taking a shower, the pager blew up, you saw that happen, you're like, oh, that's crazy. And then like the next day you were like taking a shit, left your walkie-talkie outside, it blew up also, you're like, oh fuck. And then you go home to play on your PS5. For sure you're gonna play FIFA, because you're a Hezbollah terrorist, you would play FIFA.
100%.
You're excited to play FIFA on PS5. You were looking at that thing and you were like, bro, the fucking bomb that they probably put in my PS5, you probably throw the thing out the window. You're like, no shot. No one's playing PlayStation in the house.
I didn't hear this on the news, but I saw the video online of it was in Lebanon, and these guys had a thumbprint scanner to get in their building, and they're so afraid to use it. They're like sticking their finger on it with their whole body leaned away. They look like Wile E. Coyote lighting a fuse.
That's crazy, because you are like, damn, you're thinking crazy shit. You're like, yo, they know our thumbprints. How did they target just our pagers? Like, so you're for sure crazy paranoid. Like that's literally that's actually like a psyop. That's like one of those things where you're like, every piece of technology, you're like, Mossad's gonna blow this up.
I heard a senior Iranian guy just insist that everyone involved in this gets rid of their cell phone because he doesn't trust them anymore. And dude, like you said, it is smart.
But that's why they were already using pagers, by the way.
I know, right?
They were already like did that, and then the pagers, and then walkie-talkie. It's just like,
and then the walkie-talkies, and now what? They're gonna do the lighters. So
and it is crazy that it was like I heard like a purpose of it was to like target the reproductive organs also. So like like a lot of them, they blow up on their hip. This is like
blow your dick off.
Yeah, I had read a stat that said how many reproductive organs were damaged in this.
A stat?
Yeah, there was
871 balls destroyed.
Something like that. That's actually what I saw that, and I was like, it's on the internet. I believe it.
I just thought about this, Woody, because I know you said you and your mom are having a little tiff about Israel. Here's a little way to troll her. Does she know that over a third of Lebanon is Christian?
I don't know what she knows, but yeah,
that might throw her a little loop.
Used to be majority. Used to be majority Christian country.
Terrorists are terrorists, Taylor. Terrorists are terrorists.
But that used to be a majority Christian country. A lot of Lebanese people live in Montreal because they left.
Fear.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, I would have left in fear. Maybe they had the reasons. I don't know.
No, I'm attacking Taylor. This isn't about you.
Yeah, I was just trying to. I don't want to sound like. I'm trying to also. I'm not trying to sound like. I'm not trying to like. There was a really crazy quote though that Yahoo had said.
Just one.
Yeah. No, a freshie that was like really like oof. It was we've just begun. We're going to change the Middle East.
Ooh, I like that.
I knew you would.
Oh, do you like the Middle East the way it is now? Are you a big fan of that? I think it needs a little
No,
change.
you're
I'm not
right.
allowed to go to quite a few places.
He's
But
gonna be
the
the
mechanism of
Barack
change
Obama.
matters.
He's
It'll
gonna be
be
the
us
Barack
doing the
Obama of the
change.
Middle East. Hope and change. Look,
Yeah,
boots
but
on the ground,
Taylor's like,
Taylor.
yeah, he's
I'm
right.
ready to go.
That's
Aren't you?
You know,
That's
if there's
the,
one thing I know,
spear.
it's that bringing in the U.S. military into the Middle East to fix them works
Are you
great.
a pussy?
Yeah, and the best part about it, cheap as can be. You don't
Oh my
like
God.
wreck your
Dude,
economy for
it's
decades
so-
doing it.
Wreck it? It's gonna set a fucking fire under the boiler. Do you know what a real war would do to our economy? Do you know how the inflation? Oh my God. It would be great, Taylor. It would be great. Who do you think's making those bombs? Do you think we don't outsource
you
that?
can't let the
I
rest of
promise
the
you.
world know what type of soldiers you'd be sending out though in this day and age. They
No,
can't.
please.
It's like Russia. Russia came to war, and everyone's like, "Wait, I don't know if you guys think you have it like you had it." If like the U.S. like came out like Gen Z Zoomers, Gen Alpha, the iPad kids. Oh my God, it could be really. People
Those
would be
aren't
like,
the
"Hold
kids.
on, that whole country is fucking retarded."
Wait a minute. You think the iPad kids can't win? That's how they fight now. These guys are better with an Xbox controller than the Ukrainians.
I guess
are.
it's all drones. It would be all drones.
Right?
How
Oh
many
my
boots on
God,
the ground?
They're gonna wreck house.
I saw
Didn't they just send like a couple hundred or not hundred, like 20,000 or something more troops to
This
the Middle
is
East?
Russia?
Pish posh.
Oh,
The U.S.
Israel?
A small
Oh,
security
I don't know.
force.
A small security force. I don't know. But it was like 1 week after Kyle's like, there's not going to be American boots on the
Small
ground.
Security force.
There aren't going to be American boots on the ground in Iran. Don't you dare twist my words, you propagandist, you anti-Zionist. What's the opposite of a pig? Goat?
What's the opposite of a pig? How do you get there? How is that the opposite of a pig?
You need a really
well, you know,
clean
pigs
flying
are-
animal.
pigs
They're so
naked
similar in
and-
most ways.
Nah, it's a
Clothing-
butterfly. Continue.
No,
No,
there it
I-
is. The U.S. is sending a small number of additional troops to the Middle East in response to a sharp spike
Small.
in
Yeah, that's
violence.
right. Small.
Major General Pat Ryder, Pentagon press secretary, would not say how many more forces would be deployed or what would they would be tasked to do. The U.S. now has 40,000 troops in the region.
let's go.
So it
Look,
seems like some boots are on the ground region.
I don't know why you're so anti-war. It's what
No.
we
I saw in the
fucking do.
debate. There's no boots on the ground.
Yeah, there's no boots on the ground, man. Except
Well,
for,
I actually,
except
like,
for
you
all
know,
the, except for all the
people,
boots on
the
the
one
ground.
thing,
Yeah,
the
but
one
aside
thing
from
about
those,
war,
there's none.
something about war and all
Where
this
are
stuff
those
going
boots
on.
though? Aren't where like I think that matters, right? Look, I don't like that there are more
Syria.
Americans required to go. I bet there's not 20,000 Americans in Syria. Like
No,
in
it
Syria.
might be 2,000, 1,400.
Yeah, it's
I
a
could look
couple
it up.
thousand when he's right.
Yeah.
Well, they're fighting
A
ISIS,
mere
right?
battalion.
I think they're like there in case. I don't think they're actually shooting their guns.
They're fighting ISIS. That's what they've been doing there for a while.
The U.S. just has
In
to be
Syria?
everywhere because
We
that's
pulled out and gave it
that's
to
what they
Russia.
do. That's literally the U.S. is all over the world. There's
well, you
army bases all over the world, and like a place like Israel, they're just like, oh, free army base. We don't even have to put soldiers. If you think about it like resources and like you're playing an RTS, you conquer that like neutral area. Then it's just your boys are there, and it like kind of works on its own. You don't even have to put money into it. You put a lot of money.
You put
into it.
enormous.
You don't
amount
have
of
to
money.
you don't have to put soldiers into it. You don't have to fill that barracks. It like makes its own. It's different. You know,
this
there
Ukrainian
might
thing
be
has
some
been
debuffs.
great. The Ukrainian thing has been great for us. It's been great for all the freedom loving peoples of the world. I saw that Russia's army just surpassed us, and they're now the second largest army because they've called up so many poor people.
Yeah,
They've called up. They're throwing so many people in. It's absurd.
They
I
surpassed
mean, he
us.
killed a lot of Russians
and-
with
Oh,
this
so
call.
is China the biggest?
Yeah, no, India, right?
Probably India. If it, it's just boots on the ground, right? But you got to get them
Okay.
somewhere, and nobody can get people anywhere.
Ukraine
but us.
also showed the world that like, oh, look what happens when your country has guns. When you have guns and someone comes to invade your country, it actually makes a difference that every door that's kicked down potentially has a guy there with a gun who shoots the first person. Now the next guy goes in and does it, but like the next house, they're all like, you knock. No, you knock. It's your turn. You
By
don't
the
want to
way-
knock on these doors because everyone has a gun. And in the US, like that's like another thing is like it would never be an invasion like that. They always said that if the US was invaded, I think the saying was that like California would allow them in. Like if the country
Right.
ever got invaded.
The other thing about the guns, like
We're number
it
four.
matters how you invade a country, right? If you invade it and you like liberate it and you make it nice, then maybe not every gun is trying to kill you. But if you go in there and you steal the children and you rape the women, everyone who lives there now is your enemy.
Well, you know, but like I look at like Canada. I love Canada. I think Canada is great. You know, man, the history of Canada is recent. It's recent that, you know, they had these fucked up schools that they were making, you know, Aboriginal First Nation kids go to and trying to like make them forget who they are and everything like that.
Them.
Yeah, exactly. This is like fresh. Like I'm looking back on this because, you know, like I'm looking at all the Middle East stuff and it's like I'm Jewish, so it's like, what? How do you start?
You're living in Eskimos, bro.
I think about that. I'm like, dude, I'm let me think about like the land that my house is built on and how it got here. That's not that long ago. It's like very recent, like a couple of generations. It's like a couple of exactly like a couple of generations. Okay. You know, like this is like, and the issues with it like are so recent that I'm like, damn, you know, I probably have like a closer connection to that than in the Middle East in terms of concept and perspective and how it literally affects me. You know what I mean? But you know, it's just everywhere we go, humans, like, it's like people are like, oh, I'm not going to do a concert there because this country there, they did this and that over this many years ago. And it's like, okay, don't do a concert anywhere there, pal. Like everywhere is humans. Everything was conquered or lines drawn or sacrifices made or things like, you know what I mean? Everywhere in the world. It's just like, what kind of world do you want in the future? What do you want in the future? And I personally I like mostly compared to everywhere else, places like the USA. I like how it is. I liked how, you know, Canada was growing up. And I'm happy. Like I have a ton of Indian people that live on my street. I'm cool with that. I don't have an issue with that or anything. What's that?
Yeah, there's your dots.
Dots.
Okay, that'll do.
And like, you know, like there, like that stuff like doesn't bother me at all. You know, and I'm happy with it. It's just like, do you want to come and be in this country, or do you want this country to be where you're coming from? Because I don't want this to be that. You can't make over there over here, bro. Are you really trying to make over here there? You can't make there over here.
You came over here because it's nicer than over there.
So don't make here there. You know, you're here.
So
you
leave like there at the fucking door and start.
Don't be bringing that there in here. Don't you dare be bringing that there in here.
Don't you dare be bringing that there in here. We got a nice thing going on here. We don't need that there over here.
But rest assured, Mrs. Woodworth, that not all of us are traitors.
She's gonna trade us.
You know, like I'm gonna let you know right now, Israel's done the right thing every step of the way. That maybe a little heavy-handed, maybe also a little heavy dog dick. But when you're fighting a war, you know, bad shit happens. All right,
that's what she would say.
Kyle, you've been different ever since you went on that birthright trip.
When I put my hand on that,
they gave you some big titty Jewish gal.
It's true. It's true.
That's all it would. Honestly, if there was a big titty Palestinian gal, I might be swayed back the other way. Like,
hey, he's looking pretty good on that
shows up next week in a fucking balaclava and a headband.
Yeah,
I've seen new facts in the form of big heavy tits.
You like just have big tits,
Palestine, free Palestine,
big tits hanging over each shoulder, and you're like, inshallah.
Yeah, I really do. Look, the only things that I haven't liked, I felt like they killed a lot of civilians that they didn't need to kill, or they could have done things differently. And I know the U.S. would have done things differently. We just sent more like special forces in. Or we'd have done like a Fallujah type thing where you go door to door with a big force of 50,000 men, and you know you'd lose a lot of people like we did, but we wouldn't have blown up blocks. I didn't like that. I didn't like when it seemed like they directly targeted that aid group. They were in like white trucks with like crosses on the roof, and you could see the missile went like through the middle of the cross. It was
she had an explanation for that.
What?
She said that they had stopped the aid group before it arrived in its destination, like overrun, so they had to go.
Oh, well,
she said they what?
Basically,
I stand corrected.
Like there was a place the truck was supposed to get to, and it didn't get all the way there, or something. Like it was being overrun. So, I mean, you got to nuke it. It's your only choice.
They blew it the fuck up. And I want to say, I didn't realize, you know, Israel could afford the best of the best, but they fly around on F-35s.
Can Israel afford it, or do we kind of take care of that?
Well, a little bit of column A, little column B. All right,
There's a lot of column B.
I
What,
mean,
the
they're like
F-35s?
$150 million a piece or something like that. I doubt we gave them all to them, but yeah, Taylor, I know we give them too much money. Yeah, I'm just learning that
You give
today,
it,
by
but
the
you
way.
like
Thank you for
count it as like
mentioning
the
it now.
money. You're like, we're marking that down in the ledger, by the way. We're not putting 2 planes. We're putting the cost of the planes. It's like, no, put planes. Just put three planes. They're like, no, we're gonna put the cost. How much are each of those?
If Taylor was operating the spoon at the homeless soup kitchen, it'd be a hungry night. It'd be a hungry night.
It'd be all half full bowls of broth.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Well, I mean, at least that'd be feeding Americans.
Slap Rufus's fucking bowl out of his
There you go.
hands. You know what?
You know what I'd be doing? I'd be carving up a delicious roast, and I'd go, "Here's the Israel money, guys," and they'd be going, "We'll follow you to the ends of the earth." And I go, and then I have a homeless band behind me. We conquer as we go, a Spartacus-style slave revolt.
Make it suckling pig. That way you can root out any infiltrators.
Yes, you know
They
what?
used to do that. They did that in Spain.
I go, hey, before you join the club, eat this bacon cheeseburger.
There was a bunch of Jews that were hiding in Spain way back in the day, and like it was in a predominantly Jewish area, and they got run out. So a lot of them just started to pretend they weren't. So people would invite their neighbors over for pork, and like they did it to root them out. And it's so funny because I'm just like, damn, like God wouldn't understand if you ate a little pork.
He'd understand.
And as if
Like,
they weren't
he doesn't
tempted,
understand.
the Jews would be like, "It's pork, but it's free."
I couldn't resist the value. Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
I went to Home Depot yesterday, and I kind of have an "Am I the asshole?" about it, because I think I might have been the asshole.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Brave of
So
you to bring up.
quick background information: we're putting a new roof on our house, so we go to Home Depot for some drywall project. My wife and I, and while we're there, we see the shingles, and there's a woman working in the aisle with the shingles. And I asked her, "Hey, are lighter colored shingles, do they keep your house cooler?" It seems like they would, and I've read they would, but our builder says asphalt is asphalt, and the difference isn't a big deal.
How old is she, by the way?
She's 55, 60.
What color is her skin?
White.
How hot is she? Not hot is she?
She's 60, but she's not fat.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, anyway, she starts making shit up. She's like, I'm not sure. Have you Googled it? It's like, yes, I have Googled it, but it's like hard to go against a builder who seems like a subject matter expert with Bing or whatever, like coming with some answer on the top of my search results. And she's like, well, I think that black cars are hotter inside. And it's like, okay, clearly you don't know. I would like to remove myself from this conversation. But what I did instead is I kind of hit it back. I was like, yeah, I've noticed that too with like white t-shirts. But, builder says asphalt is asphalt and the difference isn't a big deal. I thought maybe you would know more, but whatevs. And so then she brings out her phone. She starts Googling it. And it's Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I don't want your attention anymore. So I'm like backing off. She's following me, whatever. We work our way over to like the drywall aisle.
She's following you to another aisle?
Yeah. And
hang on. How many aisles from the aisle that you were just in? Did you just pop into the next aisle over?
Yeah. Like the next aisle.
But it was from the middle of the aisle to the middle of the next aisle. So I'm going to give her a whole aisle.
So now she's like tailing me to the drywall area. And I had been there earlier. And if you don't know, at Home Depot, you can buy 2x2 squares of drywall. But what I need is kind of like a 4x4. And the 4x8s are $14. The 2x2 is $7. It's 8 times larger, if my math is right. But it is only half the price. Or I see what I'm doing. So I was it's a bug on me. Anyway, so I was like, do you sell like 4x4, or do I have to buy $21 worth of 2x2s? And there is a bug on my eyeglasses. So she's like, well, there's this here that's not even fucking drywall. She's pointing to plywood. Do you see the bug on my glasses?
Dude, your eyes crossing is so funny.
That's the only part I saw when I looked back. So
anyway, she's pointing me to like OSB or something. It's not even fucking drywall. And okay, clearly this woman has no fucking building skills whatsoever. I see it. And And then I was like, that's not drywall. That's a material made out of like, strands of wood and glue. And she's like, well, how about this one here? That is specialty drywall for bathrooms. I'm not doing a bathroom project. And I was like, I just got this from here, but she won't.
How's your tone at this point?
It's getting ramped up at this point.
But you're very nice still. You're not.
Drop the very.
Show me an example.
Here's what I guarantee you. I guarantee you that if I were standing anywhere nearby, I'd have been like, that guy's upset.
But trying to hold it in, right? He's upset, but trying to hold it in. Because when I was like, well, that's not even drywall. And then I was like, oh, well, that.
She's like, a part of this is you think that this person would know better than you because they're there. But the thing is, like, when you do something like this, from what I gathered of how you are, you like to research shit like crazy, Someone else might be more casual about buying an aquarium.
A lot of money. I don't know if you know what roofs cost, but he's
my dad's a contract, does windows, doors, and roofs. And so like I could imagine you went in hard. That's great. You like a cartoon character
like
do that.
To blast it.
But like a lot because you do that. You're that type of guy. I do the same thing when I want to buy something. The person you're talking to applied to work at the movie theater. This is just the job that they got. They're not like a person that's like, I fucking love roof. So like the real thing that a lot of employees get taught nowadays is like, oh, let's find out together. She thought like you're a boomer like her. She's like, oh, let's do the Google thing that people do. We could find. She doesn't know that you obliterated Google. You're like ready to call back your builder and be like, here's the thing. I read a couple and tell me I'm crazy, but you need to call up like another builder because you've just reached to that level of questions that are beginner questions, but are way too beyond someone who's not serious to answer,
So to push things along,
can't wait to hear how you're the asshole, by the way. I'm already leaning towards that, by the way.
Right. I am already like trying to separate myself from the Home Depot staff.
Can I tell you, by the way, right now, you're holding the asshole. It's you, because everything you're describing, like,
I'm
this
not sure what
bitch,
that means.
you're the asshole at this moment so far, because you're like, this bitch trying to help me so hard, can't help me, brings over another guy to fucking try and help me.
Yeah.
This
well,
bitch.
It doesn't get better for me from here, because
okay, go.
I'm already frustrated with this incompetent trying to help me and not allowing me to escape these situations. Like Kyle said, if he was anywhere within 30 feet, he'd be like, this guy clearly doesn't want her around anymore.
Thank you. So let me just browse around a little bit. Let me look around.
Deaf ears, right?
You said stuff like that?
Yeah, it was. I said, I got this. And she's like, no, let's bring in someone else here that maybe he can help you. So he comes over and I was like, I see you got 2x2.
He's like 18.
Do you have any other sizes? No, this guy's like
45
or something. And he probably does know what he's doing, although I didn't give him much of a
chance. He's a man.
So I said, I see you have 2x2 and you have 4x8. Do you sell in other sizes? And he goes, no. I was like, all right. That's what I just want to know. Thank you. Thank you means thank you, goodbye. I thought this was well established. But no, he breaks out. Tell me more about your project. What are you doing? And I'm like, I got it from here.
He's salesman now. He entered salesman mode. I'm leaning that he might be trying to less help, more sale.
I don't think so.
I'm just walking through my thought process.
Okay.
Continue with the
story
here.
So there's not a whole lot more left. He asked me more about my project, and I was like, nope, I got it from here. He's like, no, tell me about your project. And I was like, enough. I'm worn out from this. I'm worn out from trying to.
You took your frustration from her and you threw it at this guy. She didn't even get it.
They were both together. There? Yeah. And I was like, I've had enough. I would rather just shop on my own. With the questions and the Googling and the car analogies and the,
it's like my Yorkie. You got overstimulated when too many people came too close. You started to snap.
I was like, I'm finished. I'd rather just work solo from here. And she wants to like fight with me. The dude is like, just let him go. It's fine. Right?
What was she trying to say?
She was trying to justify her behavior and not like leaving me the heck alone.
She was like, oh, dude, you didn't. She's like, you needed help. I was trying to find the help for you on the phone. You don't know what you're doing.
Here, let me just tell the story. So I get like 60, 70 feet away and she yells across the store, kindness matters, like that.
So you went, when you did enough, you actually you raised your voice.
She
That was the
raised her
loudest-
voice
I
and
was
said kindness
frustrated.
matters.
No, but before that,
I wouldn't say I was
you
loud,
raised your voice.
but I was obviously frustrated.
It
yeah.
was the loudest thing said in the conversation by a couple octaves.
Well, she topped me by quite a bit when she yelled across the store, "Kindness matters."
We didn't get there. We didn't get there yet.
Oh
we didn't get there.
we can't move along with.
But your octaves, I'm trying to. I want a legit informed answer for you. You shouted when you said enough.
Shouted
when
is
you were-
too much. No, it was like, all right, like I'm done. I'm finished. That's
Like
it.
that.
Like eye contact.
Similar to that.
You made eye
Yeah,
contact.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that before. It's scary.
See, I'm on the so far, like Woody seems to have been curt in the end through exasperation, but he's not the asshole. He's just trying to go about his day, and then this useless idiot is the real asshole with that passive aggressive horse shit at the end. Any sort of upper
I
hand
agree. That's
any
why I
upper
wanted
hand
to
she
ask
could have
about
had
that. I agree
morally
with that.
was lost with the passive aggressive. Kindness matters.
Kindness
Get
matters.
fucked.
She's
Actually,
holding.
you know what,
She's
ma'am?
the asshole right now.
You should have gone back and been like, actually, you know what, ma'am? I apologize. I'm gonna need to see one of those and one of those and point to the highest stuff in the whole fucking store. Can you get that for me? Oh no, that's not what I thought it was. I'm gonna need this one. No, I'm sorry. Kindness matters. Could you pretty please get up there? Oh, don't forget your OSHA required strap, you fat cunt.
You said she wasn't fat though.
I'm
Okay,
Team Woody on this one. I hate that shit. If I
Definitely
would
not the
hate
asshole.
that so much. If I'm asking someone a specific question and they don't immediately come back with wisdom, that's what I'm looking for here. I do a wisdom check. They roll a 3. Get the fuck away from me. That's it. You don't know. And I'll tell them. I was like, hey, I wasn't really looking to like talk to somebody about my problem. I thought you knew. I'm looking for an expert. I'll say that to your face. I don't care.
I don't know. Right. I know and I don't know are both
They're
great
told not
answers.
to do that though. They're told to be like, let's find out together. That's a big part these days. That's the default, is that they want to, like, anyone who comes in, they'll literally they do that at Apple. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it. You're reminding me of that scene, Parks and Rec, where the guy's like, hey sir, can I help? He's like, I know more than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. He
But no,
does that.
everything, I thought everything was like, oh, they're only trying to help. They're only trying to do all this. But at the end, her being like, kindness matters. It's like, yo, don't. Because I come from a time like, and maybe this time is no longer it anymore, but like customer service is not like the customer's always right. And like, I've always liked that. And when I'm working, that's the part of the job is like, if someone comes in, if they're like short and curt, like you were, and they're stressed or whatever, it's like, yeah, you understand the guy's here to build a fucking roof on his house.
Mhm.
So if he's not, like, kindness matters for me as the employee now. And if he's an asshole, cool, he's an asshole. Next time he's here, I'm like, that asshole's here again. But like, this is why I'm paid, to be extra patient. I don't need to have the last word. Like, I've been in places with my mom where my mom's like given the last word on something. And I'm like, yo, don't do it. Don't like say the thing. Don't do that. I went to go buy something recently and I went and I was like, oh, do you have the thingamajig? And the guy's like, let's see. And he turns around and he goes on the computer and I'm like, no, dude, I just was on that website. I was just on the website before I came here. I know it's here. And so he's like, and I'm like watching and he's like, yeah. He's like, we got one. I'm like, cool. Can I see it? And he's like, sure. And it's like, he gets up and he goes, I go, touch it with your finger. Right. Because like, I think it doesn't exist. Prove me wrong, please. But like, I can't find it. Touch it with your finger. Don't tell me middle of aisle 18. I was just there. Well, this is like a thing. He had to go get it. He went in the back and came back with nothing. He's like, yeah, I don't think we have it. And I was like, oh, it said on the computer before I got here. He's like, yeah, I don't know what's up. And it's there. And I'm like, oh, cool. And I was like, just a question. Is this thing better than this thing? And he was like, what's that other thing you said? And he's pulling up the computer again. And I'm like, what are you going to pull up the tech thing specs and like compare them with me?
Yeah. It's like, I just did that. Like,
like I did that. Do I look like a complete boomer that like came, like this thing that I was going to buy was like, it's pretty expensive. So I was like, I should know, you should know this. You work here. Like, you don't have the most of these things here. It's actually a controller, a DJ controller.
I was going to ask, was it a fun thing or a
super fun thing. I like about a month and a half ago.
Before you rotate out the conversation too much, imagine you say, all right, this guy clearly doesn't know anything about DJ controllers. Thank you for your time. And he follows you from fucking aisle to aisle right? And you're like, that actually is an Xbox controller. They're different. You know, and
I wanted to disengage from him. You know what I asked for him, and this is an out that I use a lot. Is I'm like, thanks. I'm gonna browse around myself. Do you have a card? Sometimes employees are given cards. Be like, can I get a card?
And then you rip it up in front of them. Yeah,
that'll work.
Clean it up.
No, because maybe you rip it up, and then they're like, yeah, fuck the cards. I'm right here in person. Let's just talk about it.
Imagine
and you
that.
punch them.
So Harley, I do thank you for the eye-opening. Like nowadays, what customer service is, you and I are going to solve this problem together. And I'm like, no, that's what a librarian does.
Yeah,
not a shingle salesman. I want you to already know the answer.
Yeah, you should be like, you know what? That's fine that you don't
know.
What I love about your store is that you allow concealed carry.
You got to do. So you do too much research yourself. Like these people will help you if you at the stage, like if you wanted to start to research, that person could maybe start you in the right directions to go and learn more on your own. But I feel like you're coming in, like I saw you talk about aquariums, dude. You go in on this shit, you know? Like you're gonna,
I mean, don't you? Like everybody does, right? Like
everyone does it.
A lot of people do.
A lot of people a lot of people will just pull the trigger on I got this, it's the cheapest thing, or I got this, it was
think about
there,
what it is, though, right? Like with the aquarium thing, he doesn't just put fish in a bowl and look at them. Like there's a lot of upkeep. Like he's doing shit and maintaining and like tinkering all the time.
Science involved.
It's not about like a decoration on the wall. It's not as if he wanted a painting on his wall and then he went and learned to paint. Like this is like an ongoing thing. I'm like that too. If I'm gonna spend a few $1,000s on something, then I'm gonna be so well researched. And I do that thing where I'm going through YouTubers learning the new thing, and after a while I'm like, I know more than you. Never recommend again. Like unsubscribe. Like never. I was like, if he thinks that about this, then nothing he's ever said is ever going to matter.
Like, Kyle,
he doesn't know.
One of the comments on my YouTube channel that hurt me more than anything. This is back when I did Call of Duty content. He said, "I've reached a point where Woody can no longer teach me about Call of Duty." And I was like, "Oh, damn!"
And you're like, "What? Let me see you play, bitch."
That's what I do here.
But you should have been happy that he graduated.
Then he had to start watching
more like an empty
sex
nester.
tutorial videos.
He was probably shit at Call of Duty anyways, lying bullshit.
Yeah, I'd like it.
The meta gets updated all the time.
Hopped in the lobby until they hopped in the live stream with us, and then they weren't as good as they thought.
I see clips of the new Call of Duty people playing it, and I feel like that old man shaking his fist at clouds. So I'm like, this isn't Call of Duty. Sliding around, boosting.
It's not just you. No,
what is that?
Everyone look, there's some people who are like young enough, like young kids, and like this is their second or third COD, and they're like, oh, this is a nifty one. They change things because to them it's their second or third. But I see all the like OGs and the people who have, are like pros and streamers and stuff, and everybody and Reddit, just like random Reddit people mocking the movement and how outrageous it is. And I don't know. I've seen a couple clips of it. It didn't look like fun to me.
No, Call of Duty. That's always been Call of Duty, though.
I don't want to do COD though. Well, no, not the movement though. Like if you think about how slow.
Like when I thought, like when you first played Call of Duty,
fast.
It was always Call of
Zippy.
Duty. When I played it, like I remember, like when Modern Warfare came out, I loved it, and I'm playing Halo at the same time. And I would tell my friends, I was like, Halo, as someone who loved playing tactical shooters, at the time, I was like, Halo is more of a tactical shooter than Call of Duty. Call of Duty, you think it is because it's like you have no shield and you die quickly, like, let's say, but like anyone with an SMG in Call of Duty could have always ran in a room and killed 3 people by chance. A noob would never walk into a room in Halo and be able to accidentally kill 3 people. It would never happen. There was so much more tactics involved. Call of Duty, when I played it, felt like playing closer to Instagib Unreal Tournament, just with a skin over it that made it look realistic, and you were using M16s and stuff. And now they're just reaching the final form where they've gotten through the wall runnings, the sliding and stuff. It's always been Unreal Tournament, really. And it feels like that. But what I always disliked about Call of Duty was the 3 lanes of the maps. Every map had these 3 lanes, 3 ways to go. People learn the angles. It never felt like what Call of Duty needs is like an ever-changing
procedurally generated map.
Something like that. Because I want to go in and I always want it to be fresh. I'm tired of going to that box. you know, the box where you get to this box and the guy's either going to be up there or over there, and you throw the grenade before you get there, and it's always the same. And I played the most recent one, and like, I'm not even a big battle royale guy anymore. I got tired of it. I played Warzone a lot on the last Call of Duty, and then I dipped away from it. I'm like, you know what? If I want to play battle royale, I'm going to play Fortnite. It is actually the best battle royale out of all of them. It's actually a quality game. They put so much effort into it. It's always different. They're always changing up. Call of Duty, I was like, I put all this money into skins and stuff, and I was caught up for a minute there, but now I got so many games.
Is Fortnite randomized? Like, is it a random procedurally generated map?
No, but it changes. Like, you know, Warzone, when I was talking about Call of Duty multiplayer, Warzone also isn't, it's not, it just provides.
But that's battle royale, so it doesn't
yeah,
matter
it's different
nearly as
fights.
much.
It's like, yeah, because it's battle royale and so big, the angles and stuff, it's not an
The circle's
issue.
different every time, though. So it creates these different landscapes that you're forced to fight within.
Yeah,
so it's
Call
a
of
bit
Duty
new.
maps,
where the map shrinks changes, so
Yeah.
how the map plays changes.
Yeah, and that's what I always loved about Battlefield, is that, like, it was so big and there was so many things, and when they do it right, like the destruction, yeah, this spot is the spot that's always crazy, except there's a chopper there now. And like someone in the chopper changes the dynamic of this whole thing. There's a tank there, or that building got blown up. This whole little area that we always fight at could be so different. Call of Duty always running, jumping around a corner, SMGs. It's all about downloading the newest battle pass so you can get the meta. The gun that's good that week is literally the gun that was put in the battle pass. They make their old guns shitty and obsolete, so you get the battle pass and unlock the new guns to take part in the meta, and it's just like,
honestly,
like,
your idea
fuck
for
that.
the like the randomly generated maps with the same theme, obviously, whatever theme the map is, like that would make it so much more fun. Like, I think
Helldivers
that's
does
the
it.
reason. It might be a reason Kyle burned out on it too. But Company of Heroes too, when we were playing that years ago, the tank RTS, the like military one,
Yeah.
like it's one of I think it's the only RTS I've played in recent memory that doesn't have randomized maps. So like any of the Age of
There's
whatever,
a lot of maps,
it's
though.
a random map.
You
But
get,
like
you get-
the Heroes maps, if you'd played one a while, you knew what to do and the meta was established. Like that one with the big bridges across, where you had to, you know, eventually push across the thin bridges, you know, on the right.
Yeah, I know.
There was like a right way to do things.
It was like, okay, I wonder what I'm going to do this game. Well, I know exactly how the map is structured, so I'm going to go for the heavy tank. You know, Kyle's playing the Nazis. I'm playing the Soviets, so I'm going to need to flood a bunch of conscripts and cheap armor and protect Kyle's elite armor that's covering the entire bridge, and we'll do the same thing if we get this map again. Like, it's not going to be...
Yeah, that's a fun fucking game. There's the new one's good, too.
I played the third one. They added an update for it to make it look less like a mobile game.
Yeah.
And more like a real game, because the graphics were like mobile graphics when it first came out. And people complained because Company of Heroes 2 looked like real.
Had you played the second one or the third?
I did. I played the second, never multiplayer. I just played through a bunch of
I like
the single
using
player.
the
okay.
I don't know who it is. Maybe I think the Russians have this like mattress truck missile launcher type thing where like this truck has like I don't know how many missiles on the back that like fire, and it just covers an entire swath of the map.
You park that one, right?
Yeah.
You have to park it to shoot it.
Yeah, you've got to park it, and
Kyle
you
and I
dump
would
your
not-
load all at once.
We
you have
would
to,
not
like,
go in,
move-
like tactical with it. We'd like beat it once with tactics, and then I'd be like, Kyle, what are you going to do this game? What kind of army composition are you going to go for? And Kyle's like, interesting. I think I'm going to make as many mattress trucks as the game allows. I'm like, that's a good idea, because I'm going to make as many big, giant, armor-piercing tanks as the game allows me. And then that was
Honestly, like after a while, we quit playing the actual game and started playing the AI with like lots of AI against two of us, and then holding down a choke point. And the AI would just flood this bridge, and we had just tank destroyers just waiting. That was really fun.
It was fun. Millions of men sent to their death on our bridge.
Did you guys play the game Bodycam? It's like multiplayer only, but it looks
Kyle
like
lets me
super.
watch it.
Yeah,
it gives me motion sickness.
It looks like VR.
Is that the hyper realistic one?
It's not the one that you're thinking about, but it looks just like that. The one that he's thinking about is called Wreck. The one that showed the trailer like a couple months back, maybe like 8 months
I saw Landmark
ago.
playing it too. Like that one, Bodycam. It's just called
Yeah,
Bodycam.
yeah. But there was a game that came out called Wreck. It showed this trailer that everyone freaked out about. It looked hyper realistic, a body cam with the gun moving around. And then
the
two
hyper-realistic, like photo thing. Like
and then two teens saw that trailer, so they made their version multiplayer only body cam, and they kind of threw it up really fast. And body cam's the one that everyone's been playing, but it's not that one that went viral like almost a year ago. But I like the control scheme of it. It's different. It made first person feel different. Like your gun bangs into the wall, so you need like a shorter gun if you're going to creep on the corners and stuff. And it was cool. But the reason I brought it up is I played this game called Chuxie, a horror game. And it was like $8 USD, and it's body cam controls. And to anyone listening, I don't know if any of you guys fuck with it, but maybe the people listening, this game, like, don't even watch a video about it. It's like a horror game made by probably 2 Japanese teenagers. Chuxie, Chuxie. And it's fucking like, I've never had a game freak me out like this does, because it does the weirdest, most Japanese ass jump scares. Like, it's fucking weird. And it controls like body cam, so you're not that confident in your shooting and stuff.
Are there any of those pale face kids like in the Grudge? Like,
yeah, you get a bunch of those.
Let me just tell you that at that point in my life, like throughout my life, there have been the scariest movie I've ever seen. You know, that happens over and over. Not only do you mature, but you see more movies. And at that point in my life, when I saw The Grudge with fucking Sarah Michelle Gellar, I think that little Asian boy coming out from under the covers and up from under your table and your crotch, going, with that pale ass face and those black eyes and shit. Yeah, dude, that scared me so bad. That scared me so much. Like, I would have nightmares about it. Like, I was a grown man already. Like, I was driving a car and I'd have to leave a light on. Like,
dude, I saw Hereditary, and I'd get into bed and I'd be like, there's no way my mom's hiding on the corner of my ceiling in the darkness there, right?
No, she trimmed her
that'd
claws.
be crazy if my mom was there.
She wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it always depends with horror movies. Like it Follows, I thought was freaky. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was like the person's always following you, and like that was freaky because you leave the theater and you're looking like an old woman walking towards you, and you're like, oh, I gotta knock this bitch out.
I felt like I was so right away. I felt like this is either an allegory for STDs or an allegory for sexual promiscuity and how that sort of reputation can follow you. It's something like that. And so that's all I could think of every time I saw the scary lady, and it was less scary to me. What I recently saw that everybody was raving about, and part of their viral marketing was actress Mia whatever's resting heartbeat is 76 beats per minute. When she saw Nicolas Cage in the long legs makeup for the first time, it rose to 172 beats per minute. Here is the audio of her heartbeat, and it's
I never saw that, and I hate that, and especially because that movie was overhyped.
And I heard that, and I was like, oh shit, I got to see look, I like Nicolas Cage, especially the most recent part of his career. Now, 10 years ago, time flies when you're not having fun. He was just doing anything he could to pay back his tax debt or his real estate debt or whatever it was. But since then, he's made movies like Mandy, and honestly, Longlegs was okay. He's like this standout, quirky performance. Pig was really good. Arcadia, I think, is the one where Arcadia's post-apocalyptic. He has 2 sons. There's monsters that come in the night, and like he's like hyping his sons up at the dinner table. He's like, "We are men, are we not?" And each boy is like, "We are men," and they all stab their knives on the table together, and they're like fighting the monsters.
The unbearable weight.
My criticism of him, Kyle, is that he always plays every character the same way. Do you think that's fair, or am I just not seeing enough?
I think part of his acting style is a bit of overacting and a bit of like wild, crazy eccentricness.
Do your impression of him. You do a good one.
No, I don't.
You do a decent one. It's hard to do a good Nic Cage.
The beast. That's his most memeable movie. If you've ever seen The Wicker Man, you know about The Wicker Man?
I've seen The Wicker Man.
A little bit.
Wicker Man.
I'd say Leaving Las Vegas is a little more quotable for some of those.
The Wicker Man extends from Leaving Las Vegas is crazy. And what's the one where his secretary gets some filing wrong, and he goes through the entire alphabet in front of her. It's very simple. A B C D E F G. And she's like, I get it, Mark. H I J K L M N O P.
This is getting complicated.
He's ranting at her, and he goes through the whole alphabet, and he's gesturing and like screaming, and he's got those crazy eyes. Bad Lieutenant, do you ever see that?
So, do you think he plays the same character every movie?
No, I think he has this overacting style. Not in the way that, like, I don't know, Will Smith is kind of the same guy. The Rock. All right, The Rock is the same guy in every movie. Nicolas Cage is very different. Like if you saw Color Out of Space, he's like an eccentric father who's moved his family out to the country because his wife's recovering from breast cancer, and he wants to live this holistic, naturalistic lifestyle, like fresh milk, fresh vegetables, and everything. And he's just like a quirky guy. He's he's really underplaying. And then Pig, he's like a pig farmer whose pig was stolen. He's going on a vendetta to rescue the pig. You know, it's like he's a different guy.
And in the 80s, he was
very wild acting style.
He was in that movie Valley Girl and was like a heartthrob for a brief period of time. So it's weird to watch that because he's like young heartthrob Nic
Raising
Cage.
Arizona. You ever see Raising Arizona?
Yes.
Yeah, one of his best.
It's a Coen Brothers movie.
Did
It's
he win
amazing.
an Oscar for that, or am I
Not for
crazy?
that, but he won it for either Leaving Las Vegas, or one of the other ones that's not coming to my mind. Anywho, the Longlegs movie, he's the bad guy. They show him occasionally. He has a very weird face, and he's honestly the best part of the whole movie. I thought that movie, like you said, was really overhyped. I watched some videos about it after watching it.
I heard it was
wanna
a
know
little
what I
crazy in the movie.
You didn't see
Like,
it?
No, I didn't end up seeing it. I had all my friends were like, "Don't." It's really just
All
like
right, so let me just spoil a little bit. Look, I would recommend Longlegs. It's a creepy movie. The director also made Blackcoat's Daughter. I like the director, and I thought this movie was really well shot. It looks cool. It has a good atmosphere, but it did not rise to the levels of scary or even horrific, or horrific or even scary.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of cutaways during the scary parts, the parts that you would want to pay off for.
Well,
Just
basically, and at the end, they throw everything at you. And I'm spoilers again. He's like, oh, it turns out to be like the devil and possessed dolls that force families to kill their family members. But like right away, you know how the movie's going to end because this killer kills little girls and their families on their 14th birthday or something like that. And the main there's only 4 or 5 characters in the movie, and one of them's daughter's birthday's coming up. Like, and it's like, I wonder how this is going to end. But Nicolas Cage's scenes when he's in an interrogation room, I would just find that on YouTube. That's what I'd watch. I just find Nicolas Cage's scene in the interrogation room because he's wacky, and
I saw some clips of him, and it was fucked. But
he looks really bizarre. It's kind of upsetting, and he is doing this overacting thing, and I think he's trying to be like a woman with it almost seems like he's doing like a bad transvestite thing, but he's not. He's just being wacky, and his face is very odd. I don't know what they must have put appliances on there as well as some makeup, and like he is very odd looking, and he's weird. He moves weird. He talks weird. He's bizarre. And that's the best part of the whole movie. I didn't really care for the movie, though.
My buddy made a shirt. He was a shirt company. He had this shirt that popped off. It was Nicolas Cage's face, and it said, "Don't cut my face off and put it on your head and fuck my wife."
Now, in my opinion, that's a good fucking movie. That's a good movie.
Dude,
Face
it's
Off.
so fucking that
Face
time.
Off.
I watched it recently. It's so the fact that his name is Castor Troy
Hell
in itself
yeah.
is just such a like that time in movies, like action movies.
I could eat a
guys
beach for hours.
I know quotes. I've never seen Face Off, but between Kyle and the amount of times that Jim Norton and Anthony Cumia made fun of it with Patrice for being a horrible movie, like I know quotes from a movie I haven't seen.
It's a
so
sick ass
ridiculous,
movie.
Taylor. It's
sick.
so ridiculous.
It's
For
so
those
fun
who
to
don't know,
watch.
very quickly,
I'm not Castor Troy. Doesn't he yell
Nicolas
that?
Cage and John Travolta have literally swapped faces. There's this new surgery that not only is able to put a face on another person and make it believable and not all fucked up instantly, mind you. It also makes you lose or gain about 45 pounds because Travolta and Nicolas Cage have very different body styles, but they immediately like warp each other's bodies. And now all of a sudden the FBI agent is living in the super criminal's body and vice versa. Super criminal's banging the FBI agent's wife while wearing her husband's skin.
Because super criminal escaped.
With the daughter.
He escaped, went to the lab,
it goes
changed
wacky.
the face, and then burnt the lab down so that they can't bring it back.
And killed everybody who knows. Killed everybody who knows about the whole secret surgery. Anyway,
and he yells. The thing is, he yells, "I'm Castor Troy." He starts to become him, and he's like yelling it out, and then has like a little breakdown. Nicolas Cage, excellent acting in that moment.
like it's not a good movie like The Shining is.
Oh,
a
yeah,
good
it is.
movie,
It's
or like
sick, bro.
Lawrence of
Fucking
Arabia
sick,
is a
dude.
good movie.
Fucking
It's a
sick,
movie
bro.
about swapping faces, and I think John Woo directs. Right?
John Woo
Maybe?
does. There's
So
birds.
you get slow motion pigeons, you get fucking pistol like
always
dual
always dual
handguns.
wielding.
You need
Because he's
two?
straight, bro, and he likes straight man shit. So what's up?
That's
2 guns.
Fucking right.
So I know we talked about it a little earlier. And I think we should delve in a little more of the Diddy
More
stuff.
Israel? Oh, okay.
The,
Oh, Israel
um,
adjacent. Okay.
I didn't know it was, but
Yeah, Mossad planned it. This is the Diddy protocol in the event that all the press is looking bad on the Jews. It makes it on that community instead.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
We'll see. But basically, Diddy's said his lawyer was
Costco.
like, Diddy rather ordered a giant shipment of baby oil from Costco.
Can I
That's
guess the
why
reason?
there's so many?
Was it for ashy skin? Is that why
No,
he has 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
No,
No,
to
actually,
oil
I
up
don't-
Meek
I don't
Mill's
believe-
ass.
I don't believe they made a claim about what it's being used for.
We
He
know
just
what it's
said,
used for.
What's the deal with thousands of bottles? And he said, I ordered it from Costco. I bought it in bulk. Apparently, Costco has come out and
Oh.
said, we did not sell anyone that amount of baby oil in any shipment ever because that's insane. Like that's an insane amount of. Can you imagine doing that? And then Costco is just sitting there like, I guess we got to say something about this.
Did you guys hear did you hear
You know,
the
this is
alleged
literally a
Diddy and
scene-
Meek Mill's audio? Did you hear that?
No.
I didn't hear you say it
No.
again.
Crazy.
Meek Mill? He's a
Meek
rapper?
Mill's, yeah, the rapper out of Philadelphia who came out, like he was pretty gangster when he came out, but there's always been rumors, and there's just this audio of
yeah.
Diddy just fucking, but he's not out. It's like he's never said it, but it's just Diddy destroying his cheeks, I guess, and you hear it. And the security guard that filmed it, like a bodyguard, was like, "Oh, everyone was passed out. Like I filmed this shit. I heard it, so I recorded it, and I heard that, and it was. And he tried to sell it, but apparently no one wanted to buy it because they heard it, and they're like, "This isn't real." And now he's like, "But now y'all believe it."
He said would have bought that shit. He'd have put it on an album.
Yeah.
He's like, I technically own this audio now. This is track 3.
50 Cent has
Oh,
been
that's
so
so good.
funny throughout all of this.
Yes, because 50 Cent has been shitting on them for a decade. Like making little. I've seen him on these like black radio, like satellite radio podcasts and shit. And the guy be like, "Why you always going after 50 and shit?" He's like, "I don't go after 50. Yeah, you do. You saying he's gay and stuff. No, I just he's got a lot of boys around. That's all.
It is.
Boys.
It
This
is
is
really
a funny
crazy.
little like fact check of it. Costco does not sell baby oil. Nor does the giant Sam's Club rival. Neither one
Shit.
of those wholesalers sell baby oil.
They were gonna pivot to that. You know, they were.
They were
He was like,
already
"Oh,
doing it
Costco,
in
no,
my
we
mind.
meant Sam's Club."
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
going to imprison my
the
client
numbers-
for enjoying all American savings? That's
Yeah,
not
that's
gonna fly.
absolutely wild. The more that comes out, I guess what he would do is he would promise he would find these girls, and they'd think they were getting a relationship with him, but really he just wanted to have them railed by like
Prostitutes.
Brand.
He would hire, but like mandingos to come like bang these chicks for him, and he would record them and then try
What's a
to
mandingo?
like a big dick gigolo.
Okay, I imagined it being a primate of some sort.
Whoa, shit! I wish you hadn't. Well, fuck.
That's how it
I mean,
sounds to me. Like that's what I would name him.
why don't you Google Mandingo and then before we start talking anymore about this?
Okay.
Anywho, you
I was
know,
gonna do a really inappropriate.
Oh, it was a movie.
I was gonna do a really inappropriate David Attenborough right there, but I decided against it.
but anyway, these girls were being raped in these videos. Like he's recording women being raped because he's drugged them, and then he's trying to sell that to people. So he's making basically rape pornography that he's using for blackmail / pornographers purposes, while doing the thing where you move women and pay and prostitutes from one place to another for sex and rape. And he's in so much trouble. If you want, I'd like to make some predictions on what we think happens to Diddy, because I think that they throw the book at Diddy and we don't see any more of Diddy for like 15 years. I'm thinking 15 is the number. At least 15 is the lowest. I think it's 15 to life.
How'd they catch him? Wasn't he on the run? And
he's been
He went back. He was going to turn himself in, and they actually took that from him by arresting him a day early. Because if he turned himself in, then he would have the ability to appeal for being out on bond, which was like apparently a $5 million bond or something. But they were like, "You're a flight risk." So
he is a flight risk.
Yeah, he is. And because he was going to turn himself in, they were going to he would have been able to appeal for that. Now he can't. Apparently, there's stuff that I heard, and he had basically the FBI arrested him, and they have a 95% conviction rate or something like that, and they already have a jury or a court that has seen all the documents. He's basically pretty much already fucked. And it's like this is just like, now they're just going through it. And yeah, I think at least 15 years, but I think it's going to be way more. I think there's a lot of shit that's going to come out of
kidnapping charges, and there's going to be some like mandatory.
Oh yeah, moving people across state lines for
some of these.
So it's like human trafficking.
You remember the video of him beating up his girlfriend and like dragging her back into a towel? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to feel racist if it's just a different black guy beating his girl, but years ago, there was that video of a black guy beating a girl up in an elevator. Who was that? Like I remember Family Guy. I made fun of it.
Oh, that was a football player. That wasn't Diddy.
That was Ray
Zach
Rice.
says it was Ray Rice. Oh, by the way,
he's right. Yeah.
There's a monkey called a mangaby. Maybe I don't know.
Nah, you missed it, man.
Don't do that, Woody.
It's a black people thing. It's a black people thing, Woody. It's black people thing. Yeah, I think
monkey. I think a little bit of a stretch. It's a New World lemur. You know. So just wanted to get that before you went.
Lemurs are cool.
Thanks for the fact check. I didn't want to misinform our audience.
Fact check. Woody almost misled you there. They have a prehensile tail, hence they're not part of the great ape family.
What I really hope happens is that other celebrities get caught in the crossfire. Like,
oh yeah, I think Usher's for sure. Usher, big time. He's like, there was a rumor going around that he had his ass blown open. He had to go to the hospital, and some guy was like, back in the day, was like, yeah, go check the hospital record to see why was Usher there for his ass. Why was his ass after a freak off? And like this other woman, she would say she was expressing her contempt for Usher because she was like, man, they ripped your ass open, blew your ass open, and like it got them your loyalty, like you're loyal to them. You saw all this shit happen since you were young. And then Usher had signed Bieber and brought Bieber to Diddy, like basically on a silver platter. So it's like, how many layers of this is there? And I think Usher, he had deleted all of his tweets when this came out. And then the next day was like, oh shit, I got hacked. That's crazy. And it's like, yeah. Okay.
You're missing out on Russell Brand though, right? Like, because Russell Brand was like a famous womanizer, right? It was like a big part of his identity almost. And there's videos of him and Diddy like post party hanging out, just bragging about how great it went. I didn't know. Okay.
So there's a very good comedy movie, and all three of the stars are now have been like Me Too'd or whatever, or imprisoned. It's called Get Him to the Greek.
It's a great movie.
It's Jonah. It's
Jonah Hill is compromised now.
Jonah Hill's been compromised. He was emotionally manipulating that girl. Remember?
No, I remember.
I have hot takes on that one. I got hot takes.
That, and he was setting
Jonah Hill defenders here, but
he was setting appropriate boundaries. I remember that now.
I remember he was like, you can go and hang out with all these guys, but you don't get to date Jonah Hill also.
Yeah,
and
totally
a lot of people
reasonable.
were bothered that he said that. I'm like, nah, I think he's allowed.
Team Jonah there, and for Moneyball,
and a fellow Jew.
Yeah.
Remember when Jonah Hill was so funny? Remember when Kanye West was like, I saw 22 Jump Street, and you know what? Jonah Hill was funny. Jews are okay.
Woody, are you googling if Jonah Hill's a Jew?
He tweeted that.
If my only
I googled Jonah Hill's real name. Jonah Hill Fieldstein.
You can't do that. You don't. Jews that change their names, you don't go and search their name. You don't dead name. You don't dead name a Jew's last name. You don't do that to Mark Cuban either.
Is that dead?
I have no idea.
Don't do that to Mark Cuban. Yeah, you don't dead name their Jew name.
I know that Sam Hyde will troll Mark Cuban by using his like official name.
That might be where I found out.
His like historic name. I don't know. Ethnic. I don't know how you.
Look up Charlie Sheen's real name.
Mark Cuban's real name is Mark Cuban.
Oh, he got it. He got it erased. That's crazy.
I think Mark Cuban took care of that.
Yeah, he's internet savvy.
What's Charlie Sheen's real name though?
Oh, Estevez.
What's his real first name?
It's not Charlie. Why did you change that one?
It's like Enrique or some shit. Like,
what's his brother's
I can't remember
name?
what it is. Emilio.
His brother's name is Lyle Menendez.
Oh, was that him? They were the gay brothers that smoked your parents? Have you watched that doc? There's a for those
It's a show.
This is funny. Like a
show. That's what I meant,
Mark Cuban said in January, he's like, "Let's do an AMA, fire away." And Sam Hyde quote tweeted and was like, "When you changed your name to sound less Jewish, what were some of the options you liked but didn't go with? Kevin Paraguay, Dave Honduras, Lou Dominican Republic." That's so funny. Kevin Paraguay.
I actually was talking to him. He was messaging me about something. We were talking about something unrelated, and I was like, "Oh, do you know this person?" And I brought up a person. He was like, "No, I don't." And I was like, he's so ugly." I'm like, "Here, look at this picture of him." And I sent it to him, and it was a selfie that the guy took, and like he just had like under the light. It's just an ugly picture, and he's there, and his like penis is very much the focal point of the picture, but it's just like trying to not be about that. And I sent it to Sam, and Sam was like, "Damn, dude, he should change his name to Mr. Penis." And I was so perfectly high that was the funniest shit I had read. It was like, and I was dying. I'm like, "This is actually way too funny." He was like, "Yeah, dude, pro tip." He's like, "Use penis in conversation sometimes. Really throws people off. It's hilarious." I was like, "Yeah, I could work that out. I could work that."
I looked up the Mark Cuban thing because I had to know. His grandfather on his father's side changed the family name to Cuban. It was
what was it? How close was Sam Hyde's guess of Kevin Paraguay?
Dave Honduras should have been. He should have been Dave Honduras.
Chabaniski.
No, it's Chabinski.
All right, that's pretty rough, man.
I'm bad at pronouncing names. You can.
I would call that Chabinski.
Shabinsky.
Like Shabinsky.
They were like Polish Jews, huh?
Or Shabinski, but I'd say Shabinsky.
Any Insky or ski. That's
Polish, Eastern European.
Yeah.
So his grandfather changed.
That's Polish, but they're allowed in Israel if they say they're Jewish.
Did they flee the Bolsheviks? Like how did they get here? You ever see that movie, the FPSRussia movies about the little mouse being chased by a
I saw FPSRussia Goes West.
I was never that big on the FPSRussia movies.
Dude, I didn't understand what was going on until I started like replaying them in my mind a year or two ago. So for those who don't know, FPSRussia, there's two movies. One of them's called An American Story, I think. FPSRussia, American Story.
FPSRussia Goes West.
And it's about some Jew mice fleeing persecution in Europe.
Oh, I gotta go back to this
and moving to New York. Yeah, they're burned like I think it's the Bolsheviks coming or something, because it's back that far. It's like 1910 when they're moving. And like they're like burning their little mouse house. Like, get out of here, you dirty mice. And so and they're all Jewish. They have the accent. And they come to New York, and now they live in New York. And then the second movie is FPSRussia Goes West. And that's like he's got like a rootin' tootin' kitty sheriff or some shit that he teams up with to fight the bad.
That's the only one I've seen. I saw FPSRussia.
Yeah, I saw that
West.
Too.
Yeah.
So there was weird cartoons back in the day that weren't Disney but were almost beloved as much, and like FPSRussia Goes West and Fern Gully were these types of movies. And I went back and I watched Fern Gully recently, and I was like, oh god, Disney would have never put this shit out. There's some backgrounds that are just gradient green nonsense, nothing.
Oh, like it was shit.
The cost, the budget of it that I never realized as a kid must have been a quarter of a Disney movie.
Have you ever seen?
It was amazing.
Have you ever seen Watership Down?
No. Is that a kids movie?
I
never heard of it.
I wouldn't say so. So I only learned about it kind of recently. Watership Down is a cartoon from 1978. It's about rabbits, and I saw a clip from it. They're like getting eviscerated by dogs at one point. Like they have like real rabbit problems. This isn't a soft ass cartoon. Like they don't. It's not like Mr. Thumpy doesn't want to share his house anymore. The squirrel up above stealing all the acorns. It's like a dog came and ripped Jennifer apart. Her viscera is everywhere. It's like blood and guts, like rabbits getting ripped apart.
Who's this for? I'm scrubbing around this and I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a real classic. Apparently, a lot of people love it. I've never seen it because I don't want to see those rabbits get torn apart. That's sad.
The rabbits are fighting one another here. There is a dog coming after. They're making the dog look bad, as if the dog is doing anything other than his job.
Harley, you look like you could use a little drywall. What happened over there?
I had a flood.
Oh no, really?
Sucks, dude.
Yeah, I had a flood.
You gonna fix it yourself or hire a guy?
Yeah, Woody, I'm gonna go to Home Depot and fight people because they don't know as much as me. I'm gonna do it myself.
You're huge.
No, I have like my house, like it flooded. It was crazy. I was like streaming, and then my alarm goes off. I run upstairs, and it's like my alarm system's like basement water, and I was like, what? So I run downstairs and I go to my sump pump, and like I'm looking at it, I'm like, no. And then I just slowly see water slowly coming out of the sump.
Water?
My alarm system like went off.
Your house told you that it was getting
alarm.
wet in the basement. Okay.
Yeah, so I went and I'm looking at my sump pump. I'm like, no. And then I just see like water coming out. And the water was like probably moving like this out of the sump pump onto the floor. And I have like a carpet in my basement. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I had a towel there, and I like grab a towel and I like throw it on the water, and I'm like, that was retarded. I'm like, that's not gonna do anything. And I'm like, what do you do?
Had 9 inches of water in it, so I got a towel.
Yeah, it was just coming out, and it's like, so I go and I'm like restarting the sump pump, and I hear it down there, and it sounds like it's struggling. I'm like, what the fuck? So I run upstairs, and I'm tripping. I end my stream. I go upstairs. I open up the door. It had been raining in Canada for like 8 hours straight. Like it was crazy. It did not stop raining. And I looked outside, and water was coming out of the sewers. And it's like, I have the corner house, so I think like there was just nowhere to pump to. Like it was all fucked. And so I heard it in there. It wasn't like it was struggling. It was actually like underwater. And then like, I guess it was just like past the point of it doing anything. And water just starts going and like filling up my basement. Goes under the carpet. I see under the carpet, it's like the water under the carpet. I got like a computer down here and stuff, and I know I won't get electrocuted, but I do have outlets at a certain level, and I just think it would be so ugly if like my neighbors are complaining about the stench, and the police come and they go to the basement, and there's like 2 feet of water, and my stupid pro gamer body floating face down, like stinks.
all bloated.
All bloated and stinky. I'm wearing like my gamer shorts and like a t-shirt. Like I just look, it's just ugly.
Monster Energy cans floating around.
Exactly. I didn't want to be electrocuted by Monster Ultra Zero. And so I'm like, I grabbed some stuff, unplugged some shit, like grabbed some things that I could, and like I got out, and it literally ended up almost going like a foot high. And a lot of people had that issue. A lot of people, it sucked. Like I had insurance at least to cover it. And a lot of people like didn't have that, you know, or it just had flooded too many times. They don't have it. And like people
are they giving you shit, the insurance company? Or they,
I called right away.
So
like I was like,
your house?
Yeah, my house. I own the house. And I was like, oh, I need my carpet pulled up. I need to like seal the shit here. And I'm calling and I'm like, yeah, I need some guys. They got to like shop vac and like rip the carpet up. And they're like, yeah, bud, we got so many people. We have to do that too. And my mom's there. She's like, give me the phone. And I'm like, okay. He said they have to do it to 1 million houses. She takes the phone. And she's like, you don't understand. And then she goes on to say stuff. And then those guys are at my house the next day at like 8 a.m. ripping up my carpet.
Sensei. How do you
I
get
really
people
just
to
don't
do
know.
what
My
you
sister does the same thing with my phone bill sometimes. I'm like, dude, I forgot to do my fucking roam like home, and I got charged like $100 a day. Like they say, oh, like $1,000. My sister, Jewish black magic. I see you, Kyle. She's like, give me the phone. She takes the phone and she's like, you don't understand. Says some shit and she's like, yeah, you don't have to pay your phone bill for 3 months. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, she's just good at it. Like, I call my mom or my sister for things like that. But they came, then they did that, then they cut the walls. Like, they had to cut 18 inches because the wall, it's compromised. The insulation's compromised. I had fans going on down here, ground floor fans, and like dehumidifier and all that. Everything running. Doesn't stink down here. It's not musty. It definitely has like a weird fucking vibe now because I had a carpet and couch, and like now I have like this concrete floor, and I'm never gonna put a carpet back in because who would put a carpet in now? But like I loved the carpet; it was already there, and that I'm gonna yeah. But so I got my yeah. I'm gonna do like they do like that epoxy floor shit, and I saw one that was like a cool like a gray plain concrete looking thing. And I'm like, oh, I'll just do that. It might be a little cold in the basement, but, you know, I only come down here to pro game.
Can you find, Zach, did you find
people.
Sean O'Malley's garage? Because he did this crazy thing with the epoxy where it's like this like swirling, abstract, colorful pattern with like 3 or 4 colors in there. And of course, it's obnoxious because he's Sean O'Malley, but you could be a little more muted with it and it'd look neat. I would want like those rubber mats that are behind a bar. If you've ever walked behind a bar, they've got these rubber mats that are nice on your feet, but if there's a flood, it doesn't matter. That sucks.
Yeah, well,
The
this if
too.
the flood happens, like, I mean, with the epoxy, there's really like nothing to do. You shop back the water up, and protect the walls if need be.
Why did the flood happen? The sump pump failed.
It was just it didn't even fail. It was overwhelmed. It wasn't like it's like I'm sump pumping for like it's like my neighbors and everything. I was like this part of the street where the water all ran, and like you understand, like it never rained like that in my life. It rained like you don't really think about it while it was happening because sometimes it's a rainy day. But if you stayed out there raining, I was looking at a white one like that or a dark one like that, not with colors in it, but that's really trippy and cool.
I hate that.
But it's like I thought it looked very like clinical or like the lobby of something. And then if I put the gray concrete, I'm like, oh, then I could put a rug down or something, and it might
Taylor.
Yeah, make a big tech company's lobby.
Taylor, you make it look like an ice rink. Make it look like the white gray.
Yeah, actually,
ice.
you can.
But you can put another layer beneath it for the scratches and stuff that would be visible, and then have like obviously you can't have all the lines, but you can have lines.
That would be cool. That's a good idea. In like a rumpus room or whatever, that would be pretty neat.
Yeah. But I had some toys there. I had like, for example, like these 3 Spawn figures that were signed by Todd McFarlane, and it was like the mold of the very first Spawn action figure in a box, not printed or colored or anything. And then I had a new version of that one, also signed and numbered, and it was like painted and colored, and a third
Do you have
one,
a lot of stuff like that?
like a prototype. Yeah, I have a
like
ton.
And memorabilia.
Remember, he had a whole case behind him.
Yeah, now I have
signed is different.
I had a lot of figures here that I have that are like they're all in good shape. I'd put them on the shelf beforehand by
McFarlane's
chance.
a wacko, right?
Is he?
Yeah, I think he donates all the money from
to
his
Hamas?
writing to like Black Lives Matter. Like it's something crazy.
And then they
like that.
donate it to Hamas.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Okay.
Via the Black Israelites
Or Hezbollah. It goes month to month. We'll switch
whoever
back
needs
I don't buy lots of signed stuff like figures, but all of my art is signed. Like these are all signed and numbered by the artist.
Yeah, I know Kyle appreciates that. He's got some cool accoutrement.
I just got a new one. I've got the full cast of Star Trek: The Next Generation, signed by everybody. Whoopi's in there, and I've got the full cast of Predator, signed by everyone.
That's sick.
And it's like a screen photo of them all in a group, holding they're like. It's not a screen grab. It's like a
photo of them all. I think I've seen the photo before.
They're
like an ensemble photo of them all.
Yeah, and they've got their guns and full makeup. And Arnold had to take up like half the fucking photograph with his signature. But everybody's in there. And I was honestly like, oh, that's Jesse the Body Ventura, governor of Minnesota. He lives in the Baja now. And I was like, that part's that's as cool to me as the Arnold.
I was a Navy SEAL.
But now
Mexico's cadence.
But what's his name died, so now you can't get any more of those signatures.
I'm alive and well.
Did you see that prank that Arnold did on him on the set?
Everybody had
the arm
fucking
thing.
So
you know what Jesse would do? Jesse had one that he would do back that I guess worked as well. They kept work. So part of Arnold's studio thing was they import a full gym, his gym. So they flew an entire gymnasium down there and set it up for him. And you can imagine it. They spared no expense. It's like it would have looked like a rental gym or a public gym. And so it was for everybody though. And so every night or every morning they go work out, and then they'd film in the afternoon. And they kept one-upping each other by showing up earlier. So at first it was 6 a.m. workouts, and then it was 5 a.m. workouts. And then it's 4 a.m. workouts. And finally, Jesse Ventura's showing up at 3:45. But as soon as he gets there, he throws water all over himself. So when Arnold comes in at 4, he's drenched in sweat. And he's like, oh, you here for the workout? I just finished mine. I'm heading on. And then he can go take a nap. And Arnold's up there like, God damn it.
That's so good.
What's the most valuable signed, I guess, item that you guys have?
I don't ask how much they cost because I feel like that's gaudy. They come with these certificates of authenticity from the people that do it and everything. I don't know how much my stuff costs. I don't want to know because I would imagine it's somewhere between $500 and $1,500, and I just don't want to know at all.
I have
It's a gift. It's one of
I
those.
have a Ray Bork signed game used stick. Ray Bork, if you don't know, I know Kyle and Harley don't. Woody absolutely does. He's the highest scoring career NHL defenseman of all time. Points, goals, assists. He's the top in all of it. Played for Boston, and then I was so young when he was playing. I always think of him as like a Colorado Avalanche player because that's what I came. But he was
That's
mostly
where he finished his career.
that's where he finished it. He was mostly a Bruin the whole time. But I just was looking. I'd never looked it up. It looks like between like $400 and $900 is what people are selling a signed Ray Bork used game stick. I've got it right over there.
It's funny. The first thing I popped into. If you guys don't know Sean Hill also played hockey.
Yes.
And I have his signed game stick, which I bought for $35 because it was a used stick.
Sean Hill's not doing so great.
Yeah, dude, I have like 100 games on that stick, and Sean must be strong as a fucking ox because I can barely get it to flex. So
Yeah.
I might as well be playing with a metal stick. It's terrible.
They made those for a while. Yeah, I don't think my dad didn't buy it. Either Al McInnes or Chris Pronger gave it to him, and then he gave it to me.
No, they sold Hurricane sticks cheap at the local.
Yeah.
If you didn't want a new stick, you could get Sean Hill's bullshit stick.
It was cheaper than a new stick. Yeah. They're like, oh God, we're losing money on everything other than the Brindamores. Like that's pretty much it.
Hey,
We
I
had
want that stick, but could you take that signature off?
Who's the Lady Bing winner? Played for the Penguins most of his career. He was our captain.
The Stahl? Jordan
No,
Stahl?
he's older than that. Shucks, he played
Eric
with
Stahl?
Hextall for a long time. I meant to say he played with Yager for a long time.
Oh, the most recent captain I can think of for the Hurricanes was Stahl.
Oh,
I had bought I put a lot of money into buying action figures and stuff like that, and I'll buy like a hot toy like this, and this was like $300 Canadian
What is it?
dollars. It's just
what is that?
a 12-inch hot toy.
What does that
Like,
mean?
I don't know what a hot toy
is.
is.
So they're like highly detailed action figures.
Posable?
Posable, yeah. I always do posable because I like to take the pictures. So it'd be like 12 inches is equal to a 6-foot man. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what Jeffrey
Okay.
Epstein said.
I know. Did he though?
Yeah.
Diddy,
No, I'm
though.
saying did he though?
Yeah.
So these and they come with like different hands and different these ones have helmets on. I like to buy ones with faces
Ron
because
Francis.
they're
Okay.
super crazy detailed faces and they're awesome. And I'd mess around with these, but like I paid more on those than I did with the art. But now years later, the art collection is worth more than the figures. And some of the figures have gone up. Some of them have stayed the same. None of them really dropped. And that's if it's used and opened. But some of the art, so these are all $50. These Mike Mitchell portraits, they're $50. That's what I would buy them for. Sometimes I would trade them or whatever. I was actually I did a whole vlog talking about it, and he randomly hit me up and was like, "Oh, dude, you love the art." Like a lot of people, and there are a lot of people that go in there just to buy and resell it and whatever. But he was just like, I guess he saw that I loved it. And he hit me up and he was like, "Oh yeah, here, you could buy a couple of these ones for the collection," which were like trickier to get. And so I have one that's Darth Sidious, and I've seen that one just like listed for $1,000 on eBay, and it's like a numbered print, but most of them were 50, and now they're 250. Most of them, some of them are like 350.
But you don't care. You're keeping them forever.
Yeah, I
you
keep
like
them because I like them. But I got them all framed, like Passepartout museum style, so that it's not sticking to the glass. So someone could buy it and open it up and put it in a different frame or whatever.
So he did do you a favor when he gave you it sold them to you, because it wasn't like, oh, do you like?
Oh,
Rock
you
and
love
Load?
this? You could
Let
buy
me get
this.
your URL because I
yeah,
sell
he's
more.
like, so you could buy this from me.
Thanks
It's
for the
true.
hookup.
I know, right? He's like, I'll give you the opportunity to give me your money. Because what he did offer, and I didn't take it because I do love the art, but not the collection aspect too much. Was he offered me the ability to buy his artist print, the artist proof. So the artist proof, and one that I really thought about was like Terminator 2. The artist proof is the one that he uses that makes all the prints. So some of these are like numbered out of 50. some of them out of 300, some of them out of 800, but the less the better. But if you have the artist proof, you have like this one of them. And I really looked at it, and it was $800. And I was like, no, you know, because it's at the end of the day, it's going on the same place. It's going to go on my wall. So like, I don't need the artist proof like that, you know? But then I see how much they sell for, and they sell for much more.
Is there like a dream piece in your mind that you would love to get? Like a signed something?
Well, they always sign the back or the corner. And I always got the art that I wanted, and now I stopped because I have too much. But there was a hot toy that I really wanted, and I did end up buying it. It was the Luke Skywalker from Empire Strikes Back. You get both before and after encountering Vader. So one of them, like, he has a blaster and his clothes are all chill or whatever. The other one,
he's got the
his
Levi's
hair's
on.
fucked up. His hair's fucked up, and he's got a removable hand, like where his hand gets cut off like magnet. And this was an old style of the figures where there was a thing in the back we could like take the hair off, and there was a button that lets you like move their eyes around. Ooh. And it's like super detailed.
That's cool.
And you get both of these, and they come, the stand that he comes with is one that like nails into your ceiling, and it's the Cloud City thing where he's hanging, where they find him at the end. Ooh. And you get, so you can like hang them from the ceiling. It's a 2-pack. It was like, it got released before I liked Hot Toys at like 600 USD. I ended up buying it like way back. I got it for like 800, and it was supposed to come with a specific piece, and the guy didn't include the piece. And I wrote him a letter, used some of my own little Jew magic. And he was like, oh, for me to send it back or whatever and all that, like it would cost. He's like, what if I just gave it to you for 300? I'll give you the rest of the money back. I was like, okay. So like, once again, I'm never going to
talk about toys or anime art or something. It blows me away.
You're like, it's not that gay.
I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing that this man lost his virginity.
Oh my God,
it's
funny, being funny goes a long way.
Because it's shocking, because I'll listen to Harley on here talk about his illustrious toy collection, and then also it's like I've hung out with Harley in real life for days on end, and it's like he's a very charismatic, great guy. Everybody's like magnetized to him because he's so fun to be around. And then in your free time, you're like, but there's also a Luke Skywalker who's hanging from the palace, and you can drill it into the ceiling.
I'm alone, so now I can be gay.
So now I can be a homo with my toys. No, everybody should have something they like that's a little gay.
Yeah, some of us toys, and some of us it's pussy.
Yeah.
What would be a good object to have signed by like its guy? Because I knew a guy with Mike Tyson gloves. Like one of my mom's friend's husband, his like rec room, he had some Mike Tyson gloves and a little glass cube that were signed. I thought those were. I was like, how can people even afford such a thing? I had no. In my head, they're $1 million. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's what I thought about things.
But in my head, I was like, that must be $1 million. I mean, I'm afraid I wouldn't get too close to it.
You want to get something signed by something else.
Yeah.
Like you want to get like it'd be cool like getting like the wrong thing signed by someone. Like having someone signed like a handgun. A handgun signed by Jordan would be even better.
A handgun signed by Jordan? Fuck. I'd rather have one by who was the guy?
By you. I want a handgun signed by you.
You know, yes. It'd be amazing if you could get a pair of Adidas signed by Jordan.
Are you allowed to touch a gun?
No.
You can't touch it.
Not publicly.
Can you sign one? Like, are you touching it if a pen is touching it?
Transitively touch a gun? I don't think I'll test those waters.
This determines the value of the FPSRussia autograph on the firearm.
I stay
because I like that.
I stay out of rooms that have guns in them. I don't go into those rooms. So
I want a handgun signed by FPSRussia. I'm gonna sell it to Alki David.
Dude, I want a handgun or any gun signed by FPSRussia, and I promise for the rest of my life I'll lie about when you signed it.
Not me. I gotta pump the value up. I'm like, he signed it after. You have this.
Not me.
This is evidence.
Harley,
I have a date. Shit. Yeah, this is 2024.
You can put the date on it. Put any date you want.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back, man.
The stories.
Halloween's coming up. Have you guys put any thought to your costumes?
Yes,
I am
but I
waiting
didn't
for
pull the
inspiration.
trigger.
Waiting for inspiration to strike.
Okay, so
and I
we've got
haven't
an
been struck.
uninspired, no ideas guy. Okay, good.
I was right on the edge of buying Where's Waldo. I have a concept of a plan.
Ooh.
I thought you did. Where's Waldo?
Maybe like
I don't
some
think
stuff in the
so.
background, like a
Maybe
green
I
screen.
did. Fuck.
Wait, I think Woody did. Where's Waldo? Didn't he? Yeah,
did.
Woody
That's rough, dude.
This is rough. I'm the only one here who didn't bang their head in sports, and I can't remember my Halloween costume.
You did bang your head on that floor in the bathroom.
Zach says, I believe it was last year.
Holy shit, dude!
Dude,
I was like, no, you should be Dangle. That'd be a good idea. Try that,
Lieutenant Dangle. No, that's too much.
Oh,
You can't.
That was
you,
my best ever. Oh, you
Yeah.
know I did. That's why I said it.
he did.
Superboy,
That was
do
a good
Superboy.
You don't for this. You don't want to have too much of your costume be lower body because people aren't going to see it.
The hat.
No lower body at all.
Yeah, I mean, like you would do better to focus entirely on what's going to be on
the
camera.
Dangle
is what
thing
I
I
mean.
thought was pretty cool because it
Oh,
got
that was
Woody out there
hilarious.
and stuff.
But that was
So-
just Woody being like, "Yeah, they should know what a half-century-old man's quads can look like."
I picked
Fucking
my
tone.
costume, I think, last week after we talked about it briefly, and I ordered it. Now, it might not work. So if
Tell
when
me
it
there's
gets-
no mask.
Just a white
As
sheet.
long as you don't tape your eyes back, it's fine. We talked about that.
Just a
Yeah.
white sheet, it'll work.
I'm hoping it works out what I got, and if it doesn't, then I'm going to have to pivot very quickly because it takes like a month to get here. But
What
I'm
is it?
excited. I don't want to say. I'm excited
Will,
about
will
the
you
blow this
promise me
wad.
there's no like rubber mask in front of your face?
I mean, there may be rubber masks, there may be horns, there could be wings, there could be any number of things. There could be teeth.
You
No
should all
rubber
be. You
mask.
should all be wings for Halloween.
There could be a costume.
Dude, it would be great if we were all Wings of Redemption.
Just
What I'm definitely not going to do is like have a
If you
mask.
guys do that and I come, I'll be DarkSidePhil.
You could be
That's what I was getting
DarkSidePhil. I don't know. That's like a dude who's big in internet lore, and I know borderline nothing about DarkSidePhil.
You just have to know he whacked off on stream.
Did he? Okay.
Not on
Yeah, he
purpose.
didn't know
On
he was.
purpose?
No, he whacked off. His camera was very little in the corner, and I guess he didn't see it in the preview mode. And while his countdown to the stream starting was counting down, there was a little image of him in the corner whacking off, and he didn't know his people could see it.
He had
He
already clicked like begin stream, and it was
Yeah,
doing.
Yeah,
it.
and
he's
whacked
getting
off
that
while
last-
everyone was waiting.
Okay, so he
He's getting 10
basically did it on
seconds of edging
purpose at that point.
No.
Because if that's the case, then he would have clicked start stream before he started touching his penis.
No, dude.
He did
was
click
gonna
start
be-
stream,
Yeah,
I
if
think,
it's
and then he
counting
sat down, and
I
it
don't
was
think he
doing
was
like
intending
stream
to
will
have
start
it.
soon.
He
Oh.
probably wasn't going to have a camera on stream, maybe even until he busted, because that's how he starts his streams. He wants to be in a good mood, right?
Mhm.
Can you imagine? Like happy guy.
Yeah,
You see
I don't know what
clearly?
kind of games he plays, but maybe they're the stressful kind.
I
Yeah,
I
Maybe
shared
it's
a
like
link, by the
fucking
way.
StarCraft or something.
I shared a link, by the way.
Is
Indeed.
his penis? I don't want to see that.
No. These are some of the images that I took with when I was taking pictures of my dolls.
Oh, these are your doll pictures that you took.
Yeah, I wanted you to see them. They're actually, I think some of them are pretty sick. It was like
I
a
see what you've done here.
very big hobby of mine for a minute.
This one's
there.
got some sort of like Japanese, almost like
Yeah, is that a
pottery
gay
painting.
Star Trooper?
Oh yeah, that was like the fine China trooper. Like the guy
Yeah.
really wanted me to get it for a minute there, and I got it. And then I also ordered that bowl on Amazon separately, so that he's holding like a little bowl of ramen there.
Yeah, what'd you
And
have
I
to
got
search
this-
to find a doll-sized China bowl?
It's crazy how much fucking doll shit I got in here. It looks like I'm trying to fucking kidnap children.
So you took
honestly.
all these pictures?
Yeah, I take
Why
these
is he
pictures with
holding-
my dolls. I had that Trump. Yeah, he wasn't orange enough. So if you see,
Oh,
like,
it stopped me from scrolling.
Did you
'cause I
get
don't have an
$300
Instagram to log
off?
into.
Because he's not orange enough.
no, but I ended up making him a bit more orange in the face. I thought he was way too pale. It didn't make sense.
Orange is the problem you have with that. It's
I don't know
It's
why.
clearly the problem is in the waist.
I don't. I don't
Little
know why
nice
I got that one
Pinball
either.
Shreds. Girth them up a little bit.
They don't make
And-
doll coats big enough for the realistic.
Oh, I got that. That's when I got that
Does the
also.
tie come out the
Oh,
bottom of the jacket?
Those see the
I thought-
holograms.
That
Those
should
are
be
toys.
you though in the robes looking down at your toys.
You know what? I'm teasing, but this is kind of cool.
That part of the toy, those blue things, like, and you get the light and like turn it on so it looks like the hologram.
Do you
Are
monetize
you
this?
young toy boy on?
He's young
Instagram?
toy boy.
Don't dead name. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Oh,
You're
this is,
young
and it's
toy
funny you
boy?
say that. You said it
Look
should
at
be.
it.
This is the funniest way to spend your time I can imagine. Like, this is
Me
taking a
in my
picture and being
kitchen,
like, no.
like high, like with little lights, and I bought a vape because I would hit the vape and then blow the smoke in it. There, I got my own head 3D printed. So it's funny
Holy
you say that.
fucking shit.
I
You're
did turn
holding
my.
hands with Ray. You're holding hands with Ray. But, I love how tall Ray is here. My God.
I put my jacket on her. She was cold.
Dude, it should be like a Letterman jacket.
But a lot of this stuff,
When you
a lot of
realize
this stuff.
Kylo doesn't know how to treat a lady, so you make a custom figure of yourself to take Ray out on dates. That's fucking hilarious.
Homo alert! Woo!
That's psychotic.
The whole, a lot of those things, the backgrounds are like cardboard and stuff. And that, like, for insurance, was like, I bought these like high quality cardboard sets that you build that look great in pictures, but in real life they don't. They got obliterated. So when it came to like my losses, there was just like a whole bunch of cardboard sets that got destroyed.
Priceless.
But you've got photos of them for the insurance, so you can just.
Dude, you know what I did? This was actually crazy. Is I went on my like I took pictures of everything. It was gonna take me a while to go and fucking itemize and say how much this shit costs. Then I was like, wait a second. I opened up ChatGPT and I was like, what's up, retard? You think you can help me do some shit? And he was like, yeah, bro, what? You want me to suck your dick again? And I was like, yo, shut up. But I was like, I'm going to send you my list of images and everything. And I want you to find out how much around each of these items cost. And I was like, yeah, I had a flood. And he was like, oh, damn, dude, sorry to hear that. I'm like, shut the fuck up, robot, and do the work. And he was like, yeah.
Why do you treat ChatGPT like it's a Home Depot employee?
Yeah. Not
So
some
this
lowly...
ChatGPT, he had the answers for you. You actually should have just pulled out
Kindness
ChatGPT.
matters.
But I no, in case of the robot uprising, I want them to fear me. So yeah. But he obviously he's got the answers. He ended up was like itemized everything, told me how much it would cost. He was like, oh, he's like, but also consider that you got to tear the carpet up. You got to cut, was all the stuff I did. He's like, you got to cut the walls in case of mold and the insulation. I was like, yeah, thanks, dude. I did all that shit. I just wanted to know the price, but he saved me like 2 hours.
Did he get it all right? I'm curious. Like, did he accurately identify every
Well, I looked through it. I skimmed through it. Looked pretty good. And at the end of the day, I was able to make my claim to get what I, from my basement. But yeah, but then I didn't have my gaming down here for a bit. And I was going to tell you this earlier, but I have upstairs, like I have like this DDJ 400. I always heard about like a DJ controller, it was at my house and I was always like a DJ controller. But then for fun, I plugged it into my laptop and it activates a software. And I'm so stupid, but I was like, oh, this plastic piece is literally a controller. Just for this music software, it's a controller. So I started messing around, like playing with the buttons and stuff and hooked it up to my speaker and started playing music like in my kitchen and like messing with it and playing around. And it was like fun. It's like I stopped playing Helldivers for a bit and Space Marine, which is so sick, and started playing the shit out of this, like using the controller. And it felt like it was like a game and stuff. So that's when I was like, oh, I love this. And I went to a wedding in Joshua Tree. And my buddy there has like the setup. There's one real setup you can get in DJing. That's like if you went to most clubs, that's the setup. But it's like $12,000. Like you get this middle part, which
That's
is
all money.
$4,000. Yeah. You get the two other pieces are each $3,500. The whole thing is like so expensive. But I was playing with it. I was like, I gotta get this shit. I gotta get this. And I got home, my buddies were like, dude, you just like started playing around with this like a month ago. I would think it's cool if you got that stuff, but kind of cringe also, slow down. So I was like, you're right. And that's when I wanted to go buy this one controller. I did all the research. I found out like everything. And I went and I was like, yo, do you have this thing here? And he was like, oh yeah, let me look on the computer. And he's like, it says it's here. And I was like, okay, can I get it? Can you get it? He's like, it's not there for some reason. And I was like, really caught up on getting this thing.
Yeah.
And it's like $3,000 for a device that I'm like, pretty sure I like this. Been having fun the last couple weeks. And they didn't have it, but I was just there and they had this floor model one that was half the price. And I was like, oh, the floor model, what's the deal? And he was like, oh, your satisfaction guarantee. Like, if you don't like it in 3 weeks, you could bring it back. And I'm like, even if I'm like, I'm not anything. He's like, absolutely anything. Just bring it back. So I was like, okay. So I got that. I brought it home. Has like speakers on it and stuff, which isn't good because if you're trying to entertain a party, you want to plug it into speakers. But I play with this. Sit the fuck down, Woody, you bitch ass motherfucker.
Right in the middle of the story. Right in the middle
of learning about how you're becoming a famous DJ.
I gotta listen to fucking about this autistic idiot's fish.
Yeah.
He can't hear about my dreams? Come on, fuck.
Yeah.
Come on,
he doesn't listen.
He printed a little treasure chest. It bubbles.
Dude, you know what? When I was doing my toy shit and I'm making sets, there are so many times where I would buy aquarium things for fish that doubled as a good thing for your action figures. Sometimes like an eraser that looks like a soccer ball is now a perfect size soccer ball for your G.I. Joe photograph.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I never would have considered that.
Yeah, but that's all gay now, dude. That's stupid and dumb, bro.
No, you're a DJ now.
So exactly.
What's your DJ name?
You're gonna love this, and I was waiting for you to ask.
Yes.
I need your help. I was thinking Hard Harley.
I love it. I just love it. Like that's a good one. Hard Harley.
Hard Harley, okay. Or because I'm so huge and I'm also, don't really have a job, it would be huge and it would have a slash retired. Huge retired.
Huge retired. Okay. I like
huge
Hard
retired.
Harley more.
Think about that. Huge retired.
Oh no, I get it. Huge.
You get it?
Yeah.
And then that's what you get. You get a huge retired.
Like a play on like kind of like highly regarded.
Yeah, something regarded. Like that. Yeah. Highly regarded is pretty good.
Yeah, I like that.
So huge Harley. Retired or Hard Harley?
Hard Harley is funnier. I like that one.
Hard Harley, the implication is that it's entirely based around a racist thing.
Yes.
I caught that.
Whereas huge retired,
I could be like,
I'm huge retired, I could be like, wait, that's how you heard it? Dude, my brain doesn't even work like that. That's great. No, it's because I'm retired and I'm huge. Yeah.
No. It's because I say that word with a lot of R.
That's my word. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll hold the for 3 seconds. That's my calling card as a DJ. Damn, the tunes are so great, but this guy's just reprehensible.
But I was messing around. It's been so fun. And I was like, you know what? If I could be a good DJ, I'd make a really sick DJ.
You would. You'd probably need a high table because you're so tall. You put your back.
Dude, already it's right behind me, and it was actually making my back sore bending over on it for so long.
Are you holding onto the headphone like this while you're doing it, or is that just
if you pre-match? I have like this ear is blocked. Like I got water in it. It's been bothering me for a day. It's fucking annoying. But like, yeah, I use like a new DJ controller. So you put the songs on, and you could beat match and key sync, and it'll practically do a lot of it for you, and then you can mess with effects and stuff. But a friend of mine, she just started into DJing with vinyl, and that's like crazy because I could see the waveforms. You see the waves, and you see the beat, so you could match it up visually, but you still put it in to make sure it sounds good. For her, like vinyl, you're like taking it out of a box for the next song and laying it down and matching the speed of it, and they usually have like a little phone thing that they pick up to hear it.
And your setup do the vinyl or not yet?
So the one I wanted, you would be able to attach to it, the $3,000 one. This one isn't built for attachments. So I could play 4 different songs at a time and mix between them. The other one, I could only play 2 songs and mix between them, but I could attach other things to it if I wanted. But if I was going to start upgrading and doing it, then I would get the top of the line one, I figured. Since they didn't have that one, I took it as a sign.
When you're like mixing different songs, I have no idea how this works, but like, do you just pick like 4 songs with the same rhythm, the same, what is it, pentameter?
BPM goes a long way because it's like how fast the song is. And if you don't have the same BPM, it'll sound like horse galloping or like, it'll sound like shoes in a laundry machine. Yeah, so you do choose like the same BPM, and if you could choose something in the same key, like that would work well too, because it'll sound good when you mix it. But like preparing in advance, knowing which songs you would want to mix goes a long way. I like to just get on and fuck around. I have like 50,000 songs, so I like to play just what I want. That would be a terrible job if you had to play what other people wanted. But like the idea of like going somewhere and playing your own music, like when I was chilling this the weekend up in Joshua Tree, like it was fun for me to sit there and jam out for an extended period of time. And I do stay up late, and I do enjoy music. I like going to like electronic music shows and stuff like that so much. There's this place called Stereo in Montreal. At 3 a.m. it opens up. That's when it opens. And they only sell water in there, nothing else. And a lot of people take a lot of drugs and go there. And I've always been so fucked up and go there and have this crazy fucking epiphany on the dance floor. It's always a trippy ass place. But I said to my friend, I was like, yo, can we go to Stereo sober this weekend? And he was like, what? Why? And it's true. No one would ever go there sober. And I was like, I just want to know, do I like this, or am I looking for an excuse to be on drugs somewhere? So he was like, yeah, let's do it. So I ended up going. I took my nap at like midnight and woke up at 2:30 a.m. and got dressed and went there. And I walked in and I enjoyed myself the same way that I always do, except my brain was different. Like normally when I'm there and I'm like dancing, I'm just like, I can't believe like humans wrote music, and then they wrote the blueprints for a speaker, and then we played the music through these speakers to have these moments. Like, in humans, we're all about ideas, good or bad. It's all ideas, man. My dog never had an idea in his fucking life. That's what separates us. And now that I'm there sober, I'm just like, wonder how many calories I'm burning. I should probably get water soon. It's really expensive here. I still enjoyed it, but my brain was an entirely different guy. But then when I walked out and I saw all these people like, I was like, I know how that guy's feeling. I'm happy. I'm not walking out into the sun right now like that. Instead, I came out into the sun like, well, I guess I'm straight.
And then I should buy this nice DJ setup because I liked it sober. That was a scientific and a good test, because that would have sucked if you spent all that money and you start fiddling around with it at home and you're like, oh no, it was the drugs. Drugs.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine like marrying someone on drugs and then you're like, oh shit, I'm not even straight.
There's a country song about that. I'm married to a waitress. I don't even know her name.
I could, if you would have said that, I could have guessed country.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, how do I send you guys a file?
Can the chat do it?
I don't know.
Where Zach is? Because if you send it there, if you want to play something, Zach should be able to do it.
No, he can't play it because it's me. I was doing my thing, and I don't want you guys to play it for anyone else. But I want you guys to hear it because you're
aren't we friends on Discord? Can you send it to me?
Oh yeah, on Discord. Yeah, Taylor, do you have Discord?
I do. How do I?
I could just text it to you guys.
I like that.
Yeah,
hey, aren't we friends on Discord? You could send it to me, and he's like,
No,
Taylor.
you too. I was going to send it to everyone.
I got a better idea.
Okay,
Woody
but play
and I
it,
are
but don't.
similar with our Discord use, where someone will be like, "Hey, if you add me on Discord, you can invite me to the game," and I'm like, "All right, add friend. Is that a feature?"
Dude, I feel like I get lost every time on Discord, and then I click a new thing, and I'm like, "Who the fuck are all these messages from?"
Exactly. It's like, what do I have?
Mute your mic though before you play it. By the way, mute your mic so we don't hear it, because I don't want anyone to judge me, but I want you guys to hear my shit.
This is good content.
Good content. Let's see. You gotta mute the mic.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, because you can't. I don't want anyone to hear my shit though.
But I'm hearing it and I'm like, all right, and then I understand the lyrics of the song. Okay.
No, that was a good move. That was a good move to mute the mics. Dude, it's good. It's catchy. That's why you're Hard Harley.
Hard Harley's got a shot.
Yeah. I think Hard Harley.
We're saying, my DJ name might be Hard Harley.
Yeah.
Or Huge Retired.
Huge Retired is good, but Hard Harley, especially given the sample of your music I just heard, I think that's solid.
I tried to send it to you, Kyle, but it didn't let me. It didn't let me.
Oh no!
Don't listen to his music with the mic unmuted.
Yeah, it just says not delivered.
Hard Harley goes hard in the paint. He does not care about the social norms. He goes where the music leads. That's what he does. I respect him. I hope you make it big.
I'm trying to forward it to Kyle, and I just keep accidentally playing it. I sure hope my mic isn't picking it up.
Dude, there was a period in time like 10 years ago where Kyle changed his phone number so many times, and it's like reloaded into all my new phones. And so if I want to text Kyle, I have to be like, all right, is it Kyle M? Is it Kyle Myers? Is
you
it
like
Kyle
texting
Myers
all these different people along the way?
Is it Kyle Myers new? Or is it Kyle Myers new with no caps? I don't know.
W's. Three W's on the end. Yeah, they kept taking my fucking phones away and shit. So, you know,
they just made it difficult for everyone.
Yeah, it was annoying. That's what the last iPhone I had was a 6, I think. I think I had an iPhone 6 maybe, but then I've had Android ever since. I'm thinking about getting
they're also similar.
Well, that's why I'm thinking about getting something a little different. The
phones are gay, bro. You should start DJing.
I've got lots of DJ equipment. Are you into that too?
Only now.
Oh,
are you? Wait. Are you? Okay, go ahead.
No, I think it's silly. I'd rather have a live. Wouldn't you rather have a live band? I mean, everybody. I mean, in the comments box. Who thinks,
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Who thinks Harley's entire hobby is silly and you'd just rather have a live band there, even if it was not?
I would love to back up the live band, bro. You should hear me scratching along with the band.
Yeah. They're all looking. It's like everybody's making a face, like when Yoko Ono started screaming during that.
And then Chuck Berry is looking over at her with like fury in his eyes.
That's
like,
that's my energy. I'm very Yoko Ono. Shouldn't have the mic right now. Okay, wait, I interrupted you though. Go.
What was I gonna say?
You were gonna say you're a DJ.
No,
and
before
then,
that.
Oh, phone. Yeah, the iPhone 6.
I was thinking about getting the fucking flip phone. You know, it's a folding. I think it's
still a
Flip
smartphone
7.
though.
Razer makes one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Folds like a screen. Right?
The screen folds in, and then there's another screen on the back too. So you've got like this really tiny phone, or that you can flip it and open it up. I think it's the Samsung Fold or the Flip or something. The Z Flip. That's the one I like. Like the Z Flip 6 or some shit.
Can we see a picture of the Z Flip, Zach, please?
I think that's fucking neat. And I'm going to say their name wrong, but that Chinese company, like Huawei.
Huawei.
No,
it's pronounced Huawei. It's spelled with an H, so it's easy to think it's something else. They were a Cisco competitor.
They have this new phone like that's come out that's a trifold. Now it's not something that I need, but it folds out as big as like a pad, and then it folds up as small as a regular smartphone, except thick, obviously, because it's 3 screens, like accordion hinged to each other. This is what I like, though. I think,
is this more convenient?
So this isn't the newest model. The newest model, I think, has a bigger screen on the back, or I could be wrong. But I thought it had a bigger screen on the back. That's the other phone, the trifold. That's too much. But this I like. I like the idea of it fitting in my pocket better. It does everything the other one does. I think it's got a 50 megapixel camera. Like, it's got a good camera. So I like that.
But do you want like a thicker brick in your pocket instead of just the regular phone shape?
Honestly, I'm going to enjoy flicking it. That's going to be part of the reason I enjoy it. But also, yeah, I think I'd rather have a short, double-sized square than a long phone.
So they sell like kosher phones.
I think the folding will make it a better form factor. I worry that the middle of the screen will always be a little bad. Like maybe just get intuitive, like instinctive at making sure the text you read is not on the fold. Maybe.
I think it's perfect. And I've seen them. They put it in a machine that like folds it over and over and over. And they're like, 100,000 folds, still perfect. I'm like, that's some technology, right?
What they don't know is that it around 100,005, they get fucked up.
So I'm going to mess up his name. Is it Marquis Brownlee? Who's the pro Frisbee player?
Oh my God, I have no idea.
Oh, so he's a tech reviewer. He's also a professional Frisbee player.
Oh, the black phone review guy.
Yeah. Anyway, he did a fold when they were new, and they were not as good.
He's in hot water.
I want to hear about that. But
It's a lame
Anyway,
reason.
better now. So tell me about what hot water he's in.
You know,
Did he lie
to
about
make, I tried to
He
make money.
essayed like 6 girls. It's so no, I'm joking.
No, not that.
No, I'm joking, not that.
He tried to turn a profit in the YouTube game, and some people were upset about that. I think what I heard, the way I heard it phrased, was he was selling an app that's like a wallpaper app for like $25-$30 or something like that. That's all I know about it. I know people are real upset about it.
Oh, but that doesn't bother me. I must be.
Yeah,
he made a wallpaper app for $30.
He made a wallpaper app for $30. Yeah,
It's $50 a year. It's a subscription.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and there's ad models in it. So when you get it, you get fed ads. Being a subscriber lessens the amount of ads. And all this to get photos that will be a wallpaper on your phone. So the problem is it might be a good service for people that want that, but I just think it's who the fuck.
You still get served ads with a $50 a year subscription?
Less.
I'm not sure. I think you get less. Or
that's just wallpapers. They're amazing.
Exactly. That's the problem. Is he's committed to like such a small niche thing, and people are like, "What the fuck is this?" And it's like, well, it might not be his It might you might just not be the consumer for this. Yeah. So the whole concept might be dumb. Exactly. That's what's dumb to me. Is like, who is the consumer for this?
Yeah, there's no more oversearched market than people that want unique photos for their phone. You can Google anything you want.
It's a
any
terrible
sports team, any picture.
It's the worst product that I can imagine. Honestly, it almost seems like a joke.
It's weird that he committed to that. It's strange. I don't. That's the strangest
his whole thing is like tech analysis, tech reviews.
He does amazing tech reviews. Like if whether it's the new iPad or the new iPhone or it's some car. I think he does car reviews. Anything tech. Like he is the word on it. Like he spends tons. He's a lot like Linus. How he's got enough connections that he's spending a lot of money too. That he does really like he's where you go. If you're
impressions, this doesn't seem like a good idea.
The CEO of Apple will reach out to him and either take his product advice and include it in the iPhone, or like try to hit back like why a 720p camera is a good idea in a laptop or something.
If he went and he did a review on his own app, he would kill it. That's probably what it really comes down to. That's what the issue is. I think.
But then you make the app free, and you know what I mean. Like it almost seems like one of those situations where he's contractually obligated to do a thing for whoever his like overseers are. Harley probably knows him, and now he's got to like pimp this app that he's really doesn't want to pimp. Because otherwise, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it's like you said. You said you don't take advice from people once they say something wrong. You're like, and now everything can be bad.
Yeah, on a specific.
It's like
thing,
this.
yeah.
It's like, wait a second. Does other reviews look weird now?
So like
review apps.
So does he have a history of making videos where he would like review an app and be like,
you know what, software, and he says never buy
charges? And
I said hear what Taylor's saying.
I'm saying, does he have a history of like on his tech channel reviewing an app and being like, you know what? I wouldn't recommend this. It doesn't seem like they're delivering on how much they charge. Like, is that not his jam?
He says, he specifically says, don't buy something on the promise of updates. And he's come out on Twitter and he's really dropped like, oh, we hear you. We're going to change this or that or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay. So no one should buy it until you do that. Like he always pushed that. So like that was like another thing.
I can't explain the app. Until I heard this, his integrity to me was unquestionable.
Yes.
Like it was real.
But I still think it is. I just think it's a dumbass app. Who the fuck wants this app?
Yeah, I still respect his opinion on Androids.
But I mean, if his whole jam is trying to help the consumer sift through the needless spending of the tech world, and then you release something like this,
that's a way to look at it.
I don't know what he does. I'm just trying to.
He does the best tech reviews on the internet. He takes new products and he tells you why this is the best buy. Why this camera. He got asked this great question by a podcast host one time. He was like, "What parts would you take from which phones to combine into the super phone?" He's like, "Oh, the iPhone's this, the Android's interface, the running system from this, the operating system from that, the screen from this, the camera from that," and it's like, oh wow,
very knowledgeable.
That sounds amazing. It's just incredibly knowledgeable on like really specific things. This just seems like some bad business dealings. Like, and who wants a fucking app that makes wallpapers on your phone? I can't think of a more 2002 app.
For the outside looking in, it seems like a poorly thought out
does it
money
do
grab.
ringtones
99
too?
cents tops.
Does it do ringtones too, you asshole?
Right.
Like this is
Maybe
so
Can I get
20
30
years
seconds
ago.
of bye?
He might have insight that we don't onto a whole market, a niche
I've had
market
the
that we
same
just don't
wallpaper
know.
for like 10 years.
I don't think I've changed
I
the
have
default wallpaper on the past 5 phones I've
That's
had.
worse than mine.
I just have whatever that goofy upside down and lower circles.
With
are.
iPhones, it transfers over, so I'm kind of in the same boat.
It's just like abstract colors and swirls, but it's got like an active screen, so when I swipe it, it looks like you like flicked a bunch of sandy water. It like the screen gelatinously moves, so that's kind of nifty. But I don't give a shit what my phone looks like. Oftentimes, it's black. I pick the flat color black. That's what my my background on my PC. It's black. It's blackness. It's a black screen. Like
yeah.
I don't
Mine's
have
the default that came with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not staring at my desktop a lot. There's apps and shit open on this thing. I've been watching this thing on HBO. It's executive producers Michael Bay, which kind of threw me off at first. You know, he's the action movie guy, like Transformers. This thing's called Born Evil, though. It's a documentary, it's a limited series, limited docu series, I should say. It's like 8 or 10 episodes about this family of people,
like Tiger King.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Basically, it's these monsters. The first, so in the first episode or two, you're introduced to a child killer who confessed to his crimes while in prison, but he was in prison for child killing. He killed a little girl, and so but he's insane, and I mean like actually like movie scary guy insane. He looks like the Joker a little. He has this crazy maniacal smile, and he likes to be around filth and decay. So he like hoards his milk containers and lets them go all rancid. And he'll leave liver on his windowsill until it gets all moldy and then eat it. He'll hang sausages up from the ceiling of his cell to let them get all rotten and moldy and then eat those.
There's an Elden Ring character like this, but carry on.
He says he told his cellmate, he confided that's him when he was looking good. All right, I promise you. He shaved his head later on, and then he started smiling a lot, and it's rough. He told his cellmate that it reminded him of the smell of human decay, and he liked that smell. But he had what was the thing he did that was fucked? I mean, other than killing the children. Oh, his cellmate. The way this all comes out, his cellmate.
This better top child murder.
It does. This is great.
Okay.
His cellmate is one of these guys who embraces the Jesus look, long black hair and the beard, and they happen to be shaped kind of like Jesus. And they end up with a nickname. Yo, Jesus. Remember Walking Dead? There was a Jesus. This dude was one of those guys. So when this insane child killer gets him as a cellmate, he goes, "Oh, I've prayed to you for so long." He thinks Jesus Christ is his cellmate. And so this guy gets so sick and tired of this freak telling him about little girls that he's like, "Look, man, whenever you have those thoughts and you want to talk about that sort of thing, just write it down. Just write it down and draw some pictures." So you end up with this notebook of terror that is now like Exhibit A. And Jesus is talking to the camera because he's a free man now. He was in for weed smuggling, like a lot of weed smuggling.
Oh, so he's not crazy.
He's hippie. No, he's a part of the documentary now. He's being interviewed on the outside.
He's pretty cool,
world.
actually.
Really cool, if I'm being honest. And Jesus is like, "Man, you look at them drawings, they'll freak you out, man. All the eyes are too big." And they start showing the drawings, and they are. The eyes are too goddamn big. It's like really upsetting. It's really upsetting, and it's kind of childish but talented at the same time. You know what I mean? Like it's not scribbles. It's everything's symmetrical to some extent. It reminds me of Rugrats animation, if you remember that kind of art style. Like clearly this is an artist, just not. They have a childish art style. Well, it turned out this guy has killed lots of people and eaten lots of people. They're not sure how many, but look at this shit. See what I mean with the big eyes?
A little too big.
So you get to like episode.
I like the cross hatching technique. Very interesting.
You enjoying that?
Yeah.
So after that's his signature. It's Halden or something. Ooh, grasp the left finger.
Childish. It's oddly way better than I could do.
Yeah, exactly. Like childish, but I can't do this. Frankly, I'm not talented.
I could do much better than this. And
Well, you're
I
an
would never.
artiste.
I took painting 101 and drawing 101 actually at university. Got my ass fucking handed to me in those classes. But anyways, yeah. Sorry.
Look at the
Continue
shading
about
on
the
like We
rapist.
the People, like the way that it's like kind of there in the background, and the seal is on the floor.
I think you
That's
guys
way-
would be impressed with how good you draw if all you could do all fucking day is draw.
fair.
You guys
so-
might be pretty good after a couple years.
So you get to episode 2 or 3 of this thing, and you're like, "Holy shit, that guy is insane. He's a serial killer. He's a cannibal, and he may have done more things, but he's confessed all this to Jesus, of course." And then they're like, "Oh, I didn't mention both my brothers are serial killers?" And you're like, "What?" And now we go to the second brother on the other coast of the United States, completely separate crimes, also killing little girls and children and doing sex and raping. And this guy's like a cross dresser as well. He like murdered this lady and then put her clothes and then like dressed as a woman to like leave her house so it wouldn't look suspicious. He what was the other thing? It's so creepy, both of them. Like I keep getting them a little confused, but their crimes are so similar. Killing little girls and burying them. Oh, they have the interrogation footage. When they got him to the police station, they found some evidence that links him to this little girl's murder. Like maybe some blood in a room he stayed in, like something like that. And so first they send in 2 pretty police women to like kind of crowd him a little. Like he's sitting on like a 2 wide seat, like 2 things wide. So one of the gals sits next to him and the other police woman sits across from him. And she actually, they told her, they're like, dress sexy, like dress up, like put on your, dress like you're going on a date. And so like at one point she's like, "Look at this new slip I got." She pulls her skirt up a little so he can see this like lace slip that she's got on. And to hear her tell the story, because she's telling it today, this is 20 years ago. She's like, "And his eyes got big. You could tell he liked it." Then they show the video and it's more like nice. Like it's more like, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Like this dude is weird. And so the girls are like crowding him, being weird with him, doing weird shit with a teddy bear that's sexually explicit a little. And the guys see this ain't working. And the dude stands up. He's like trying to walk out on the women. Like, I've had enough of this. So then they're
like 30 years too old.
They send 2 dudes in now. And and one of them sits next to him and the other sits across from him. And they've got him crowded again. And the dude sitting next to him, he's part of the documentary. So you get to see the old version of him, bald headed and gray bearded. And he's telling the story with glee because he knows this guy's a monster. He's like, we shook him up a little. And they're all over him. Like he's flicking this guy's nipple. And the guy's like, "Oh, don't flick my nipple, dude. What the fuck?" And he's like arm around him. He's like, "Dude, get your arm off of me." He's like, "What? Oh, we're being friendly here. That's how we do things around here. We're all friendly." And these cops are feeling this guy up, like rubbing all over him, flicking his nipple. And then the other guy goes, "What kind of panties has he got on?" "Oh, he's got girly panties on." And he starts he reaches to like his hip so you can kind of grab his waistband and pull him out. He's like, "Look, women's briefs. Look at that. Told you had been girly." Yeah. This guy's a cross-dressing crazy person, straight out of Silence of the Lambs. And so then I didn't see it, but they acted like he made a move he shouldn't have. So then the next thing you know, the guy sitting next to him is strangling him. And the other guy's holding his hands down at his pocket so he can't lift his arms. And he's going, "I'll kill you. You know we're going to kill you. We know what you did, you sick fucker." They're like torturing him now.
They're like pulling his underwear out. They're flipping his nipples. They're crowding him, getting way too close. I wonder what he did to earn a strangling. Probably nothing.
Not much. It did.
Right.
I think they just started strangling him. And you're seeing all this 25-year-old footage. And then they cut back to the guy and he's like, "We got in a little trouble about that. Some people complained." It's like, this was not the end of his career. This video of him choking this man in the interrogation room.
I was chastised.
Are you talking about that killer documentary you've been watching?
Yes. That's how they interrogated one.
He was a strangler? Was that his method of choice?
No, this is the cops torturing him in the interrogation room.
Oh, well, he was a serial killer. I'm okay with it.
Yes, exactly. But here's the thing. He just takes it. He almost doesn't care. He'll kind of
he's like,
he's not that, but he's also not freaking
Who were
out
his
that
victims?
much.
Were they
Little girls,
just
children and women?
Okay.
It seems like It seemed like a lot of children and women.
Easy ones.
Yeah, he's going for easy targets.
He's doing serial killer challenge on easy mode.
I can't remember if he was the one who had like cut the girl's nipple off and then dismembered her in the trunk of his car.
Oh, he was going for the disgusting pervert achievement.
They're like, we never did find the nipple. They kept going on about it. We searched for that nipple. You know, high and low, we looked for the nipple. And they cut to another person. Never found the breast pieces. He said that
how long is it going to last, right? How long can a nipple stay out there detached from a person until you're
I think he maybe had it somewhere.
I'm pretty sure that Ed Gein made a belt out of human nipples.
You know how many nipples it takes
so
to make
clearly
a belt?
they can stay together somehow. Dude, Ed Gein was a monster. You got
to do something.
No shortage of victims.
Got to have some preserving
Have
techniques.
I been on a cut?
So then, you get so that's the second serial killer brother, and then the third brother is like a 65-year-old trans person, maybe with like scabs on his head and like wearing this ridiculous Mario Brothers get up
or something, like meth scabs.
But seems like a person who's been damaged by a rough life, and
Man,
then
what a strike out of a family.
And then they start talking about the dad in like the 4th or 5th episode. And where I left off last night, I stayed up way too late watching this. I was creeped out a little. But they leave off with, "Oh, didn't you know? Our father was a serial killer too." And it's like, dun, dun, dun. Like one of the brothers like came home early and caught the dad like murder fucking a little girl.
I'm sorry, documentarian. Is that something that you might have been interested in? Like that's
yeah. Again, Michael Bay, executive producer, but there are excerpts where Michael Bay is having prison phone calls with the murderer. Like, I guess the murderer was willing to open up to the Michael Bay on the phone. And, it's really interesting. I'd never heard about these.
Where are you watching it? And what's it called?
HBO. It's on HBO. It's called Born Evil. Yeah, Born Evil. I think there might be 8 or 10 episodes of it, and I'm maybe 3 or 4 in, maybe 5. I watched a lot of it last night. I was hooked. When they did that Tiger King like thing at the very end where they're like, "Oh, didn't I mention both my brothers are serial killers?" And it's like, whoa, a different serial killer now. The first one was so evil. This one can't be that bad. And the second one's just
what's their
evil.
Total, like who was the most successful of the killers?
So they've only sort of alluded to that at this point because the one guy was in the Navy and he claimed to have killed someone at every time the boat stopped. At every port he had killed a person and that could be a little serial killer bloviating. They tend to do that sometimes. Well, he's an insane person, so you have to. So that's kind of the line they seem to be walking. They haven't gotten to the part where they start identifying lots and lots of like strings of bodies, but they do have, I think, murders that corresponded with his stops or something like that. Maybe disappearances.
Interesting.
So there was some evidence. They haven't touched on that yet because they're doing so much of like their childhood and maybe like what went wrong with them. And because the one guy in interrogation is like, "My daddy used to dress me up in a dress and put me in the ass." And they're like, "Did he really? I don't believe that. Now tell us where the little girl is." It's like, it's like, you don't believe that. They took the one, you weren't here when I said it, but the guy started spilling the beans because his cellmate, he's insane. And his new cellmate was one of those guys who looks just like Jesus Christ, like beard and hair and everything. And the cellmate played along. He's like, "Confess your sins, my son." then he's like, 911.
That's hilarious.
I saw this reminded me of this. The guy was on Reddit. Kyle probably saw it because he sees Reddit as much as me. But coming out of surgery, he's on anesthesia and he's all fucked up and loopy and he's filming himself. And he's like, "I know I'm on a lot of drugs right now, but I swear I see Jesus in the corner." And he turns the camera around. And here's this guy in a robe with long hair. "Hey."
Pretending to be Jesus.
You should be like, "No, I don't see anything."
Speaking of the whole serial killer thing, that just last night I was on whatever streaming service it is, and I was, mostly watching Age of Mythology videos on my computer. And I was like, I want to have something in the background I haven't had in a while. And Hannibal, that show,
I'm watching
which
that
is it's a good show. It's a solid show. I really like that Mickelson actor, the guy who plays Hannibal. He's very good.
Sick.
The black guy, I really like him a lot. The cop, I don't remember what that actor's name is.
That's Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne. I love that guy and everything he's in. The white guy who's like kind of the main character, not as sold on his performance, but like the first time I watched through that series, I was like, man, this guy Mads Mikkelsen, he's fucking sly. Like he knows exactly what to say. On this watch through, like even while I was like pausing videos on my computer to look up, and like it would be the black guy coming from a case where a victim's heart had been pulled out of his chest and stolen, and they're like, we don't know what this guy's up to. Maybe he's eating the parts. Maybe he's just selling the parts. Maybe he's a bit of a an organ,
collector,
intermediary. And he goes to Mads Mikkelsen's house, and he'll be like, "Oh, what is this delicious meal that I'm about to eat, insane German guy?" And he's like, "It is heart, and we all have one." And he's like, "What kind of heart is it?" He's like, "It is a cow heart. Very similar to a human heart." And you'll notice the flavors of the fucking pudding I put on top of it or whatever. And he's saying shit that, like, if I were eating dinner, even not being a detective, I'd be like, are we all hearing this? Like, are we all hearing this? He just said that, like, he's like, oh, dinner is so important. Yes, it is. You can take another person and almost make them a part of you, couldn't you?
He's always being
like,
arch.
he's not even doing like a sly thing about it. He's just like, he served these fuckers tongue after a woman's tongue had been cut out, and he was like, yes, this was a particularly chatty Kathy. Like, and it's like, like the woman who was just killed was like a journalist or some shit who had like been reporting on it. Like it's beyond the pale.
Faster.
And so I love Lawrence Fishburne or whoever, great actor, but as a detective, that guy leaves a lot to be desired.
Dude. So his character's Jack Crawford. It's in all the novels and everything, and he gets played for such a dope and such a goober. He seems like an absolute moron.
Yeah, he's Charlie Brown.
Hannibal is always being very arch, like you said. He's sort of like tongue in cheek. I'm smarter than everyone here because
he's overtly sinister. It's not even arch. He's overtly sinister to people.
Lithuanian, by the way.
Okay, well, it's
German. And you know what we think about them.
Yeah,
oh, cool.
I mean, if Hitler had his druthers, wouldn't they have been in the mix? No,
they were in the mix. They were part of the Soviet Union.
No, I meant his mix.
Oh,
no, actually, he wouldn't have. He did, I don't think he wanted them.
They're very pale and like they're white.
They're real.
He was really a case by case basis kind of guy.
Right, I think.
He was. There was one group he really didn't care for.
That's what I appreciate about him.
Yeah,
he had his Jewish doctor. And he was like, you're not so Jewish.
That's what you think.
Well, it's true. You got
I'm
addicted.
billing your HMO for additional services.
He's looking at the bill.
A $70 Q-tip? Are you serious? Like,
Were they Deutschmarks then?
I don't know what they were. But regardless, your point about they're playing Crawford for a fool, which I don't like because I like him as a character. You should see through that. They should at least make it harder for him to see.
Well, all right. I'll tell you where it gets a little old. There are so many wackadoo serial killers like in their county that it's like after a while, it's like at least the X-Files had a similar thing, but it would be across the country.
Yeah, they're
FBI. Yeah, they'd be in Alaska, then they'd be in Florida. You know, it's like, yes, okay, it's a big area to cover. Lots of wacky things could be happening. But this is just sort of in the tri-state area of DC or whatever. This is like in the DC metro area all the time. It'll be Virginia, it'll be Rhode Island, but it's kind of in the same area. They hopped to Minnesota once. But it's these people, and it's not little crimes. It's like, this guy, he buries you alive and grows mushrooms off of you. And this guy, he turns people into human totem poles. Oh, that guy, he's obsessed with losing his daughter. So he's murdering and eating girls who look like her.
Yeah.
You know, the same old same.
Oh, this guy, he impaled a woman on a set of deer antlers.
That's the
and
Shrike.
then clearly stole.
Well, that's Hannibal.
Yeah, that was Hannibal.
He's allowed. We like that. He's allowed.
He's so over the top sinister that it's like, I don't know how I wouldn't feel comfortable around that. Even the way he does his psychiatric routines. Someone will be like, you know what, Hannibal, I just fear that like I don't connect with anyone and I'm on an island by myself. And he's like, yes, it would be very disturbing to meet someone who lives their entire life this way, would it not? Like, and it's like, it's you right now.
Yeah, you sound very evil. You sound scary.
He does sound scary. I didn't know he was Lithuanian or Latvian or whatever.
Well, the character is Lithuanian, the actor is Norwegian, but
Nicholson.
He's scary to look at. Like he's a frightening man. Like he's
very
face,
angular.
He was great in Casino Royale. He was the guy who cried bloody tears and like faced
The
off
Shift.
at the end.
I haven't seen that.
All right, so it's legitimately a good. That's the only Bond movie I'd recommend is Casino Royale to like someone who doesn't give a fuck about Bond.
It is a good one.
Royale is just an action movie. Eva Green's in there with her big old titties. James Bond gets tortured and they like beat his balls with a big knotted ship's rope.
Oh, you've told me about this. Maybe.
And he's like, oh, okay. And then like Mads Mikkelsen leans in. He's like, yes. He's like, a little to the left.
What's the one with that that actor who's dead now? Who was the bad guy?
Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Yes, I've seen that one. I've seen the one where Philip Seymour Hoffman's the bad guy.
I don't think that's James Bond. I'm pretty sure that's
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible.
Oh, well, then I have seen that.
4? Something like that. Something up there. That's a good movie. And Philip Seymour Hoffman, as always, gives an amazing performance. And you're scared of him. Like usually those Mission Impossible enemies, it's like, all right.
But on
let's see if we win.
On the Hannibal thing, when you try to, what was that, Woody? I'm sorry.
There's lots of movies.
I didn't realize that he was one of the greatest actors in the world.
That dude kicked ass.
To me, he was a not very good looking background character. And then after he died, like scenes that he did, came up on Reddit and YouTube and such. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy was brilliant. He is a
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, dude, Philip Seymour Hoffman is awesome. He's like
I got a recommendation then.
Owning Mahoney.
Yeah, I think that's what I was about to say. Yeah. I had to look up
the gambling. He's addicted to gambling.
So owning Mahoney, he's a gambling addict, and it's hard to watch him lose this money. Like he goes to like take the casino back, and it's there. I don't know how much he's up, millions. It's seemingly there's piles of money, and his buddy who's like a bellboy or something is like, you got just walk away. You got him. You beat him. Walk away. And he's like, Nah, I can't do that. Can't do that.
It's a great movie to watch.
Doubt he plays a priest, and I think Meryl Streep maybe plays a nun. The nun thinks the priest is molesting a particular young boy, and we don't know. The audience is sort of left in this ambiguous middle area where he is with the boy a lot, but seemingly he's taking him under his wing and just trying to be like the best guy ever. Because there's a fine line between someone who's going after a child and being creepy, or not a fine line perceptively. Like from the outside looking in, you might be confused whether someone is just the best dude you've ever met or the worst dude you've ever met by the way they act with a child they're trying to do something with. And you don't know as the audience. And at the end, I'm still like, I don't know if he molested that boy or not. I think he was, I like to believe he was not. That's how I've like come down like since last time I watched it, but I don't know. And Meryl Streep is like trying to ruin him. She's and there's these really powerful scenes of just them talking, and she's accusing and he's defending and he's crying. And
I should watch more of his stuff.
Have you seen The Master?
That's the other one, the cult movie with Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, I saw that when it came out.
He's really Philip Seymour Hoffman. I mean, is really really good in that. He's like a cult leader, Woody. I think you'd enjoy that one. It's a bit of a. There's parts of it that are a slow burn. No, just because
like your thing, Woody.
I just mean like you don't like the slow burn dialogue as much, but there's enough interspliced action, and you get to see him like run a master class of manipulation, where someone in the cult or someone outside of the cult will try and instill doubt in his flock and his followers, and he's the master. He kind of masterfully turns every assault on what he's doing into a reason that the people should be more invested, not less, in what he's doing. And he's just a really good actor. It's just, did he die of heroin or something like that? I think he did. I think
so. Yeah, I think so.
Man, heroin takes too many people.
It's a way to go, man. It's a way to go.
All the cool kids.
Yeah, but it feels good. Like slipping into a warm bath, never getting out.
He's not getting out.
That's what they say.
I buy it. Yeah, I've read about what it's like. I've never done anything like it. I don't like opiates. I don't think I'd ever dig it. No, Did you see Trump's new watches?
$100,000, right?
There's two models. The fight is between, I think, 500 and 700. It might be 400 and 700, something like that. And the what is the name of it? It's like Billionaire or something. The Tourbillon is $100,000, like you said.
What's the website they're being sold?
I need to see these.
I
Do you
don't
know?
know.
Oh my god, there's his $3,000 DJ machine behind him on that
watches.
cardboard box.
So the fight, which I assume is the left one, is basically, well, maybe the right one. The left one has jewels and shit. But the cheaper one is basically like a $30 made in China watch that he sells for hundreds.
Don't say that.
I saw an expert like break it down. There's something I never heard of called the melt value, which is like the cost of the components.
Yeah.
And they don't tell you who makes it. Like one of them says Swiss made on it, so it's not made in China, the expensive one. And they thought that expensive one would otherwise sell for like 30 grand. So it's not a bullshit watch. And the other one would sell for like $30. But of course they're going for like 700 and 1,000.
We need Matt Farah to weigh in on this.
I would guess the left one is the fancier one, right? Like it's got,
of course
like,
it is, with rhinestones all over it. And you can see the action and everything on the inside, the inner workings. Like
I'm just not a watch guy. I don't care.
Those are both plain Jane ugly ass watches, and that kind of money for something that looks like that is bonkers on your head, bonkers ridiculous. Like
on the other hand, they're kind of gold on brand for Trump.
Yeah, he's
like,
very
I
gaudy.
think he's going for like gold. Like gold is his thing, right? He had a gold plated toilet, so they say.
Disgusting. It's a disgusting watch. I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, the sneakers were gaudy, but it's like sneakers are often gaudy. Like
watches are often gaudy.
Not like that though. That looks like
his merch
dude, I can find
wild.
a pure gold Rolls Royce right now.
I'm
like
trying not.
Many of them are gaudy for the sake of being gaudy. Like that's what a real wealthy watch is. I wouldn't wear any of these, but like, dude, look at the lineup on the richest watch sites. Like, look at the Rolex site. A lot of these are gaudy as shit. There's some muted ones, which is like I'm rich as hell, but I wear a Submariner that's like silver. But there's also like a lot of these look like they'd be a fucking iPhone on your wrist. That amount of weight.
I feel like that's so 5 years ago. Maybe I'm out of touch, but that's my take on it.
Do you guys wear watches, both of you?
I do, yeah. It's this one. You've seen it before.
Yeah. I feel like you're all about practicality with your watch.
Yeah,
like you're wearing it for the purpose of your hobby.
That, and I like it that it's really durable. It has a sapphire face on it, and you probably can't tell, but I've dragged this like bezel over every piece of brick and concrete in my house and pool, and
it doesn't scratch.
Well, the lens doesn't scratch. The paint is worn off this like little rim.
Yeah. But the sapphire itself,
you like put your shirt on it, and it's like the day I bought it. It's
crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I think those are sapphire, and they're very very hard, and so steel won't scratch it. So I remember dragging. Dragging my watch face across like the hatch of a tank, getting out of it, and I immediately like looked at it because I felt that I had done what I had done. Because if you're wearing a watch, you're careful not to. You try not to hit the face of the watch on things, but I had done it, and I was like, and it was like pristine. It's like, it's so fucking cool. It's made not to get scratched.
Yeah, and I'm like I'm the opposite of Wings. Wings' truck will be 16 years old and look good. It'll look 6 months old. My stuff, like my phone, every monitor I own has a scratch on it. My iPhone has scratches on it. My paramotors all, like my shit doesn't look new after I use it. I'm hard on things, and the watch looks like new. At least the lens does.
Yeah.
But anyway, Trump
on this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, he's selling watches, physical coins, NFT like tokens. He's selling digital trading cards, the sneakers, like you said, the Bibles. I might even put like Truth Social and stock into that like has no value kind of grip. Like he is selling so much stuff.
Coins. Did you say coins?
I did. I mentioned the physical coins. Yeah, like basically he keeps selling worthless, virtual, or like $4 things for 1,000% markups. And
part of the deal.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that the whole sneaker industry doing shit like that?
I guess so. Yeah, especially at the high end, right?
Yeah.
The name
or
brand.
really the whole clothing industry. Like it doesn't cost that much to make any of that shit.
I think I buy my clothing for almost cost, Taylor.
Yes. Well, I do what Woody does, and I noticed when they make a mistaken listing for too cheap of t-shirts, and I buy 50 of them.
Dude, those oh no, I wear that same brand all the
they're
time.
Great. Every
it's
once
like
in a while,
push-up bra for guys. It really like accentuates my strengths and not my weaknesses.
Just a nice V. Put these on, and I go, I can't overeat tonight. Yeah. I was trying to find the sapphire crystal, and first the AI answer on Google lied to me. It said that sapphire crystal was the second hardest structure on Earth after diamond, which is not true, but it's like up there. Like for some reason, sapphire crystal, like there's like unless you rub that on diamonds, you're pretty much good.
Yeah. I wonder what a phone would cost, and if the touchscreen would work as well. Like, is it possible?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would have to be too thick. I'm not sure.
Neat.
That's so neat. How do they make the sapphire crystal? It's real sapphire in there?
Yeah,
right?
It's a piece of sapphire.
It's a piece of sapphire.
So the face,
I thought it was some sort of combination.
So if the reason you can't touch the hands, that the clear piece of glass on the front is a chunk of sapphire.
I always pictured sapphires being colored.
Most gemstones come in like the entire rainbow of colors, depending on a lot of factors.
Interesting.
So if my Googling is right, it is sapphire, but it's man-made sapphire.
Okay.
So like atomically, it's the same, I guess.
Oh, that makes sense. Be a lot cheaper, huh?
Yeah, than finding sapphire.
And it's the right shape. I thought like sapphires are cut like diamonds, right? Like they kind of chip them away, and so
that's how I feel about it too. I know so little about the precious metals.
Yes, I don't know fucking thing.
But I do know that talc is a mere 1 on the hardness scale. So if you rub your watch on a bunch of talc, it's gonna
your fingernail is like a 2, right? 2.5 or something. I feel like fingernail's harder than talc. I remember that scale, and I remember fingernail being in there, and it's a good one to have because then you can experiment. Anything you can scratch,
fingernail is 2.5.
I nailed it. Yeah.
So yeah, you're right on. Common objects for hardness by the Mohs hardness scale.
What's tungsten at?
A masonry drill bit is 8.5. A steel nail is 6.5. A knife is 5.5. A glass plate is 5.5. A copper penny is 3.5, and a fingernail is 2.5.
Yeah.
And so talc, you could just knock that right now.
Sapphire? Did you say?
I'm trying to find. Let's see, sapphire Mohs scale.
It's got to be like an 8+.
Corundum, ruby and sapphire, is relatively hard, 9 on the Mohs scale. It has excellent toughness and no cleavage, which is a tendency to break when struck. This makes it a great choice for rings and other mounted objects. Sapphire ranks 9 on the Mohs hardness scale. And that's incredibly high because a diamond is 10. And I think that's the hardest thing we know, right?
Yep.
Oh, so the scale goes like 0 to 10. That makes sense.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit of a
metric.
Like it's almost, it looks like it's a little bit like, logarithmic, like how they will be like, oh, there was a 5 rated earthquake and nobody noticed. Oh, there was a 6 rated earthquake and everyone died. Like the crazy influx in that.
Silly scientists. Don't they know meteorologists have to read these numbers and explain this to people?
Not anymore. I just use an app on my phone that says if it rains or not.
The hurricanes put a ton of rain on us. It started raining yesterday and thundering, and it hasn't really stopped. Like there's standing water everywhere. I think we're just getting the very front of it too. I think we're going to have flooding here because the ground was really dry, and it doesn't seem to want to drink all this up.
It looks like the eye is making landfall right about now in the Gulf,
Panama, maybe. Like down in like Panama City area,
Tallahassee. Well, I'm seeing Tallahassee, but Panama City's not far.
Yeah.
So it's hitting America now.
Right now. Yeah. So the front of it, like way front of it, like the showers and storms that it's been creating started yesterday in Atlanta. That's how big the storm front is, I guess.
Can you show this, Zach?
Probably bands of thunderstorms that are hitting us, but I hate it when it rains this much. It's just nasty outside. My dogs don't want to go out.
I like a good thunderstorm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you scroll out and go down to Florida? My link must have been bad. There we go. You can see it making landfall there.
Oh, we haven't used this website in forever. I remember for some reason we were really into it. There was a hurricane season maybe where we had like catastrophic one, and I remember getting really into this site.
I look at it all the time for paramotor stuff.
Of course. Yeah.
So what
cool.
is that? What's the estimated damage looking like in Florida?
What was the strength? What was the strength of the storm? Was it a 3?
You're asking me? I don't know. I just had a picture of it. I thought it was good. I can look it up.
Later on, we're going to hear from Woody. He's going to tell us about the strength of the storm. He's going to tell us all about the strength of the storm. A lot of pressure on him these days. People's lives are at risk.
Helena? Maybe? How do you pronounce it? Cat 4. Goodness, it's a big one.
What is it? Hurricane?
Cat 4. Hurricane. I don't know this word. Helene? Helene?
Oh, Helene.
Helene.
Yeah.
Helene? Have you ever met anyone named Helene?
No, but I've seen characters that are named Helene. I think maybe.
Holy shit. I looked up Hurricane Helene on Google. There was a Hurricane Helene in 1958 that happened also on September 26th.
What? Wow.
Yeah, 1958 Hurricane Helene.
It must not have killed anyone. I think this time it might. Cat 4.
That's crazy.
I wonder how long it goes before they reset through the names again. They go in alphabetical order, I think. So
if it kills someone, they don't use the name again.
This one was a Cat 4.
What?
Cat 4 intensity on nearing the United States East Coast. The hurricane quickly attained Category 4 intensity on September 26th before it subsequently reached its peak intensity with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. Yeah, holy cow. Came within 10 miles of Cape Fear, North Carolina before recurving out to sea.
Oh, so a narrow miss, huh?
It says it caused a lot of problems in North Carolina despite not making landfall. I'm reading this rapidly. But yeah, that's great. Hurricane Helene, that many years ago, also then and now. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
I think they go in alphabetical order, like rotating through them. So next one will be like Ira or Eileen or some shit.
Yeah. And they alternate the boy girl thing. Like they'll start with Aaron, boy's name, and then next year it'll be Alexandra. So
yeah.
I wonder if the rest of the world does anything like that for typhoons and shit. It's fun. I like that we name our storms here, give them a little personality.
I agree. It is kind of fun.
Has there been a?
Why don't they name them after bad things so people get out? Like Hurricane Stalin, Hurricane Adolf. Hurricane.
Why is this a good idea?
Because people will go, I'm not leaving. Hurricane Helene.
Oh, I see. But if Hurricane Hitler's coming, you leave.
Helene, and then it's like, wait, fucking Stalin's coming to town? All right. I'm going to listen to the authorities. I'm going to leave. It's a good idea.
It's so interesting to me that there are people who live in those natural disaster zones that are cyclical like that. Like, if you live down there on the coast of Florida, every year a hurricane hits you. And if it doesn't, you're like, oh, weird year, huh? No hurricane this year. Well, probably get 2 next year, right? Right on us. Yep, that's how it'll go. Hope it doesn't destroy our home this time. It's like, that's just part of your existence. I mean, to some extent, there are places where earthquakes are a thing, but they're still like rare, and very rarely are they consequential.
Yeah.
You know, Tornado Alley is a little overstated, right? The fact they call that Tornado Alley, I mean, it's not. They have 2 a year, right? That are like kill people. Seems rare.
That kill people? I don't know.
The Joplin one?
A lot of Joplin, Missouri got uprooted entirely. Like that whole city was destroyed.
I bet it's much nicer now, though.
Because I think of tornadoes as like
whole town.
Joplin was like a disaster. I think everybody was seeking shelter
in Missouri. Like it was ruined.
Yeah, I don't think their homes were structurally sound or something, because like a F4 hit them and sucked them off the earth.
Yeah.
That was.
And it's not a very wealthy area. So like they
trailer house.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of recourse for escaping it.
You got to dig a hole. My great grandma lived in a trailer. She had a fucking storm pit.
The scary part about tornadoes compared to hurricanes is like a hurricane, you always have a ton of lead time. Whereas with the tornadoes, it can just be like, hey, huge storm here. Could be nothing. Could be catastrophic. And then you don't know until it's touching
I've seen
down.
Wizard of Oz.
If you're close, you're in trouble. Although tornadoes are really cool to.
You think any kids, Wizard of Oz came out like, I don't know, 30s or something, 40s maybe. And can you imagine, like back then, movies were a lot more powerful. You think of how people reacted to The Exorcist, and this is going back this is 40 years before they were reacting to The Exorcist. You can imagine some little kid maybe sees Dorothy get sucked up in a tornado, and she gets to a magical world full of colorful characters, literally colorful characters, and hell, you snap your ankles together at the end, you go back home, ruby slippers to boot. Literally to boot. You think anybody? You think these kids walked into a tornado after they saw the Wizard of Oz? You think that ever happened?
I would hope not, because it would be really scary walking into one. I remember you guys probably didn't have to do it because you did different drills for whatever your natural disasters were. You did tornado drills.
We go out the hallway, everybody
drills a few times a year.
Fetal position in the hallway, sitting on your butt with a book over your head.
Yeah, I remember we'd have to go into the cubby area and sit there in the same way with like our heads under, and they'd be like, "This is the tornado. You know, if it goes over here, stay down and you'll be safe." And I wanted to be like, what are we doing here? Like, it would tear us into the sky. It's going to rip this entire building off if it comes over us and then suck us up. Like, what sort of security? It could just
break the windows, right? Turn it into an.
Oh yeah, if it just was a raunchy storm or something rough. Yeah, I was always thinking though, because I was 6. Like, if it comes directly over this building, like there's no saving us. Like, we're going to get just sucked right up. It's going to take the whole building, and then I'm going to be killed by a 2x4 slamming into the side of my head.
Was your school made of brick with a strong, like?
Ours was block. It was like all that government block, and the hallways. You know, I was about to say the hallways, the walls were so tall, but
yeah.
They were like twice my height. Maybe like
no, way more, like 10. I remember them being like vaulted ceilings, but I'm sure
our
they were
jungle
tall.
gym must have been 100 feet.
Dude, I went back and looked at that slide, and it was
the soccer balls they had there. My God, the size of your torso, these things.
I went back and looked at the slide that was at my elementary school, at my kindergarten, my original kindergarten. It was scary. It was like, well, what the fuck? They sent us up that thing at 5. I mean, it was just all metal, a little bit. It was rusty, but polished rust. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't rough at all. It was just rust colored. And it was that flat sheet metal that gets 1,000 degrees in the summer heat. And it must have been 12 feet up that ladder. It was so fucking tall to send a 5-year-old up.
Dude, when in my elementary school, it had this jungle gym. It was the shape of a funnel with the big side down. And in the middle, there was a pole. So you could like climb up the, pole structure that it was made out of pipes and then slide down in the middle. And I saw it like as an adult. I'm like, this thing, or like a later adult, 18. And I'm like, 1, it really was big. 2, it was in such a state of disrepair. I remembered it being rusty and awful, and my clothes would have like this rust down the middle of them. My hands would be all colored because I was like a monkey all over that thing. And then I came back to it. I'm like, I can't believe they let kids play on this tetanus village. But we did.
Man, it was so fun not fully knowing all the dangers you were in. Although there was this one kid on my grade school playground who was like actively stabbing people with the shards of wood chips. He had a troubled home life.
That's good.
Yeah.
Poor little guy. Yeah, my cousin got grievously injured in a playground accident. He did that thing you do where you get the swing really rocking and rolling, and then you jump out, and he landed funny on his knee, and one of those sharp wood chips went through his knee, like in one side and out the other. Like through the good part of your knee where all the connective shit is and your kneecap is. And they just like stitched that shit up and went to the emergency room, but they didn't do any internal medicine. And he's still like, that's not his good knee. Yeah, he was supposed to, I've told the story before, but he had the surgery not just scheduled. He was there in a hospital gown, and they were about to come back and give him the good stuff and start calming him down. But he was sitting there in, bare ass in a hospital gown, and all of the gadgets and the machinery and like the atmosphere got to him. And he went outside to smoke a cigarette and never came back.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
Like
that sucks.
There was a doctor, there was a surgeon in there waiting, like I'm sure, I don't know how he got billed or if they paid or whatever. I know they were pissed. And he just threw a knee brace on that thing and kept going.
Dude, knees heal up nicely. Like that joint you talked about, the patella, the one that holds your kneecap on either side. They took mine and made an ACL out of it for my surgery. And I'm like, but what about my patella? Aren't I using that? He's like, we just take the middle third. It heals back so well. If you rip your ACL again, we can harvest it in like 3 or 4 years and make another ACL. Like, fuck.
It's so cool how trauma surgeons are so advanced now. Like that. It seems like that's got to be the fastest, most rapidly growing field we're excellent in medicine, right? Like what we can repair trauma-wise compared to
Sports
what we
medicine,
put 100
maybe.
years ago.
I don't know. I see those vets coming back. They're still all gimpy and shit. But if you see a quarterback go down, don't worry. He'll be back next season.
Oh yeah. Well, but they
oh,
also
he
don't
blew
care about their
Achilles?
long-term success, similar to a racehorse.
I promise you, like if Captain Phillips blows his Achilles, he'll be walking with a limp for the rest of his life, and he's retiring today. But if our quarterback healed his up, I'm pretty sure the Atlanta Falcons quarterback came back from an Achilles, and he's quarterbacking. I mean, not well, but it's
Does
Atlanta.
anyone know if Aaron Rodgers is playing well?
Aaron Rodgers. Who does he play for?
He plays for the Jets now, but he was
Oh.
a legendary Green Bay Packer, and he's like MVP.
Conservative
for a
kind of
couple
MAGA
of-
now.
I didn't.
Well, yeah, but I was talking about his athletic
football.
career.
Like
Yeah.
I don't follow football at all, but I did see on Twitter him throw a wildly accurate pass to someone who was being covered and like scored a touchdown, and like the football fans in the comments were like, "Oh, fucking Aaron Rodgers, so accurate, so good at throwing, little bit of a goof, but who cares?"
Yeah.
Like
But I don't agree with much with him politically, but he's really good at throwing footballs.
yeah.
And
all
that's
you need
another
from a
thing,
quarterback,
actually,
right?
about the relationship with Israel is you're not just paying for war. There's a really strong binational medical research and development partnership going
Skin
on.
lab.
And there's crazy. We're not talking about that. And that's for the next podcast, maybe. We don't have time to get into the
You don't want to
skin
talk about
lab.
the skin bank? Because we got
I don't
40
want to talk
minutes.
about that. It's really weird. Might be one of the weirdest things
It's
going
really
on
weird.
planet Earth.
These,
And I
his people
I can't
harvest
believe
people's
my
skin
people-
and they make a bank of it?
we might be able to.
Well, don't
Oh,
let
this guy was
Harley
just
in.
talking about harvesting his ACL, and now the Jews do it. It's a big deal.
They gave him back his own ACL. You're taking fucking skin.
You're gonna
from
get
your
you're gonna get
victim.
like a Hamas ACL put into you, and you're gonna be like, I really want to play FIFA on PS4 right now. Like, what game should I play?
Skin their
FIFA?
enemies. They skin their enemies and make banks of their skin to
Dude,
use.
it's one of the most
When they're dead,
ghastly
though.
real things.
There's a
that
Yeah,
villain
but
happen.
like
they're
that?
dead. They're not doing it alive.
Hang on, let me find the villain that's from
You
Star
want
Trek.
skin?
that
I
does
get you
that.
skin. Trust me. Sometimes you're gonna want skin.
You
You'll be
want
happy
skin?
that we've been keeping all this skin. Once you need some skin,
I've
Aren't
got
they
it
a
in all
lot browner
colors.
than you? Like,
that's the beauty. Is you soak it long enough, you bring it back down to a pink color that you could just dye whatever you want.
Yeah.
You want to be more olive? Okay.
I literally can't tell if you're pulling my leg or not.
No, I don't know about that part, but there is
No.
He
there is
starts pulling
apparently
your leg.
skin.
You look out, he might skin you.
What do you know? Kyle's thing is true though, right? Like he's
Yeah,
So
the
wait, can you start your
skins.
sentence over.
The skin
you
banks.
know, Kyle, like the skin bank thing. That's true. Like
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
a skin bank, and they are taking skin from people they killed in battle.
Yeah, see this right here.
And
You may
using
not.
it.
For those of you who don't know, this is an alien species from Star Trek called the Vidians. Now they've got this phage that makes their skin slough off. It's like that biblical disease. I always forget the name of. What's it, Taylor?
Leprosy.
Leprosy. They've got space leprosy, and so what they do is they kidnap aliens, skin them, and then their makeup becomes a patchwork of various like different races and species. You see, he's got some scales up there.
This
on
is
his
an
forehead.
anti-Semitic trope.
Well, I'm just saying,
No,
Israel
those are
and the
Ferengis
Vidians-
are the anti-Semitic trope.
Mom,
Dude, the
give me a
Ferengis are the
call and
clearly-
Saint Wash
yeah.
skin stealing for me. Try to make that sound right.
Yes.
Well, do you
I
know
can
why
make
they?
it sound right. You know what they do with the skin? It's for Israeli burn victims. Mostly they're soldiers. I understand.
I'll be
think-
honest. It's not. It's It's terrible and weird and fucked up. But they have like really crazy research, medical research that they do over there, and they have some of the most advanced cancer treatment. And pre-October 7th, if you were Palestinian and suffering from a unique disease of sorts, you can go into Israel and you would get your treatment there for free at these hospitals.
Did you hear that?
They
Woody?
might
You could
steal a little
volunteer
bit
to
of
be
your skin,
experimented
but-
on in Israel.
Harley is playing
No,
the
you're
part of
literally
my
going
mom.
to the hospital. Like you actually go to a hospital that's with like
Yeah,
great.
I've seen what you
most-
people do in hospitals.
Yeah, they took a little
This
skin
is
off the top.
maybe
Hey, the rabbi
propaganda
took
you
a little
put out
skin
there.
off of mine.
This is how they actually got the skin. They told them that if you come here, we'll help you. They
Yeah.
leave without skin.
Dude,
Skin
boomer Christians being so obsessed with Israel is so funny. It's like, they really don't like your religion, right? Like
those
really,
those
really
Jews that
like
don't,
that.
those Jews that don't, to be fair, also don't
Religious.
like me. They
Yeah.
also like they don't just spit on Goyim. They spit on me for not being Jew enough, and they spit on the mailman for paying his taxes. Like those type, they're not chill.
They're spitty.
They're spitty. They're the
leaky
tunnel
people.
type. We should never. I feel like every single person,
They're like
human,
Pokemon.
They've evolved.
That's an Earth Jew.
Oh,
Dude,
Shlomo
I just-
usury. It was
Dude,
very
Somebody,
effective.
you drink the water. What's the problem?
I just devolved my wallet of Jews into a bank.
No, I continue to stand with Israel. I think they've been a little heavy-handed in some of the civilian population.
Yeah, but you
areas
like
of
that,
Palestine.
eh?
But I'll tell you what
that,
else.
Kyle?
I like what they're doing in Lebanon. I bomb it. Dude, we keep talking about the walkie-talkies and the cell phones. That was only like 4,000 people that got blown up. They're bombing constantly in Lebanon, and every day it's like 100 dead or something.
Well,
and
I
every day they're like, they got a guy's picture, and they're like, this guy was third in command. It's like, you killed the third in command like 8 times this week.
I know.
Oh,
That's the new third in command.
Can
But
you
know,
imagine the promotion? Like, Hamid, I got some good news.
you're like,
some bad
What
news.
about this photo? That was a very dangerous child.
Wait, the thing is
baby-
though,
Babyface
like
terror.
before, it's just it's what sucks for them is it's not judged equally because the attempts by Lebanon, by Hezbollah specifically, not Lebanon, Hezbollah,
Lebanon,
the
yeah.
attempts by them are multitudes exponentially higher than Israel's response. So since October 7th, Hezbollah shot 9,000 rockets at Tel Aviv. Now it's so easy to be like, I don't want my money paying for bombs in Israel. And like, I totally get that. But you don't actually always pay for bombs. Like you might not be paying for a bomb.
Their healthcare.
Your tax money actually prevents a genocide in many ways because 9,000 rockets does equal 1 million deaths. If you shot 9,000 rockets and you get 100 people with each rocket, and this is a very populated part. It's the whole country. The country's small. This is 1 million people. They wanted to kill 1 million people when they shot rockets at Tel Aviv.
They blew up that playground like a month ago and killed all those little children.
Yeah. But the thing is, they stop all of these, so they're ineffective. But they wanted to, so they do that, and then it kills one child. So what they do is they drop a bomb in Beirut, which is like, yo, that's fucked up, dude. And it's like, well, yeah, you shot 9,000 at our capital. We just happened to hit you. And in fact, we hit one guy. We hit one person. We chose one person and killed that guy. If Israel shot 9,000,
like hundreds of people, maybe thousands at this point of innocents are being killed in Beirut, right?
Okay, innocence.
No, I think there's a lot. I feel so bad.
Dude, Beirut is not
Come on.
Afghanistan. They've got like bars and like nightlife.
Oh,
and shit.
do you think
Like,
they're hitting the good part of town where the bars and the nightlife are? I bet there's some parts of St. Louis where I could drop a 2,000 bomb and mostly hit criminals.
But
I won't argue with you.
I feel bad. I feel bad for Lebanon, but like
the rubble, the dogs would sniff for days before they found an innocent.
a main difference though is when you live in Lebanon and Israel's like, leave this area, we're about to bomb it, you can go. In Palestine, they weren't allowed to go. Hamas was like, stay the fuck there. You're going to die for this shit, and it's going to be good for Palestine. Like, this is a bit different.
But that's not any more fair than the Lebanese government, or Hezbollah rather, not the Lebanese government. Hezbollah saying, oh, Israelis, get out of this area. We're sending rockets. It's like, well, they shouldn't have to leave. Like, they're living there. Like those people in Beirut.
But they
don't
target Tel Aviv on purpose. They never ever said leave. No one has ever said to anyone in the Middle East, leave before we bomb it, except for Israel. Not a single country there has ever said, leave, we're about to bomb it.
But wait. I think all Palestine says is leave.
Yeah, that's all that most of these Middle Eastern countries, if we're just coming at it from their perspective, all of their positions are leave.
Leave what?
Like leave the Middle East. We don't want you to be here. That's what.
That's
not saying that's right or wrong.
Is
that
like,
is their
hey,
point.
I want you to leave your country. Everyone's like, oh,
no. I'm saying Israel's like,
I heard every word, but
yeah, they're like, leave this area. We are bombing this area of your country. Don't be there. Everyone else who's like, well, you leave.
They give a neighborhood.
If you tell Israel to leave, if everyone in Israel, you have to get up and go. There's nowhere for those people to go. You understand that, right? There's not a single country that I'm allowed in all around there.
In Canada.
Right. As a Jew with Israel stamped on my passport, I would never fly over Syria because God forbid they have to do an emergency landing. I don't ever want to be
now
there.
this is just a silly argument.
Because the king of the Jews.
Jews live in every Western country just fine.
Okay, so if it's river to the sea, how does an Israeli leave Israel? Where do they go? Let's say Palestine is free, Israel's gone. Where is he going? Yes.
New Jersey. I was there.
New York.
They've done it before.
It's very difficult to actually come to the USA. That's a really difficult thing. However, every country around there has the exact same culture as Palestine. Why doesn't Egypt take Palestinians? Oh, they did before, actually. Why doesn't Jordan, which actually 75% of what Palestine was exists in Jordan? Why doesn't Jordan take Palestinians?
Well,
oh, wait,
it's because
they have before.
Refugees are an enormous drain on the system. And so saying, all right, you have to take these millions of people, most countries are going to go, no,
Palestine.
That's a huge drain.
Jordan is literally 75% of what Palestine was is in Jordan. Now, if they want Jerusalem, I understand. Religion is powerful. Israel gave half of Jerusalem to Palestine. They go to the same wall and pray. They're allowed to be there.
Is the argument you're making that Israelis and Palestinians are equally unlikable and unpopular?
I'll tell you that, yes, right now, probably to the rest of the world, yeah. But like realistically, when 800,000 Palestinians had to move and they were kicked out, 800,000 Jews were kicked out of Arab countries at the same time in response. So this is the way that the cards fell. This is where we are. Saying like Israel isn't going to exist just isn't realistic because no country would do that. You would never rescind your neighborhood to Native Americans. You would never do that. That didn't involve you.
Yeah, let me just say, I'm allowed my black powder musket and my tomahawk, and I have seen Mel Gibson's The Patriot no less than 15 times. It will go poorly.
There's a lot of places that could take these people in, but they don't. So it's Israel's responsibility. They don't want that. When I see that Hezbollah shot a rocket and killed a kid, I'm like, dude, leave them the fuck alone. You shot 9,000 rockets and killed one child. So I'm like, not that like feeling bad for a Hezbollah dude who got his pager blown up or walkie-talkie blown up, or a guy that went to go meet in a meeting. Like,
yeah, we're not either. To be clear, like we don't care about Hezbollah.
Of course, but it's just like
innocents are being killed in droves in these conflicts.
But like much more in Yemen.
Like 6 million.
Do you know how many Muslims die in China, in Africa? But we only care about this is literally the smallest Muslim population affected out of all the Muslim like genocides that are happening. Uyghurs in China are literally thrown in concentration camps by the millions.
But Harley, we're funding the Israeli thing. That's my objection. I know that
you're funding the Palestinian one too, by the way.
Right, and I sound biased sometimes because I'm always pointing out the Israeli mistakes. I get it. Sorry, Mom. But really, I just want to withdraw America from this conflict.
Yes.
Both sides are killing civilians. Both sides are bad. If this was Reddit, everybody sucks here.
So what do?
We leave the Middle East
thing.
To
Let
their
me know
shit.
when it's over.
Yeah. I could not care less about Israel or Palestine or Hezbollah or Iran. Our involvement in this region of the world is a catastrophic failure.
You don't think it's a good idea to keep the straight up formulas working?
Horrible idea.
You don't like your electronics arriving in a timely
we couldn't do that. We didn't have that for a long time prior to all this. And
you
so
like driving your internal combustion engine? Like,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about
there's a lot of things.
You know how oil works is we go to Saudi Arabia and we go, how much oil can we buy? And they go, here's the oil. The idea that we would go into the Middle East, spend $3 trillion on a war in order to buy $80 billion of oil is, if I spent $100 million on the most high-tech robbery equipment on earth to break into your house and steal everything you own, did I do a smart thing or am I retarded because I could have bought it off of you for much less? That's the situation in the Middle East. They are willing to sell us as much oil as we want.
I don't know what we're talking about. I'm talking about what happens if we pull out and our aircraft carriers aren't there to let Iran know they better not do anything. Then Iran can respond and then we have to go.
No, we
Like,
don't. Not if we cut ties with all these countries that don't benefit us.
Just us all
I
alone
hear
on the
Kyle,
spill, I guess.
and I'm the Strait of Hormuz thing. I'm like, maybe I'm being short-sighted because it is a major shipping channel, and apparently the whole world's supply chain gets messed up if one boat goes sideways.
Israel
right?
doesn't secure
Trump
that.
pulled
We
some. U.S. secures that, and Trump made some changes.
Yeah, and so the idea that we need Israel to secure that is, I think, incorrect. Like
it's
the whole what it seems to be in the Middle East is that
you're right. It's definitely incorrect. That's not what I said.
So Iran wants a regional conflict with Israel.
No, they don't.
But no. But they don't want a conflict with the United States because the U.S. will dominate Iran. We may have a ton of losses. It'll cost $1 jillion, but we will win in the end. And so the idea is that, however, if Israel and Iran engage in a purely regional conflict, Iran will likely win that because they're a larger nation. So what Israel wants is for the U.S. to intercede on their behalf in this conflict because Israel cannot defeat Iran by themselves, but we will easily
Do you think
defeat
Israel
Iran.
has nuclear weapons?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I think Iran might.
Iran doesn't.
They might. You know,
There's like the type to be able to, if they have it, they've never tested it.
Iran has something worse than nuclear weapons.
If you've never tested it, you can't. You don't have a nuke.
Iran has ballistic missiles and they have fissile material. They could make a dirty bomb. There was this idea that came about in the early 50s. And actually, even before that, it was written about in Popular Science magazine called Death Sand. And the idea is irradiating a lot of sandy particles with an irradiate that has a half-life of, say, 70 days or 150 days. There's several really potent radioactive materials that are like that. And then dropping huge clouds of sand over an area, and it would kill everyone there in a few days.
That's incredibly scary.
And then after a few months, it's no longer irradiated. None of the structures were blown up because, again, you're using a radioactive material that every 70 days it becomes half as radioactive.
Sorry if I missed it. Iran is researching this, or we figured this out?
Oh, this was our thing.
Oh, this is our. Of course it is.
We almost used this on the Chinese in North Korea to deny an area to them like 100 miles long. Was it 100 miles wide? Because that seems extreme.
How do we move that much sand?
You wouldn't use actual. Well, we're good at that. If anybody's good at moving a lot of like stuff and dropping it somewhere, it's have you seen that Galaxy plane that we used to ship stuff? They put smaller planes in it. It flies tanks around.
It's a plane that flies planes.
It's a plane that flies planes that fly planes. It's crazy.
There's an autistic listener right now, like, or he's like, it's the Lockheed C5 Galaxy, large military transport designed and built by Lockheed.
So I've always said that, like, Iran.
Can I see a picture of the Galaxy plane, Zach?
Yeah, show that plane. Show it, and if you can find like its wheels, like rotate 360 degrees and pop, and they also the plane can squat. It's enormous.
How
it's
much?
Gargantuan. But anyway, with the Israel's always at the UN showing a ticking clock of like how long it'll be till Iran has their nuclear weapon, and they call that like Israel's doomsday. And I just don't think that Iran is wanting that business because they could do something like I just described with a ballistic missile that they have plenty of.
Big. I think I've been on bigger planes than that. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, they definitely want. They definitely want
helicopter
nuclear.
In the back.
Yeah, but
they definitely want nuclear
Like
capabilities.
2 floors and stuff like it. Am I? I need to Google.
I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
It looks like the blue whale of planes. Look at the landing gear down there. How there's like lots and lots of wheels. Oh my
I did
God.
see a
There's
plane
like
on the side that
Abrams
looked like
tanks.
it could fit in there.
That's crazy.
Under the wing, there was like a
the world's biggest plane that ever flew
thing.
was in Ukraine. The Russians destroyed it. I can't remember the name of it. That's crazy. That's like,
such a tight fit.
Yeah, that's like a smaller plane fuselage or whatever. Like the whole structure going in. That's cool. Yeah, I bet we've got a bunch of those. I bet we don't have 5. I bet we got 50 or something stupid like that.
That's the craziest thing is I looked at like the capabilities of the U.S. Army, and there were things that were like on par, like men, the amount of infantry and blah blah blah. Sometimes U.S. getting destroyed. Then it went to like boats and airplanes, and it was multitudes more. You're just like, whoa, there's so many fucking planes, so many fucking boats, like crazy carriers. But I spoke to a friend of mine who's on a boat, like a ship, U.S. Navy, and he was like, "Oh yeah, sometimes we do like these like ride-bys where like we know that we're like patrolling water and the Chinese are patrolling, and like we'll be coming up to the Chinese ship, and so we're all told to like go to our stations, and we're all there, and we like slowly pass them and like look at them, and they look at us, and like we're like 50 meters away from each other, which is really close, and in these big boats, and they're just like cruising by each other." And I'm like, that's so crazy. I'm like, is there anything ever like anything crazy out there you see? He's like, well, he was like, I don't know if the upper people already know about this and have sorted it out or whatever. He's like, but we've been there before, and we'll always know that, you know, a Chinese ship is going to come over the horizon in like 5 minutes. We'll see that. But what's happened lately over the past like year or so is we'll be out there, and then all of a sudden we see a Chinese ship with our eyes, probably like, you know, 600 meters away. But the problem is, if you see it, it's too late. And it never showed up on our readings before we saw it by eye. So I don't know if like the higher ups know of a new technology or something or whatever it is.
Chinese.
But he's like, for us, it's fucking weird when all of a sudden there's a big ass Chinese ship there that's as big as ours, and we didn't know it was going to be there, and now we see it. And it's probably, if you're in that position, you're like, oh shit, like, surprise, are we getting attacked? Like, that's probably like...
I have 100% confidence in the United States military.
Me too, especially the Navy.
Have you seen that manta ray thing they have now?
Does it scare you, though, that, like, eventually that won't be the case?
It never will be the case.
That's
if
what
you keep
Roman
pushing for
said,
it, bro, that's exactly what'll happen, Taylor.
How long did Rome last? How long did Rome last?
1,000 years. Well,
right.
from like, well, the Roman kingdom in like 700 BC up until the fall of the main Roman Empire.
That we only have 750 years left.
No, there's never been a democracy that's lasted longer than 270 years, right?
Is that us?
No,
we're not a democracy, Taylor.
I haven't done
know that.
Oh my god!
We're a
you know what scares me? What's a great, I think it's a good question though that he asked.
I make that distinction because I'm a Republican.
I think it's actually like when I think of it, like I think it's scary the future being different than the one that I thought we were going towards, and it is like, you know, like I said, I love living in Montreal. I love Canada. It is a mosaic of cultures, and I love that. But here is here, and I don't want here to stop being here. And I fear that in the future, that thing that here won't be here. Here will be more like somewhere else.
I looked it up, Kyle. I went full autism on this thing. It looks like a galaxy is about 20% bigger than a 747.
I bet the lift capacity
That's true. We are the longest existing democracy as the U.S. in global history.
There's a good book here I linked. It's called The Next 100 Years. Very interesting stuff. He talks about, I don't know.
The first note is like we're pretty much almost there.
Just one last thing. On the plane, my autism demands this.
Yes.
747 carries the space shuttle around. Just saying.
Not anymore.
And also, Woody, I would love if you would lead into facts more often with my autism demands this. It's a very funny way to preface the sentence. My autism demands this, but that is a tortoise, not a turtle.
It's just how you should ask to get. It's just ask how you should like start intimacy with your wife.
You know what?
My autism is demanding something.
I had an autism demands this moment earlier this show when Woody said that a lemur was like an ape, and I had to be like, "That's a New World monkey with a prehensile tail."
It sounded like Mandingo. I forget the name of it already.
Yeah, it was something, but I looked it up, and it's a lemur, which are those fun, kind of the fun monkeys. I guess.
They're not the rip your face off monkeys.
Not the rip your face off monkeys.
Before I watched Chimp Crazy,
so sick.
I didn't think I could.
I started watching it.
Full grown-up male dominant chimp, but I did think that like maybe even through the teenage years it's being exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, like they just don't seem like the same thing as people. All right, that's genius, but they're far more dangerous than I realized.
It's 4 times stronger than you.
Yeah.
See, it's hard to equate though because of their mechanics and their intelligence level. You know, it's hard to know what that'll feel like in a tussle. But what it feels like is getting your face eaten off.
Exactly.
Animal strength is always exaggerated, or at least I think it is. I might be dumb. I hate watching like 11 bodybuilders play tug of war with a tiger. Meanwhile, the rope has like a 90-degree turn in it, and it's really friction doing the heavy lifting here. When they say chimpanzees can lift like 1,200 pounds, I'm like, okay, bench press. I want to see the thing bench press. Someone devote their time to teaching a chimp to bench press, and let's see what he can do. I'm not even sure he's stronger.
He's all pull day. He's all pull day.
He's all pull day.
Kyle is right. Like the strength they have to pull you to them or to rip your fingers
on
off.
Purpose. I'm stacking the deck.
You're stacking the deck. Just like throwing. Like they don't do the mechanic of throwing well because they're what's the lower forearm arm?
They just need to pounce. They just need to pounce at you. Yeah. And they I
can defeat most dogs in hand-to-hand combat. I'm 100% confident of that.
I think that also.
Radius.
Yeah.
I think I could defeat a chimpanzee. I think I could defeat a grown male chimpanzee if I had medium body armor, like riot gear.
I'm listening.
And I had like a cudgel, maybe with a spike in it, like just a good thumping tool, like something that felt. I'd want to take my time and pick it out. Not an aluminum baseball bat. We don't have enough mass. I want to break bones.
A knife. I think if you had a knife,
you up.
Ooh,
yeah, but I think if you had a knife,
he's too close.
No. You're only using it as like a means for him to hurt himself. Like that's where your brain's gonna win. He's flying. You're just like trying to have him hurt himself, jumping into your knife.
And Kyle, you said you're making yourself spiky. I think we're imagining the armor differently. Like I want you to be pretty squeeze and bang proof.
Remember Walking Dead when like Daryl got with that group and they had that all white stormtrooper armor, like something like that. Like,
That's
what did they have over the face? Because it would it's smart enough to know to go for your eyes. It would blind you if it could.
They had a whole face mask.
It's also smart enough to know if you have a mask or a helmet to attempt to remove
a catcher's mask. Ooh, if you had like the wire of
those long chimp fingers, just pop.
That's crazy if you're coming out and he just like takes your helmet off.
Motorcycle helmet.
He puts it on,
unclips it.
Then he puts it on and squares up and he starts. But he squares up like old school boxer. Like, what
do you think the timeline is between like the amount of time that passes between supreme confidence and absolute panic in your battle with the chimp?
I think if he like went low and like started biting, like I think if he went low and like bit a chunk out of my thigh, I'd immediately know I'd fucked up, But if he
that would happen immediately? Because I do.
I think it's a coin flip. I think what might happen is you ever see Ben Askren fight what's Street Jesus' name?
Jose Masvidal. I'm close.
Jorge Masvidal. You ever see that fight? I might take him out. So what happened was Ben Askren, he's a wrestler. Jorge Masvidal, he's a funky street striker. So when the fight starts, Ben Askren is very close to a human chimpanzee. So Ben Askren comes at him, goes low, try to do it for the takedown. Masvidal knows it's coming, does this double fake, almost basketball juke, and jumps and flying knees him in the head and knocks him unfucking conscious. Now I think, look at that. See, that's what I think is going to happen when the chimpanzee comes for me. I'm going to come up with a flying knee, and I've got some pokey spikes on my knee, and I'm going to impale him through the lower jaw. And that might not kill him, but it's really going to throw him off. And then I start hitting him with the cudgel.
Dude, this thing like falls out of trees and is slightly bothered.
That's why you got to bring a lighter in WD-40. That shit'll freak him out.
Kyle, did you see that video where the MMA fighter fought the chimpanzee? It's not a fight; it's a story that he tells.
Yes, I absolutely have. Yeah.
He says, I watched it recently after Chimp Crazy. It inspired me to re-up. And first of all, I'm pretty sure it's a baby chimp. And when he first starts hitting the chimp, this guy, he's like real New York, and he's an MMA fighter, but older now. And he's like, I didn't want to hurt it. Unbeknownst to me, you can't hurt a chimp. and it's like he's made out of wood, and he's hitting it as hard as he can, punching it, elbowing it. And the chimp,
the cop shot that chimp.
Didn't like
Chimp Crazy a couple times, didn't kill it. They take it.
Ran off wounded.
Yeah, remember he shot the cop, shot the chimp, and it ran under the house. It took a bunch. So yeah, he was hitting it. And he was like, the thing's not getting hurt.
That's how it goes. I've been hunting enough. It's a 9mm pistol. 9mm doesn't stop things like that, like are big angry big things that want to get you.
But
Dude,
this guy,
did he find answers about chimps online is so frustrating because you just have like Quora answers and Ken Saladin, who is the CEO of Ken's College of Arcane Knowledge.
He's like, hey, I'm on my break here at Home Depot. Just wanted to chime in on this chimp situation. Have you tried Bing?
It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, none of these are reliable. They're like, oh, it can rip your arms right off. I believe you, but like,
and some of the things they say seem exaggerated.
Like,
oh yeah, a chimpanzee can bench or curl 1,200 pounds.
Don't
Get the fuck out of here. Show me. How did you do that? Did you like? I've seen a test where they measured how hard a chimp could pull, like a door handle, but not a handle, like the U kind. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I could probably generate 800 pounds of force. You know,
well, I don't know about that one.
I'm picturing me like on the wall using my whole body jerk pull at the same time.
But he doesn't jerk pull.
You with your chimp assistant.
I think that's how they measured it. But maybe 800 is a stretch, but I bet 600. You know, like my whole body is 200.
My fear isn't their strength. I don't care that they're strong because they don't know how to apply it. They're going to do some crazy shit. I'm afraid of their bites and their scratches. That's the fear. It's not that he. Yeah.
Yeah, like maul your face. They'll literally pull your face off by the nose.
He's going to bite your fingers off and he's going to scratch your face off and he's going to try to like do both at the same time. He's going to try to open your head. You've seen them dip nuggets and peel the top off of stuff and open packages. They're going to try to open you like a bag of Cheetos. So you can't let him get on top of you. You've got to have. I know I can kill it with a spear. You give me a medieval spear with that nice like that Spartan style like pokey thing.
You're not even practiced.
What happens if he gets close?
You know? He won't get close.
You can't get close. That's the thing. He's got to jump at you, and you got to hit him with it.
That's true. Warfare stopped advancing when spears were invented because there's no way to make it past.
It is true. The spear beats everything. They've tested this out. The spear beats all the other medieval weapons. They've tested this. The spear beats everything.
1v1?
Yeah.
Is that what the test
in a 1v1 fight, spear beats everything. Like they've
Who tested this?
That's wild because I think the spear was the first thing they figured out.
The spear was one of the earliest adopted weapons, but the reason that in a group spears aren't always the best move, there's a reason that spearmen, hoplites, you know, these phalanx guys, they always kept a side sword because inevitably someone will parry it and get through in a group. You know, this isn't 1v1, this is in a group.
The sword was was mostly used by the guys that were walking in the third or fourth row behind to finish off the fallen. It was a weapon of last resort. What you understand about the phalanx is it's not just one line of guys holding shields and another line of guys behind them with spears. It's stacked. The spears stop at 10 feet, 8 feet, 6 feet in front of the man who's leading the charge. And if you have
a dozen guys around you to do this battle, the chimp isn't going to get close enough. But if it's you alone,
he can't get around my spear.
The strength of a phalanx is not the individual.
He'll never get around my spear.
It's the group of spears.
That's because you're fighting a group of swordsmen with a phalanx or another.
I'm joining his phalanx.
Of phalanxes.
He backs Israel. I got to join the phalanx.
Now I'll agree with you that if the chimps form a phalanx and approach me, my single spear will not be effective.
They'll never form a phalanx, bro. Look, they're never going to form a phalanx.
I can make that
underestimated since time began.
I can make that spear longer or shorter by 3 feet at a time just with my wingspan. So I can keep him the furthest reach of it. And then if he were to somehow juke, but he won't, then I can withdraw it and like aim it at him. I just have to aim the spearhead at him and poke him. Look, I know he's an animal, but you poke him a little, he's not going to like it.
Like difficult to wield if you're constantly choking up, rebalancing, and attempting to keep
balancing.
Like,
my little girl?
Melee weapon of choice.
A little girl.
Melee weapon of choice would be a sword, probably a club.
How long?
Whatever.
One hand, hand and a half, two-handed sword.
Hand and a half sword would be my go-to.
Like a medieval double-bladed.
If I'm 1v1ing a chimp, the last thing I want is number one to present a pull to an animal with the strongest pulling strength on earth. That's a really retarded thing to do in 1v1.
This guy's a pro at grabbing sticks. He could probably grab that spear.
I think he's going to take the spear from me.
Yes. Yeah. And then he'll throw the spear to the side.
Did his trainer communicate that to him with sign language before the fight? Does he have like a rock? Does he have like a Mickey?
It depends what kind of chimp you get. That's a mammal.
Chimpo,
they mentally
you gotta pull that spear out of his hand, Chimpo. He's an animal. He's gonna stab you with that long spear.
You've seen chimps like use spears in the wild. Like they
I have
understand.
seen an orangutan clumsily play along with a stick before. Okay,
Orangutans are less intelligent than chimps.
Bro, I've seen them swing across a tree and grab a branch, which is basically a spear.
You line up 5 chimpanzees in cages, and you give me a spear of my choice, and I'll fucking pile them up one after another.
All right, in cages, you're correct because you can just stick.
Me too. If I fight monkeys, I want to fight them in cages, and I have a phalanx with my friends.
Wait,
all
Taylor,
spears.
Taylor, orangutans are the smartest great ape. Is a chimp not a great ape?
Orangutans are smarter than chimps?
I help monkey Taylor.
No, orangutans are the smartest.
There's no way. Chimps are smarter,
Google
right?
it.
No, I think the orangutan's the smartest one.
Baby.
I think they can communicate and stuff.
PKA thing. I've taken your title.
I'm gonna be so fucking pissed if this is right.
You don't get his title on one fact. Come on, you don't bring one fact.
You're only as good as your last fight, baby. Taylor, what are you learning?
It says human, orangutan, chimpanzee, spider monkey.
Oh, this is not the first time you've underestimated
spider monkey over gorilla. Look, all right, spider monkey over gorilla is evidence that this is horseshit. Spider monkeys are not more intelligent.
Find another resource. What
are spider monkeys a great ape?
Listen to this weirdo's opinion. Let's see. Let's see
what are they a great ape? Spider monkeys?
No, they're not.
So.
No, it's like gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees,
humans and chimps.
Well, that's simians, right? Like
this
that's
is the only thing in this episode that I'm actually going to be annoyed about a little bit later. I think you're right. That's so.
What's really crazy?
What is this?
Oh, Zach backs me up. But hold on. I'm a scientist, and so I like to look. And I see number 6 coyote above gorilla, and I really don't like that. And there's no fucking way a raven is more intelligent than a bonobo.
This is a cylinder task, though. What is
a subspecies of chimp?
But what is cylinder task?
Cylinder task is they want to get something that's in a graduated cylinder full of water, and they how long it takes them to learn that they need to put rocks into the water to raise the level of the water to acquire the thing that's down in the cylinder floating on top of the water.
Yep, Kyle explained it perfectly. And chimps, that's
that video. Now that we're checkmating Taylor because he clearly doesn't know anything about this redeemed you shit. I'm seeing it now. Well, now that we're proving Taylor right.
Look, Taylor fact checked me and came up with the same thing I did. Zach hunted high and low to avoid ever getting a bonus again and succeeded.
The bonus was my idea.
I agreed.
Everyone agreed. Who's gonna not agree? Nah.
I don't like putting ravens in the same conversation.
This video is a guy with a spear fighting a guy with a long sword, and it's clear it's exactly what I'm saying. And if a man who knows how to fight a spear and he also has a sword can't deal with a man with a spear, how is a wild, stupid animal going to do? And keep in mind, this orangutan is not a trained fighter. This is his first fight against a person. Well, I mean,
that's
maybe.
true, but like also, so
and I've been practicing all day.
Predictability is an important part of a fight like this.
Minutes, if not hours, of experience.
Like these guys, I'm watching the video.
Prisoners or something. Harley knows a guy.
These guys are fighting like another human. And so, like, there is an understanding of what a human is going to do when they're trained in battle. So, like, you know what that, like, the back step, the side step.
Much harder to fight a human.
You might be surprised that chimp takes the spear, eats it through the chest, and keeps going.
Is this Airbud rules? Do you think the chimpanzee would also be great at basketball?
Do you think the swordsman has the agility of a fucking chimp? Of course he doesn't. If he did, he would have sidestepped the spear and tore the guy's throat out with his chimp fangs.
No, I think the fear should be that the chimp can eat, can take that hit and still probably have a few minutes of rage left.
If he's impaled, he's dying rapidly.
I think you're underestimating an adrenaline chimp with your spear in it.
Kyle always underestimates adrenaline-filled chimp.
He's going to push through it. He's going to be face-to-face with you.
I was going to make a joke there, but I'm not. I wanted to. Oh, it hurts.
Isn't that the worst?
Racism demands it.
It's a racist. Yeah, I knew it was a racist.
You know what? Fire away.
I promise you, if you stab a chimpanzee, he is going to be in so much. He's going to be scared and hurt. Like, let's be real. This is not some horror movie Cujo version of a chimpanzee. All right. This is not a chimpanzee controlled by the mind of Conor McGregor. This is not a mad dog. He's an angry animal, and he just got impaled through the fucking gut by a 8-inch fucking spearhead. He's gutted. And by the way, I'm pulling it back out and going for more. I can
gotta pull it back out.
I believe you. I just doubt your ability to impale a chimp
I can
accurately.
run backwards faster and stab faster than he'll ever catch me. And nowhere where he goes, I can point something at him faster than he can go there. Like think about like
I'm not even convinced you could beat any human in the world with a spear, and they don't have a spear, by the way.
A chimp, if that chimp hits one,
I will take you any day you give me the spear, Harley. You let me know when you want to test
for sure. I think I could find you like 5 guys that might be able to.
Take Conor McGregor. I'll take.
Oh, that's an easy one too.
Now, I'm thinking now, Francis Ngannou. I'd be a little scared that he could take
Francis
one
Ngannou you might get, but you know who you wouldn't get as a chimp.
I gotta hit Francis and like he'd be like fighting a deer. You got to get him in the heart of the lungs. like you got to.
What happens if you miss one slight shot and you just kind of cut him and he grabs the spear?
I think I can pull it.
He has the backup sword. He says he's got a backup sword.
Insane.
Are you about a man or a chimpanzee?
A chimp.
Oh, I don't think that he knows.
First of all, you're aiming at a target much smaller than a man. That man also doesn't understand. So part of like knowing how a game is played, like if I play you in chess and let's say we're both experienced in chess, I have a level of ability to anticipate your move based on your skill set. However, and that applies to a swordsman as well if you're doing this medieval style combat. However, if you're fighting a chimp in chess or in battle, there's no way to anticipate the movements of that chimp or how he'll respond to different.
You just proved my point. You just proved my point wholly. So what you're suggesting that this chimpanzee knows that a strike is coming and therefore that grabbing the spear is the defense. That's a human thing. Were they thinking into the future?
I think he would know. I think he would understand sharpness. I think he would understand the concept of that.
When I poke,
they're going to grab what's presented.
When I poke, it won't be presented. It'll be in and out. I'm doing this fast. I'm not sticking it in like a movie going, aha.
I did pull up. I wanted to know if a chimp has stronger skin. Like, would it be harder to puncture than a human? Mm-hmm. And I got this. I'm having a discussion with my mate at the moment, and he's a human. He wants to fight a chimpanzee one-on-one with a knife and basic armor equipped. He's so confident. He said to do it in any environment. I don't think he's spec'd intelligence enough to have gotten this far. That aside, what are the chances he ends up with an end game? And the top comment 6 years ago, they said, hi, he'll take some damage. Overall, the armor will let him last long enough to land lethal damage on the chimp. Knives gives you a massive boost to damage. Depends on the knife. His power and mobility scores, of course. But he could kill the chimp with some damage and last till the end game with modern human medicine.
With modern human medicine.
So I guess this is, I don't know what this is. It looks like
if you're invoking modern human medicine, the chimps won. Like, you're not going to the hospital.
This sub is basically talking about real life as if... I watched the spear video. I watched it. It was...
Is it Tier Zoo related site?
No, this Tier Zoo, it says the sub is dedicated to the animal players of the game outside. So it's basically like talking about animals in real life as if you were a gamer.
What is it about Tier Zoo? Does your source say Tier Zoo at all?
What is Tier Zoo? It's r/.
Tier Zoo is a YouTuber who talks about animals as if they were video games.
Oh yeah, that's what this is.
Fighting each other when there'll be a health meter that gets like driven down and spec, and he talks about like, I don't know, asteroid hits as patches. You know, like, oh yeah, the dinosaurs were patched in this period.
Yeah, exactly. It's that. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's around the time reptiles in general get nerfed because of the lower temperature of the earth. Mammals, of course, getting a boost too. It's great. Yeah, I like that channel too. Look, I maintain. I'm not even being silly. I've been silly before about jumping onto a shark and thinking I could do something to it with like spurs and ice axes. That's clearly a joke. I 100% know that I could defeat the chimpanzee with a spear. People defeat lions one-on-one with spears. And I would argue that a lion is a much more serious combatant. It's been done. It's not even like a what if.
Who defeated a lion?
African tribesmen.
I'd rather battle a lion with a weapon than a chimp with a weapon.
They have done it,
but I'd rather a chimp with a weapon than a tiger with a weapon.
I'm
an African tribesman who weighs 85 pounds has a wooden whittled spear, and he 1v1'd a
You should see the videos. They're pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, right.
No, there's videos of it on YouTube. They have like a whole strategy. Yeah, humans do. They circle around them, but they really just tire them out. They harass them and stay at a distance and keep doing it until they're tired out, and then practically walk over and just like puncture it.
That's true. What you just described is how humans.
And that's why it's been done in the gladiatorial arenas. It's been done by humans.
But a lion's overhyped. Tiger, you can't battle it.
In the Roman Colosseum.
A lion weighs what I weighed in during COVID, like during pandemic.
Romans would starve those animals for a long time prior to the fight to make them hungry, but it also makes them weak.
They feed them Jews. They were well fed.
They did, yeah. The tiger is much more powerful, by the way.
You weighed 420 pounds during COVID?
I was like 300 pounds. I'm sure there's some lions that are 300 pounds.
I'm sure, yes, children.
Child lions.
Those are called kittens? Oh, okay.
No. This is like, how big was I know a tiger could be 800 pounds.
I defeat the chimpanzee. And not just like, oh, I don't know, that was a tough fight. I think I turned the chimpanzee away right away with a couple quick stabs. And again, he is not getting near me. I am running backwards if he's trying to close ground. I am keeping this point in front of him and thrusting. It will not stop being in front of him and thrusting no matter where he goes or what he does. He does not have the wherewithal, strength to. It's Diddy style. I'm blowing him out Diddy style. All right. No fucking. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do about him? Grab him.
No, you're gonna get blown out Diddy Kong style.
By the way, I weighed as much as a full-grown female lion. By the way, just so you know.
That's right.
And they're the ones that did the hunting. Exactly. Yep. Thank you.
True.
Yeah.
No, I still disagree with your take on these animals.
What if I baby oil a spear up? So even if he is the genius monkey that you've trained and you've been like his mate,
he's a genius monkey because he knows that it's sharp. That monkey would know it's sharp. He'll see you holding that and he'll be like, I'm not going near that shiny part.
It's a clever, or wait, Kyle. Instead of baby oil, what if the last 2 feet of the spear had blades, like running long ways?
I don't want to get stuck inside of him and have a situation where I like stab him in the guts and now I can't withdraw my weapon. And
picturing like swords attached to the pole of the spear. Do you see what I'm getting?
Okay.
Exactly.
You're giving him too much weapons now.
Yeah,
I don't need that. I think baby oil. I think baby oil is plenty. And I want that like medieval style spearhead that's sort of shaped like a teardrop. Wide.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Down to a nice point.
So you can get it out, but it'll hurt more. Yeah,
it's going to make a big wound. It's going to be, and if I just poke him a little, it's going to make a little wound. And the more I thrust, the wider the wound's going to be.
I hate how you troll me on the animal fighting shit.
I think Kyle might successfully, if not kill the chimp, deter it. Like after a poke or.
That's not fair, though. The chimp's got to be drugged up that it's going to fight. It's got to fight. The chimp has to know that this is a fight to death.
Well, fair is fair. I want to drug up Kyle. I need my competitor.
Oh, yeah. He'll be drugged up, too.
Up like Mark McGuire. You don't even fucking know.
You're going to get you too drugged up that you're like, I'm not bringing in the spear. No, I'll do it bare hands, bro. I'm not bringing in the spear.
No, I want him just drugged up on game day. I've seen what Kyle can do with 9 months of preparation and the right medicine. That's the Kyle I wanted there.
Hey, Mark, I've never seen this. He's given the spear to the chimpanzee. Yeah. Well, that was just a blast. Thank you for coming on here and dealing with these anti-Semites and their fucking propaganda, spilling some knowledge.
Hey, I'm in.
Yeah, shout out to Eddie's mom, though. We're going to keep fighting the good fight. We're doing it for the future, for you, for everyone.
Shout out to Mossad.
Dude, I know we're wrapping up.
To the troops,
call,
both sides.
There was a point where she saw this Palestinian mother interviewed, and she was very happy about the damage they were doing to the Israelis. And my mom was like, they should kill her baby because that's what happened to the Israelis. And then like 10 minutes later in the call, my mom was celebrating the death of the Palestinian deaths, in civilians. And I'm like, Mom, they're gonna kill your son to make this fair. Like if you're going to celebrate innocent deaths, then your kid should
I've
be
had
killed,
family
right?
members say some crazy shit about all this stuff. And
I've
heard it's an older generation thing. Like if you really think about it, they were far more disconnected than we were. I mean, they grew up like in wrestling. It's just like or movies. The bad guy was a person from another country. That's it. That's all. It's just a person from another country. And
it always is.
It is. It is, but like it's true. Like I've heard relatives say some fucked up stuff. And I'm like, dude, we agree, but
Yeah,
what
you
you're
remember the
saying
9/11
is that's a whole
hijacker,
other
Tristan?
level.
Tristan.
Him and Brock. Fucking
Harley, where
Brock.
can everyone find the Meat Eater podcast?
You could binge eat a podcast, youtube.com/epic mealtime. Sometimes I go and I post the stuff on your subreddit too. I'm like, guys, I don't know. PK is going to suck this week. Come watch my stuff. Calm down, Woody. I never say that.
No, they would agree with you, I bet. Not my
Harley's
biggest
my top
fan.
J, favorite J.
Mhm.
So
Hell yeah, only one,
Support
dude, by default.